Ready? Well, hello there. So, been working on a few things. So, we're going to start off real nice and slow. My name is John Ryan Perry Gentry. Well, soon to be. Um, my fiance Taylor back there. She's right back over there. She's being quiet though. Um, this is going to be one of them things where I'm just going to go for it, and this is going to be a one-shot take video. Obviously, I'm going to mess this up, and that's okay. The reason being is I'm not perfect. Uh, you're not perfect watching. Um, I make a lot of mistakes, and I'm not that person to kind of, fake things. It ain't me. Anywho, so the reason why I'm making this video is I've been wanting to start my own YouTube journey for quite some time now. I really have. And I have found myself wanting to start, and I kind of back down, or like I get nervous about it or something happens. And it's definitely something I've always wanted to do. I feel like I'd be good at it. I mean, obviously, we don't know yet. Um, but it's one of those things where I really do. I want to do this. I believe I can be a positive influence for a few people. I can learn for a few people. We can learn together. And it's hard to do this. And obviously, you're going to see me mess up doing this, but it feels right. It does. One of my random favorite songs is "Over the Rainbow" by was it Z or Is? I can't remember exactly what it was, but he went into his this radio station and sang "Over the Rainbow." And it was one take. That was it. It was awesome too. I love that. I really did. So I guess this is like my one take. If I mess this up, I fart, something weird happens. Hey, it is what it is. You're just gonna see this how it is. Uh, so yeah, we're just gonna get into this. So I was born in Culpeper, Virginia. My mom and dad, Nancy Gentry and John Edward Gentry. Three sisters, Joanna, Melissa, and Angela. They are all awesome. We had a very normal childhood up until 9 or so. My dad got hurt at work. It was pretty bad, lame. He didn't get any money out of it. We lost our house because of it. And it essentially cascaded into effect of us becoming homeless. And there was obviously a lot of different factors going on. And it was just rough. Childhood was a little rough for me after the age of 12. But up until then, it was pretty cool. I got to hang out with my friend Juan Canino. He was my best friend when I was living in Culpeper. He was my next door neighbor, and shout out to Juan. Always love you, bro. And I just want to let you know, man. I know you've been struggling a little bit, same as me. We've talked a little bit. We don't talk as much as we used to. I definitely want to change that. And but you were there for me when I was a kid, man. And we just kind of vibe together. Always will, always have. And your dad actually introduced me to bass for the first time. I remember I was like 15, and I remember I think it was, we came back from Kings Dominion, and your dad was playing bass, and I remember it just calmed my brain down a lot when I remember hearing it. I think that was the first time I actually kind of fell in love with music, or your frequencies. Take it for what you will. Uh, Sorry if I kind of pander off a little bit. I'm going to speed things up a little bit. As I get more comfortable doing this, because this is kind of weird for me talking to a camera. It's not something I do all the time. Also, if you see me just randomly take some drinks, I'm just thirsty. A little nervous, but I'll be out. Anyway, about when I was 15, I grew up with crooked teeth, and I got bullied a lot. It was just being 100% real with you. And it definitely affected my mental health, without a doubt. My parents were just simply too poor to afford the braces. and my two incisors would stick out of my mouth and it would actually cut the insides of my gum. I remember when I was a little kid, I would take a Pepsi can, like an empty Pepsi can, and I would press it against my teeth, trying to make them straight because I didn't have anything else to work with. And I just remember that feeling of getting bullied all the time as a kid. Like, and people don't talk about things of that nature that much. But there was a teacher. So I was 15. This was in Louisa County, Virginia. I believe we taught social studies, I want to say, history. And anyway, I was in his class. And at this time, we were losing our house again. And no, we didn't just lose one house. It was a two, three, something like that. Just a lot of different factors, unfortunately. And me being a kid, going through that was just a little rough. And well, I guess it was a little bit more rough, but it's all right. And anywho, learning was difficult for me or I'm sure difficult for anybody when you yourself have depression or anxiety, things of that nature. It's hard. It can be rough sometimes, and I completely understand how does that feel. Um, Anywho, so there was a day in that classroom where I was getting picked on by another kid. And I think I was about like 15, something like that, where, it was like that prepubescent, stage. And obviously, we're going to have some inserts of pictures of, XYZ growing up that Mike is going to throw in there. And anywho, so this kid was picking on me, and I had just learned that we were getting evicted. Like it was like that weekend. So I was already like depressed, and I was like, man, that I got made fun of because I would only have like 4 outfits I would wear to school. It could be rough. But the kid was like harassing me essentially, and just I'm assuming he had his own mental issues or his own depression he was taking it out on me, outlashing. And I remember he made fun of me. He called me a buck tooth faggot. That's what that kid called me that day. And I'm not gay. It wasn't even about that. I'd never got attention from girls, and this kid was just throwing his own anger on me. But I remember where this teacher, just go ahead. This teacher stood up for me when there was a moment in there, and his name was Mr. Black, Louisa County middle school. I can't remember what grade it is. I want to say it was like 6th or 7th. It was something like that, maybe 8th grade. But he stood up for me, and he told that bully that he like shut him down. And I remember him explaining to him that it was like what you were just doing was completely wrong. It was not the right thing to do. Ever since then, I paid attention in like social studies and history. And I remember feeling that it's like a positive role model feeling I got that day from him. I never got a chance to thank you, Mr. Black. Wherever you are, I believe you're a principal somewhere right now. From my heart, right here. Thank you for standing up for me that day, man. You made me like legitimately like it was a good filled moment for me. And sorry, it's just a lot. But a few days after that, it was probably actually maybe a week or two, something like that. We were moving out of our house, and we had been living in my grandma's house, and this is where we were just going back and forth, and I attempted to take my own life. And like I still remember that night. Like I still remember the sounds and the percussions. I tried to eat a whole bottle of ibuprofen. Like I still remember hitting my teeth, like the sounds. Not pleasant. But I woke up the next day. I just fine. And I remember that feeling. I was like, I never wanted to experience that again. I never wanted anybody else to experience something like that, like ever. And it, I understand what that feeling's like. It's like bottomless hope, you know? And it's like your only turn is to do something worse. Just you act on a you act on a temporary feeling that's also a permanent reaction. But somehow I woke up the next day. I was perfectly fine. No big deal. I was weird, but it was one of those deals where it kind of shook me. Where I was like, man, I need to get back in. I need to get back to myself. And this was me just being a 16-year-old. So with being that 16, 17-year-old, I had real life problems, like a lot of them too. And but I met some of my awesome friends, and it's like my one friend Josh Hunley. He's always been there for me. He's always very compassionate. He understands things, and I love you, man. You've always been there a lot for me. Obviously, the other Humleys too, but Josh and I have always just been on that real particular level. But I remember the first time he met me, he got off the school bus, and I was just like this weird kid. I was brand new, and he came up to me, asked me if he wanted to if I wanted to come over to his house and hang out and eat Domino's and watch movies. I was like, yes, and we're still friends to this day with all the Humleys. Love all you guys, and so we'll jump forward just a tad. Up till I was about 17, 18, we were just kind of spending night and night inside of a car. We would sleep in the car, go to a friend's house, go to family's house. And it was rough on me. I would hear I'll give you an example. There was one night in particular, we were driving around and I was fake sleeping in the back. Really, I was just kind of like crying in the back because I just remember I was just a kid. And but I can remember hearing my parents having an argument in the front seat about whether or not to get me McDonald's for the night or to put gas in the car so we could make it a little bit further up to a family's house. That's what I had to deal with when I was a sub adult. Definitely, people have had worse, without a doubt. Um, but my particular instances, they were good, but they weren't good. And I learned from a lot of those things. Anyway, so I had to drop out. Sorry, when I was in 10th grade, wasn't able to finish 11th or 12th, and we were staying with our friends, the Shuples, and the Shuples were a family friend of my mom and dad's. They had some business stuff to go together, but this is for you, Miss Schuple. I would like to extend a sincere apology from myself to you. Just over the years, I've come to the realization I was kind of a asshole kid, and I kind of see that now. It was like the anger, I guess, was just kind of typical angry teenage kid type deal. However, you took my mom and I in and provided us a nice place to stay. You let us use your car, and like I felt like I was a little rude to you for no real reason other than just my own anger problems. But you helped me get my GED. And obviously, we're going to put some flashcards of pictures up here. I'm very proud of my GED. Wasn't the best, but I passed. But I would like to thank you, Ms. Schupel, for what you did for me. It's right from the heart. It's a real thank you, because I think my life would have been drastically different if that hadn't happened. Um, So that was when I was 17. Then I went to Dry Clean Central in Waldorf, Maryland, and I started doing dry cleaners with I believe it was Joe and Scott owned the company at the time, and both those guys were real good role models, man. They helped me a lot, like just teaching me things. And I had to learn all this stuff when I was 18 years old. I was working way too much, way too hard. I essentially had three jobs. I was doing landscaping with a buddy of mine. Then I was working overtime at the dry cleaners. Then on top of that, I was selling things. And sorry, we're going to have some funsies in here. Um, but I had to work so hard to dig myself out, and that's okay. Uh, People do that, and I did it okay. I didn't do it the best way, but one thing that did help me is I got a job at the Walmart distribution center in Gordonsville, Virginia, 7016, and it's one of those jobs. It's hard work. It's forceful labor, but they provide you the opportunity. If it's like, hey, you want to work hard, you want to work overtime, you make a lot of money, and I was like, yes. And I will say, I learned a lot from order filling. It taught me a lot about myself. It taught me that I loved stacking. I loved working really hard. It made me feel good. It made me feel good about myself. And they had this thing called the top five, and you would get your name called out. I remember there was always this one guy all the time, Carl Brown, number one, all the time. I would hear it. And, I would watch him. He's so graceful. So graceful. He's like a little ballerina mixed with like, I don't know, an African marathon runner. He's a very talented individual. He really is. But I watched him and I was like, this guy knows what he's doing, but he is smooth with it. It's like a ballerina almost. Anywho, I got that job, and they actually provided me the kind of platform to build myself up. And Walmart isn't like the best company in the world by any means, but I learned an extraordinarily amount from working there about warehousing, food, grocery, everything. I also learned that we're pretty wasteful as well when it comes to food inventory. We throw a lot away. I myself, me, have thrown away probably easily $1 million worth of perfectly good food from Walmart. And this is food that's like, imagine like a pack of hot dogs is perfect. And just because it's like been like delaminated or something like that, like we would just throw it away. I'll get told to be throwing stuff away all the time. And I was like, this doesn't feel very good. I was like, why can't we give it to charity? And then, I get this long explanation. Anywho, I don't know. I just felt like the wastefulness of a lot of these companies is, ugh, we should fix it. But anywho, on to other things. With some of the people I met at the DC, I learned a lot from. There was a few guys there. Like there's a lot of y'all. I really do. There's just too many to name, but so like there was a few. Donnie Bowmaster, I learned a lot from him. There was one night where I remember pulling a 200%. You basically do twice the amount of work that you need to do. Essentially, you're doing work for free. That's what it is. And anyway, we were short staffed tonight, and I decided to pull a 200. I worked really hard, and everybody. I remember that night, like I had somebody like literally call me stupid about like trying to pull high, because they're like, "Why? You're just working for free. Why work harder than you need to?" I never really understood that concept. I just don't. Yeah, you can go ahead. Where we left off. Walmart. Anyway, but Donnie did something. He said something to me that night, and he gave me he told me, "Thank you for doing what you did." And it was as simple as that. But I could tell he meant it. He knew I worked hard. He knew I was proud of what I did. He didn't even know other people thought it was stupid. That one person was like, thank you for doing that, you know? And that one person's always worth it, 100% of the time, all day, every day. Um, Adam Mills, old strawberry face. I love you, bro. Um, but I've learned a lot from you. You're a great person. You've always been there for me. You're a stand-up guy for sure. Julio Figueroa, my dude, you're always a person for the people, and I love it. I've known you a long time, man, and I just don't see a bad bone in your body, dude. You're a great person. Um, and obviously, I'm just kind of throwing some people out there because I've learned something from each and every one of you. And one person isn't better than the next. It's just individual things that kind of I picked up on or I noticed. And it's not because one person is more important than the other. Just these are specific things. Um, Sorry, I'm just kind of checking my phone a little bit so I can kind of stay on topic. Anywho, so with Walmart, they gave me the platform to better myself. I was able to afford braces when I was 19. I got my teeth fixed from Dr. Soderquist and West in Charlottesville, Virginia. Doing a great job still. However, I did not listen to you 100%. This is my bad. But it's okay because I'm fixing that now. You told me to wear my retainer, and I didn't. It made me sound weird. So I'm probably going to be coming back because I feel like my teeth are getting a little wishy-wonky. But I swear when I come back, I'm going to wear my retainer after my braces. And yes, I have no problem getting braces again. But I wanted to thank you also for fixing my teeth. It was one of those things where I got my teeth fixed and it was like a new confidence that just blossomed out of nowhere. I remember that first day I was like, like I literally couldn't stop licking my teeth because it was like, I was like, oh man, I can smile. And I was like, people don't look at me weird. And yeah, and I know like I paid you and it was like, it's just business, but you brighten people's lives by literally brightening their smile and you spread positivity to that. I've watched you a long time, still, on Facebook with y'all, and just smiles forever. I really like it, and you guys keep doing what you're doing out there. Another thing too is I've always been in love with cardio. Yes, the big boom booms. You guys don't like the bass. We understand. A lot of people are kind of d bags with them. They drive through town, and I've definitely done that. Don't get me wrong. But there was a guy I watched when I was first getting in. Actually, there was a few guys, but anyway, this guy named EXO Control Toe, Bruce Weatherington. And I watched him when I was a kid because I'd gotten that first kind of bass sensation from Juan's dad. I was like, that was cool. I was like, I love that feeling. And I would watch Bruce, and he would, teach people things. He literally taught me how to build a fuse block out of his old minivan when I was like 18. I would watch a video, and I'll be down in Miss Schupel's house, and I would watch the video, and I didn't have a phone at that time. I'd be like watching the video. I'd like put this on this, and I literally built a fuse block. And this dude on the internet just taught me, and he always felt like I always felt connected to him. Like I felt like I was literally his friend. But like anytime he uploaded a video, and by the way, I still watch you even to this day, bro. And I don't know, it's just you're a great person, man. What you do for the cardio community, it's wonderful. It really is. And thank you for doing that all this time. Because if you hadn't done it, you definitely helped me out with a lot of like hard nights where I didn't have anybody. And I was like, I wonder what EXO is doing. He's probably got his 312s and his minivan, beating and banging. But thank you, man. Keep doing what you're doing. So another person I watched was Gary Killian. He was kind of the same deal, just didn't wasn't quite as like uploady like Bruce, but just nice person always, man. And watching you give demos to people, I love watching the sound frequencies, people getting hair tricks, and we'll get to all why this is important. And another guy was Steve Mead, and he was the guy that had like the cool stuff. You could tell he was a little bit better off financially. And I remember watching him, but I could see the two different opposites between uh, Bruce and Steve. And they're not like it's not like good and bad or anything like that with them, but like I could relate to Bruce because I could tell he didn't have money. It's like you could just see it. He had to work for everything he had, and so I could relate to that. I was like, cool. I mean, I definitely loved watching that, but I could see what you could achieve with Steve, and watching the two different at the same time, it was like it would give me motivation and kind of like a dream essentially. So thank you, Steve, for everything that you've done for the cardio community. It really does mean a lot. And uh, another person, Roger Bridges, co-owner of Crossfire. He's helped me out tremendously over the years, and I can tell you genuinely love it, right? Uh, you helped me out when other people wouldn't. Essentially, you gave me opportunities, and I just wanted to thank you. That I really do. Uh, but sorry, this is just kind of a lot. But I will show you. We're about to pick up pace real fast here in a second. Um, so another last one, but definitely not least, is Kyle Rutherford. Bro, you are like the saint of cardio. Uh, just ever since I've known you, man, always positive, always happy. I can tell you work so hard for your kids and your family. The way you teach your son, like in public, I can tell. I was like, you care, you legitimately care, and I want to give you a shout out right now, man. I'm proud of you, bro. I am. I think you have great things in store for you. Just got to wait your time. So, uh, obviously, we're gonna have some more pictures just floating in and out of have some random cardio stuff in there. It really is important to this the frequency stuff, and even though like things might have not been perfect in the audio world with whoever, at the end of the day, everybody makes mistakes. Whether it's you, me, the other person, third party, fourth party, fifth party, no person is perfect. So, with that being said, if you forgive me, I forgive you for anything, everything, for anybody. Also, if I've ever done wrong to you, I'm sorry. I'm not perfect, but this isn't like directed towards any one person. I've definitely done things I shouldn't. Like I've definitely took things. Like everybody makes mistakes. You tell white lies. Uh, yeah, like I stole some shit from my old job when they laid me off. It wasn't much, but yeah, like everybody does dumb stuff. Yeah, but you sit there and you think about it, and what an adult should do if you have an issue like my own personal issues, like I have depression. I'm pretty sure I'm like ADHD, definitely a little bit dyslexic. I say things weird all the time. I've always have. And definitely, I think I'm a little bit autistic. I don't know. I just have, I don't know. I learn in weird ways. I don't know how to describe it. Definitely hyper focus on things. But it's one of those where I'm addressing my own problems. And that's what an adult does, right? So with me, it's talking to my friends and my family about how I go through spirals, ups and downs, things of that nature. And I tend to shut people out, even my own fiance and my best friends. It's not a good thing, but it's something I have to work on, right? And I will say, I'm getting much better about it because I see how it affects, the scenery around me. And I like positivity. I like being happy. And the best way to do that is you just got to be open about everything. You really do. Uh, Real quick, too, um, I had a friend that I worked with at the DC that lost his own battle with his mental health. His name is Stephen Powell. He was a good friend of mine. He was a great person, always smiling. And I'm sorry you lost your battle, my friend. I know it's been some time, but I still miss you. Still love you, man. Wherever you are, uh, I hope things are going better for you. I really do. Whether you believe in an afterlife or not, to each their own. I don't think anybody knows truly. We really don't. But hopefully you're at peace. Love you, man. Another quick guy, Tommy Lucas over at the DC. Always a good person, man. Remember that conversation we had in the racks that one day? Funny. I just wrapping this last few things up with some friends. My good friend Grant, his wife Amber. You guys are always there for us, man. I know you're a great person. I just want to thank you for that. You're always checking in on me. I really do appreciate it. Dylan, bro, I don't even know where to start with you. Dylan Stiltner is a phenomenal human being. This man is so selfless all the time. And he will do anything and everything he can to help other people. And I admire that so much. I really do. He's always there for us. The car's breaking down all the time. Bro, you do too much to help us. So thank you for everything you do. Greg, also love you too, man. And it's wild that I have such good friends. It really is. It's mind boggling sometimes. And the last person, but definitely not least, obviously there's a ton of people at the DC, but I want to bounce back to Carl Brown real quick. I learned something from you, Carl. I watched you when I first started order filling, and I remember seeing like the mastery at work, and I remember hearing talk about like people would like. It's funny when you're talking about it's just order filling, but you're talking about it and hearing about it. It's like it was like literally the legend of Carl Brown. It's freaking ridiculous, and I remember thinking to myself, I was like, I want to be that good one day, and I really did. I thought to myself this, and we ended up racing a few years later, and I'll tell you what, Carl, you brought out the best in me. You really did. Um, it was that hunger mentality to like to race against the champion. It really was, and I learned a lot from you, man. So this is your time to shine. I want to thank you for that, and you are a phenomenal worker, man. You work your ass off for your family. I've seen it, so I appreciate you, bro. Also, probably the coolest order filling race of all time. We did like 50 standard hours between the two of us, 16,000 cases. That's a lot for anybody, and he did win. I hurt my arm, and I actually got a scar from it. I don't know if you can see it or not. And I tore my muscle that night during the last 2 hours or so. And I just kept going. I didn't really tell anybody, but like my arms would lock up. And I had the moment where I wanted to quit. I did. I was just, I think we had like about an hour left. And I started pulling really low. I was tired. My body was hurting. This thing was bad. It was just whomping. And I remember thinking to myself, I was like, I should just log out and stop and give up. And I remember looking over at you, and you were passing me, and I could see how tired you were. You were just as tired as I was. But I remember hearing you say, ready. And it was to pick up your next trip and keep going. And I remember that thought. I was like, I don't stop till he stops. It doesn't matter what I finish with. It doesn't matter how low my percent drops. I signed up for the race. You finish it, right? But it was one of those things I learned that day. Is I learned something about myself. Is not to give up when time gets hard. You know, shit gets rough. You just got to put your big boy pants on, keep finishing. But yeah, good job, Carl. And not definitely not least, but when I left Walmart, I went to go work on drilling rigs. Went to Patterson UTI, and my boss was Aaron Overton. And I just right from the get go, I was like, that guy. He's got a good heart, and even to this day, he still checks up on me. I mean, when he texted me the other day asking how I was doing when I was having a bad time. So, thank you, Aaron. You were always there for me, man. And I can tell you're a very good role model. You're great for your family. I appreciate everything you did for me and still doing. You know, I really do. Um, and just to wrap up this little kind of pre-video, after the drilling rig, I went to work on a solar farm. So I learned a lot about everything with solar panels. I broke the solar panels because I was a forklift operator, and we had leached chemicals into the water all the time, all the time. So I got to see the difference between warehouse work, drilling rig work with, we were drilling natural gas up in West Virginia, Ohio, PA. And then I got to see solar panels being built. And I realized both of them suck in layman's terms. Oil, I mean, it's just not good for the environment. It really isn't. I understand the need for it, and I understand this is going to be a slow transition out of it. I do. It definitely won't be fast. We've already become too dependent on it. However, think about it like this: Deepwater Horizon happened, and we had to unplug well for just a few months, right? Caused global problems, and that was just one. One. You know how many wells are currently open on the planet right now? Google it. You're not going to like it. Just the thought of that is not so much of, hey, we're global warming, guys. It's the thought of, hey, what happens if we have something bad happen, or you guys decide to start launching missiles at each other? Does anybody not realize the implications of what might happen if we start knocking over drilling rigs by accident because we're too busy fighting each other? Think about that. It's probably going to be bad. So we should probably think about how we're handling those situations, not just in a term of like, oh, global warming is happening because, you know, carbon emissions or whatever. That's cool. And I understand that. There's always going to be that problem. The real problem is the just immediate ramifications of something like that happening. I got a potty real quick, so let's take a quick break, and we're gonna pause the video, and then I'm gonna go tinkle. All right, I'm back. Obviously, the editing on this is gonna be real simple. I don't want this to be all complicated. So yeah, as you can see, I need a haircut and a beard trim. I'm literally just doing this because I feel like it's right. And yeah, I don't know. It's just one of them things. Also, I've had an incredible amount of injuries. Just to go over some real quick, I've had arthroscopic surgery on my right knee. It was real bad. I had torn my meniscus, chipped a bunch of cartilage off, and I chipped a dime-sized piece off my kneecap. Excuse me. I've collapsed long before I had a spontaneous pneumothorax. I've scalped myself running in laser tag because it was a giant game, and I take games very seriously. But yeah, I know. Hey, I was winning that laser game. Okay, I really was. But apparently, if you're 6'5", you can't be running around like that. But I've had 2 hand surgeries on this. Thanks, Dr. Divine, by the way. You did a great job. My pinky don't work too hot. That was 2 back-to-back surgeries. I've broken this wrist. is all jacked up. Um, I just had a shoulder surgery on this thing. I had to get, I believe they put 5 anchors in there. I tore my rotator cuff, labrum. Uh, then I had a hernia surgery this year as well, and yeah, the list goes on. And it's just, I am just like a walking accident for just breaking bones. It's like a Mr. Glass or something. It's ridiculous. Um, but through every injury, I've always kind of had to just sit back and then reevaluate things. And then when I get healed up, I just go again. And this time was a lot longer, unfortunately, just because of these back-to-back surgeries. And yeah, it was just a little rough. I lost a lot of muscle mass. I gained a lot of weight. I've definitely lost some fat now. I'm pretty stoked about that. But I've all my muscle mass, not all of it, a lot of it is gone. And does that affect me mentally? It does. It bothers me, and it's one of those things like a guy probably doesn't like to admit or talk about. But for me, it's like I see that in the mirror. I don't like how I look. I don't. I want to feel good when I take off my clothes in front of my wife. You know, it's just things of that nature, and going through that process of having to do that and lose everything, and now I'm back to rebuilding my body again. And even then, just with this, like I know it's not going to be easy for me. With the hernia, I had it for just about 10 months, if not a little bit more than that. So I couldn't squat or do anything. I just kind of got depressed a little bit. I'm not going to lie. And it definitely affected me. And that's when I started to kind of shut down. Other things happened as well. It was just an all around time that just wasn't very cool. And this is going to come to one of my last shout outs is one of my best friends. His name is Matthew Cole Turner. Okay. We've been friends now, roommates for quite some time. And I cannot explain to you how nice this person is. When Taylor and I, we had a rough patch of financials. I mean, we're still kind of in a rough patch, to be honest. However, we were having multiple bad things happen to us all at once, and it crippled both of us at the same time, which sucked. It was not a fun time. Stress be stressful, guys. You all know that. And when you have two people stressed out, it just makes things worse sometimes. What I'm getting at here is Matt did something for us that he didn't tell people. He didn't brag about it. He didn't even ask us about it. He just did it. Matt essentially took care of Taylor and I for quite a significant amount of months. And he paid the bills. He helped with groceries, gas, all kinds of stuff. And he did this just wanting to help because we were his friends. If there is anybody I could like give that one wish to for everybody to thank him, it's right now. The reason being is if it wasn't for him, I don't know if I would be making this video right now, if you get what I'm asking or I'm explaining to you. And Matt himself has fallen on hard times because of like his own mental status, I guess you would say. And he got on prescription antidepressants to try and fix it, and it sucks seeing the withdrawal symptoms of that because he's attempting to get off of them so he can live a nice, happy life. And some of these pills, guys, are just not good. Like it's just not. But I would like to, if there's anybody that I could help or even give a legitimate thank you to, because I truly, I feel like he is owed this. He's warranted this. He is. Matt, man, you are one of my absolute best friends. I love you so much, and I really do. I thank you for everything you did for Taylor and I, from the bottom of my heart, bro. I appreciate you. I love you so much, man. I hope you get better. Better. All right, so I guess we're gonna go ahead and dive into this. Let me take a little sippy. Uh, I know, weird, right? So we got some ground stuff to cover today. It's mainly about some hypothesis I have. Long story short, I've always kind of been interested in ancient stuff. I love history. I love science. I love math. Am I good at all of them? Debatable. Um, I do try though. I'm one of those people. It's not much, but it's honest work. It's really that simple. And yeah, we're just gonna go ahead and barrel on into this. So I have some speculation of some events or how they happen. I don't know. So long story short, during my time on the surgery leave, which I was basically on the couch for about a year, something like that. I don't know. Uh, no, it's not. It hasn't been quite a year. Actually, it has been a year. I got hurt about September 7th. Yeah, so it's been a year that I've essentially been on the couch. Surgery on this, and then hernia surgery. During that time frame, I was essentially just getting baked and watching old documentaries. Just being real with you. Uh, I've always kind of loved THC, but I've also stayed away from it. My job at Walmart drug tested for the longest time, and I just didn't do it because I just didn't do it. I was more focused on making money. It's very simple. And I did it when I was like 16, 17, 18. But once I got my job there, I just stopped. Anyway, THC or cannabis is one of them things where, just like with anything, too much of anything is probably not a good idea. It's just basic, simple rules. But for me, I definitely have moments of inspiration or uh, how do you describe it? It's like a certain intuition, or you feel good about yourself. You feel enlightened sometimes. Can it have the opposite effect sometimes? Yeah, you can get anxiety from it. It can make you nauseous. It can make you paranoid. And to each their own. Not everybody's meant for it. And I've definitely had my ups and downs with it, without a doubt. I don't like alcohol. I did my drinking in like my early teens, and once I hit like 22, 23, just don't like it anymore. It's not for me. Um, Anywho, with that being said, I started looking at a lot of these ancient sites with the rocks. They looked like they had malformations on them. It looks like they were kind of softened, and everybody's like, "Oh, it's just chisels, copper chisels." And honestly, I believed them. I really did the whole time. And it was just one of the things I was like, everybody just tells you, like, yeah, they did this with this and this and this. Well, when I was order filling, sometimes like I have a very photographic memory, I guess you can say. Why? I don't know. I think it has something to do with my ADHD or autism, whatever it is. I just kind of pick up on weird things. It definitely helped order filling for sure. And hmm, should have made flashcards. This is hard. Again, sorry guys if this isn't the best. This is just me being me. And Mike, where was I at? Oh, yeah, I'm actually asking you, where was I at? Okay. Okay, there we go. All right, there we go. So anyway, yeah, there's going to be some of that, guys. This isn't like I did my best to kind of plan, but I'm not. I'm not done with this whole hypothesis. I feel like I need to give it on to other smart people who are more intelligent than I am, and maybe we can bounce some ideas off of each other. Anyway, I got really into it because I looked at it and I was like, some of these stones in like South America, obviously Egypt, as everybody knows, they looked like, I know this might sound strange, but when I would look at them, I'd be like, that looks like some of my order filling trips. And what I mean by that is like Carl is, he still is a very good order filler. He's still probably number one in the world, to be 100% honest. And anywho, but you could tell a difference in the way we would stack when we would go really fast. And what I mean by that is, Carl and I, when we would go slow, our stacks would be very good, perfect, not all the time, but not anything crazy looking. However, even when Carl and I ran, things weren't perfect, but they still looked good, but they looked almost sloppy in a strange sense. And what I'm getting at is, I was looking at some of these rocks where they look like pillowed. They have a malformation like this on either side, and you can see where there's like intrusion into the stone itself. And I was like, that looks like Carl and I's trips, because it was like, we're both professionals, but when you're going real fast and you're just getting a job done, it looks good, but it still looks a little sloppy at the same time. And that's what that kind of reminded me of. So honestly, it got me interested, because I was like, how did they do that? I was like, and then I look up modern archaeology, and they say stone chisels, copper chisels, and like, I don't get it. I don't get it at all. The reason being is, if it's that simple with copper chisels, how come we don't do that today? Ask yourself that. Why don't we have stone walls like that, mortarless dams using stone today? It's because they were more advanced than us, and we're just not talking about it. We'll get into all that, and but I got really into it because the stacking intrigued me, and I know it sounds strange, but I love cardio, I love base, and I always imagined as like with base, I would watch people getting hair tricks. Sorry, excuse my man bun right now. I know I need a haircut. I plan on doing it. So, but the acoustic waves from a subwoofer oscillate back and forth. You're just oscillating waves essentially back and forth in the cabin, and that acoustic wave moves hair. Well, I was looking at it one day. I was like, huh. I was like, what else can you do like that on microscopic levels, on big levels, things of that nature? And in a strange way, I was like, what other things are we capable of? And what I mean by that is seismatic patterns. So, like, sir, I'm sure some of y'all have seen like the little salt plates where they put, they drizzle a little salt on there, and they'll play certain resonant frequencies through a speaker below it, and you'll get these different types of geometric patterns. Well, I started looking into that because that just got me interested. Then you come to find out we have electromagnetic waves that propagate out of the earth, and actually you get that same type of signal, but it's a different form of signal. So it's electromagnetic waves propagating, and you have these little circumference circles everywhere, and it's just like the acoustic waves with the salt on the pan. You get these various designs the higher the frequency goes. How high it goes, who knows? But there's also different visible light spectrum. So light is just electromagnetic waves and light photons, or like a wave of light. So I don't know. I started looking into it, and I think I don't know. I got obsessed with it, I guess you would say, in a strange sense. But to kind of figure out things like this, I almost feel like you have to be obsessed, or you have to be dedicated and a certain stance about doing something. You have to be passionate about it. And I would watch some videos on it and people trying to explain it, and I'm like, well, that sounds right. What that also said doesn't sound right. Obviously, nobody's got the clear picture, and I like I know this might sound weird, but I like working on really hard things. Uh, why? It's just, I don't know. Don't ask me. And so I'm going to take a sippy real quick. Put my hater blockers back on. Oh, yeah, by the way, I love Dragon Ball Z. Goku is the absolute Mac Daddy of heroes. That anime show taught me a lot when I was a kid. Is like I loved it. Um, Goku was like the cool guy to be. He really was. He stood up for people. He did what was right. Loved it. Also, the creator of that show, is it?
Akira Toriyama.
How do you pronounce it?
Akira Toriyama.
Akira Toriyama. I'm sorry if I don't mean to butcher, but it's like I have trouble speaking sometimes and correlating like my thought process. It's just how it's always been. So I'll forget names all the time. But I know you're not here anymore. You've moved on, but I want to thank you. Your show, even though it's just an anime, it meant a lot to me. It helped me get through a lot of rough times. And I know there's a lot of other people who are like me, who enjoy anime like that. Like Taylor, she really likes the Airbender, and I like the new live action version too. That's a nice power stance you got there, Mike. But speaking of Taylor, is for her, this is kind of like my own formal apology to you. I've been hard on myself. I've shut other people out, and I understand I'm not perfect. I'm far from it. I don't claim to be. I'm learning from my mistakes, and we just been stressed out. Stress be stressful, guys. And what an adult does is they realize they have a potential problem, or like with my case, I shut people out, depression. I'm not letting it win anymore. We're a team light all day, every day now. I'm just trying. Positivity is key now, and it feels good. I like being positive, but anyway, I love you, Taylor. Smooches, kisses. She's actually sitting there right there, but she's got that little goober smile going on. But I love you. And of course, a shout out to my great friend Mike. He's behind the camera right now. I'm not going to say I love. I'm just kidding. I love you too, Mike. I love everybody. Anyway, I guess we'll go ahead and start. Yeah, right. Are we already at 1 hour?
No, 2 minutes.
Wow. Okay, well, I guess we'll speed up a little bit. All right, so anyway, during this process of the last year and a half, I've learned a lot about myself. I've had to just kind of readjust my own life, and I put my big man pants on, but that's what an adult does. Is like when I realized I was having a problem with my depression. I spoke out about it. Now I'm uplifting my own self, and hopefully I can get that and be what I see in some of the people who definitely inspired me, like some of these guys, like John Cena. I know that's a weird guy to throw out there, but he's always happy, man. I see him always taking care of people. I see him visiting kids in the hospital. It's like this dude's got all the money in the world and still making time out of his day to go do good things. So seeing people like that, thank you, by the way, John. Yeah, love the wrestling, by the way. And there's like other guys like Jordan Peterson. Like you can just tell they're genuine people. And I get positive support from guys like that. When I see people helping others and I can tell it's genuine, it's a good feeling. And I'll tell you, I look up to some of you guys. There's a lot of you guys out there, a lot of females out there as well. But just like certain particular individuals, and there's a few other we got going on, but they're not till later in the video. Also, I'm sure I'm going to mess this up and probably leave a person or two out by accident, because this is obviously, I'm just doing this. So if I do, I apologize. And we're going to. Cool. All right. So we're going to go ahead and start with my hypothesis. Anyway, I looked into this, and it's been a everly increasing thought process. So I was looking at a lot of these ancient sites, and I realized they all have acoustic properties. And you can see this in some of the pyramids in South America, the Great Pyramids of Giza, for sure. Uh, they're specifically resonating at certain frequencies, and they are there for a reason. Uh, the Great Pyramids were not tombs. I'm sorry to break that to anybody and anybody who doesn't want to hear that or does want to hear it. They're not tombs. Okay, it's just wrong. It's just wrong. It's not even close to being right. Um, Great Pyramids were way more advanced than we think they were, and we're going to get to that. But I had an epiphany one day in a strange way. I was looking at these things, and I think about it with the acoustic properties and them being able to stack well. It's like it actually like challenged me in a weird way. I know this might sound strange, but with cardio stuff, like I love a good challenge. I love building loud stuff. I just love it. And then like I would look at some of these things. I was like, and I'm not kidding when I say this. It was one day I was sitting on the couch, I was sitting there smoking, and I was like, so these people could stack better than I can, and they were louder than I. I was like, challenge accepted. And I am not kidding when I say that. I literally said that to myself, at least. Is that stupid to say? Absolutely. Stupid is as stupid does, I guess you would say. But 10th grade education right here. So if I'm wrong about any of this and all of this, can you really blame me? I'm not smart. Don't claim to be. But yeah, I accepted that challenge. I was like, cool. I had like a whole year. I already knew I was going to be off a long time. I was like, cool, start working. So I just kept piling information, any and every document. There's so many. It's unreal. But all I had time to do was just sit there and watch old documentaries, do research, and get baked. Because I'm just going to be real with you, watching AT&T black and white videos from the 1950s and 60s that are 45 minutes long each and pretty boring. I'm telling you, you got to be a little baked to do this. But I think differently than most people, and I see that now. Just unique. It's not a bad thing. It's not a great thing because obviously I don't fit in with everybody. But having all these different things is once you're able to find out your own passions and what makes you happy, you learn something about yourself and what really makes you happy. And I had an opportunity now to either go back to Walmart after my injury or start on day one with my YouTube journey. This is day one, essentially. I do have a few videos up here, but these are just random ones. But this is the start. And like I'll be watching, my wife is, excuse me, over there crocheting right now. And she would try and get me to watch her crochet codes. I'm telling you, I chose to try and solve this over trying to learn her crocheting because it'd be confusing. Crocheting is hard. I don't know who needs to hear this. Not easy. But yeah, I literally chose to attempt to solve this over that. And we're going to talk about it. Gravity. Wild, right? Something pretty stupid to try and even fathom. That's why I didn't tell anybody about it. Imagine me or just anybody in general just living in the house for a year and just like getting baked and like, I can feel gravity, bro. Like, no. It's not even like I was embarrassed to even try and think about it. But in my opinion, the evidence is there. The reason being is we see it everywhere. We don't know how the pyramids were built. We cannot build mortarless dams with stone. If we could, we would, and it's not happening. So guess what? Lost technology. The Great Pyramids were not built using what we think they were. They were built using ramps of sorts, but it's a different style or different genre of technology than we are currently at right now. And what I mean by that is, so in Nikola Tesla kind of set the path right there where he was kind of diverging off to some pretty wild claims, but he was actually more in the right path than most people would think. And what I mean by that is we chose to go the other route instead of Nikola Tesla. I can't remember a dude's name. Anyway, we went with money instead of free energy. Okay, do you get where I'm going with this? I believe that was a mild mistake to make, and the reason being is petroleum is cool and all, oil is cool and all. However, the long-term ramifications is not cool. What we're doing right now to the planet is just if you sit here and you're like, no, we're fine, oil doesn't do anything. Sit back and just really think about what you're telling yourself. You're saying that there is no reaction for the action that you're currently taking. And with that being said, it's you have to understand the ramifications of oil. Long term, it's just not good. We've seen it Deepwater Horizon. Anytime oil spills, it is not cool. But we also understand the need for it right now because we have become dependent on it. The only way that we could potentially slide out of that is with a new genre of technology and then slowly transcend into the next wave of information, knowledge, technology, how we live our lives, everything. And I would probably say it would take us about 150 years to swap out from oil to the new genre of technology if it works. And that's okay. There's going to be a time thing like that. It's not going to be because you can't just stop overnight. We've become so heavily dependent on it. It just don't work like that. Anyway, we're going to go ahead and start. So, let's see. I guess we will start with Coral Castle. We're going to start with that. The reason being is with Coral Castle, everybody thinks that Ed did it with ropes, pulleys, things of that nature. And I was like, okay, I could see that. But you also look at it, there's also, I believe Ed was a very smart man, like really smart. How you did this, I'm not quite sure, but incredibly intelligent. But we're going to take a little bathroom break real quick. So now we are starting. Also, if you just see like the clips right here, this is just us stopping for a second until I go to the bathroom or something like anything like that happens. All right, so we're going to start off with sonoluminescence, I believe. So sonoluminescence it creates a cavitated bubble. So let's say you have water inside of a container and you oscillate electromagnetic waves to it. Well, what happens is it causes a cavitation bubble inside there. And that cavitation bubble, also disregard if I look weird right now. When I work, I like to use both cheeks. Wait. All right, anyway, we're going to get to this. All right, so let's say you have a container, right? And this container is made out of quartz. All right. So this will be a quartz container. Also, I can't spell very well, so if I misspell something, hate on me. I don't care. So if this is quartz, right, and you hit this with AC voltage, right? The quartz, let me grab, I'll be out of frame for a second, just don't stop. So, this is quartz. When you hit this, I don't know if you can see this, So if you hit this with a positive, and then this side with a negative, on a microscopic scale, this is what's happening. The belly is expanding, and yes, you can judge me. I'm okay with it. So the belly expands, and then when you reverse the polarity, the belly contracts. Okay, and this is happening on a microscopic level. But when this is doing this, it's producing ultrasound waves. Okay, ultrasound waves are frequencies anywhere from like 30,000 hertz to 50,000 hertz, and then it goes way above that. But those are the frequency that we're focused on right now. So imagine you have these propagating ultrasound waves, right? And what they do is, if this is H2O, okay, water, just quite literally fresh water, distilled, whatever it is, just not salt water. When these ultrasound waves collide, they make a bubble right here. And we don't really know why, okay? It also gives off a blue hue. Again, my drawings kind of suck. You can make fun of me. Don't care. So anyway, inside this bubble produces flashes of light. It's the field expanding, and then it's the field contracting. And it does all kinds of wild things in this thing. Do we understand what it does? Not really. I've looked up quite a bit. There's a bunch of guesswork on it, and we just don't seem to know. I'm going to refer back to the whole getting baked thing again. Again, I think a little bit different than the average person, and obviously THC can have a role in that sometimes. And I was looking at it one day, and I was like, why is it blue? Just why? Another thing that kind of clipped is Egyptians were obsessed with gold and blue. Why? Why would they be obsessed with those things? Is because it mattered to them. It was important. Egyptian blue pigment is one of the only pigments that we know of that if you put in, let's say, 100% light, you get more light out of it. That's kind of wild to say, right? So it's like our pigment was that Vanta Black. It's like super unlimited black. You don't see anything because it absorbs 99% of light. Imagine a pigment the opposite. It's pretty wild, right? But it was common back then. And then they had gold on everything. Everything was gold plated. Why? Why was everything gold plated? Yes, that happened. But it got me curious. They didn't have much iron or anything like that. So iron was rare, and we considered them to be obsessed with gold because it was shiny or whatever. I think it was quite the opposite. Gold was super important, don't get me wrong, and I'll explain why. Iron was better. So I have a theory on this, is the sonoluminescent bubble right here, and I'm going to walk up here and just grab my little paper. And this is something I'm going to be just back and forth on because my brain be scattery sometimes. All right. And yes, I'm going to be that person to refer to my notes all the time. What did I just into? Is that a spider web? Ew. Wow. We didn't clean. All right. So, fun fact about sonoluminescence, more ultrasound you provide, the more intense the reaction goes, right? So it's almost like it's causing these cavitated bubbles in the water. More bubbles, more ultrasound with the correct array of things. And what I mean by that is, I think this is a science that we do not understand today. However, the ancients did. But I believe this is technology was used a lot back in the day. And what I mean by that is this bubble is everywhere when you really think about it. If you go through a lot of ancient texts, there seems to always be like dots with circles around them. And it's a little bit more important than I think we're letting on. So my hypothesis, I'm going to get my little wiper. So I believe that just work with me. This is going to take a little bit, but this is how I do it. So sonoluminescence. So sonoluminescence is an acoustic cavitation bubble of ultrasound waves propagating into a field. So the ultrasound waves are coming in, and ultrasound, fun fact, there's no such thing as a negative pressure wave. So like with acoustic waves, a subwoofer, for example, a subwoofer when it's moving in and out, you can cancel each other out, if your phase is incorrect. Ultrasound waves, I don't believe work like that. I could be wrong, again, 10th grade education, but it doesn't work like that. So when these ultrasound waves are coming together and you have H2O, this colliding effect right here, I believe is actually a form of nucleation that we are completely unfamiliar with. And what I mean by that is I think it might be a blue light because of the excitement of the hydrogen atom itself. I know it sounds strange, but we'll get to how I'm coming to this conclusion. So I believe this is happening as a result of the hydrogen being compressed on an atomic level. It's almost like it's interfering with its own atomic structure. So a hydrogen atom, also, I'm totally going to be back and forth because I have notes all over the place. So all right, so we had a technical difficulty with the phone. It died, so we had to let it charge for a little bit. And by the time it charged up, it's late. We all had a real long day. So I think we're going to leave off exactly where we left off. And like I said, this is going to be one take video, so we're just going to extend it into the morning. And just restart exactly where we left off. So sorry, but things happen. We'll get it done ASAP. All right, bye. All right, we are back. We had some minor technical difficulties yesterday. Long story short, we did not charge the phone enough, and our phone died that we were recording with. And by the time we started back up, it was really late, and I was tired. So it just didn't happen. However, we're still doing the one take thing, which is the next day. And we moved some things around just because I think this might be a little bit easier just to do this. And but yeah, we're going to start with this. Anyway, we're going to start with right exactly where we left off yesterday. As this is sonoluminescent or acoustic cavitation bubble. And what's going on is you have water being compressed with ultrasound waves. And when it does that, my personal feeling is that little blue light that is flashing off of there, it's the photon giving off the blue wavelength. I think that's why we see it. But the main deal is I believe it's like the excited hydrogen molecule itself that you're seeing is that like bubble. And what I mean by that is, let me go and stand on it. And where is my piece of paper? All right, so we're going to draw. Where are the markers? Oh, there's one. Could you find me the rainbow colors, just wherever they are, please, and thank you. Just set them on the table, please. Appreciate it. All right, so this is your nucleus. Also, if I misspell stuff, we'll bleep that out. Don't judge me. I am not that smart. Wow. Nucleus, this is your proton. So you have your nucleus of the cell, the proton in the middle, and then you have excited rings around the hydrogen atom. Okay. So what I think is going on with the sonoluminescent bubble is this electron that would probably start off here gets really excited when you compress it with those ultrasound waves, and the excitement is jumping a level. And I believe that might be what is causing the actual bubble you're seeing in there. And the photons coming off of it is that field opening and collapsing a lot of times a second. I don't even know. It's a lot. But I think it's doing something to the actual hydrogen itself. And what I mean by that is water has other types of things in it, especially if your container is dirty or you have different metals, like metal shavings in it. And we'll get to that, why I think that might be a little bit important. But you can excite a hydrogen atom, from what I understand, infinitely. I don't know if that is the exact science, but from what I've gathered is we don't really know how far it goes. And what is happening is, so it's actually a small magnet. Anyway, that's what I think it is. And the reason why it's blue is it's only giving off the blue wavelength, which is around 486 nanometers. Which is pretty small, by the way. How small? You're going to have to ask somebody who's actually smart. But I believe that's why you are seeing that. And the other light that is coming off of it is your light that you cannot see. It's not visible light, but it's still coming off there. So my question is, for all you guys who are intelligent, is what happens if the container that you have this in, you put a filter in front of it? I wonder if you can see the red spectrum, the purple spectrum. I wonder if this light will actually physically change colors in front of your eyes. But my thought is, the more ultrasound you add to a sonoluminescent bubble, or that cavitation, the more the excited bubble gets. So you get multiple bubbles, and when you get multiple bubbles, you get different arrays of light. Now, this is something that I don't think we've even delved into this kind of information. And the reason I think that happened is we have simply gone off in the wrong genre of technology over the last, 100 years, something like that. Don't get me wrong, we're awesome, but what would be cooler is free, clean energy, or at least much better than ours right now. So the reason why this is playing a role into Coral Castle is the fact that Ed's tool, I think we are missing a vital catalyst to them. So I will draw Ed Lee Scallen's tool from Coral's Castle, and maybe some of you guys can help me out, and maybe we can all work together and work on this. But I think we're going to be able to move forward in a positive way with this. Where is that towel? Right there. Also, I'm a drawer because my brain gets scattered sometimes, and drawing just kind of helps me understand, and that's why I also have the notes. And yeah, so this is not going to be perfect. I'm sure there's going to be plenty of mistakes in here, and I'm okay with that. I'm not perfect. And I just want to do kind of one take with this. If I mess it up, it's okay. It don't matter to me. But I would like to be able to talk to some smarter people than myself, and maybe we can come to a conclusion on if this is actually going somewhere math-wise. So I want to we're going to look at the computer real quick. So Mike, if you could zoom me in. So first, obviously, I need to give this man a huge shout out. Ed Lee Scallen, I believe that's how you pronounce his name. Incredibly smart person. And how he did these things. Everybody thinks the rocks he lifted with mechanical advantage and just sheer engineering And I've seen so many people debunk them and like, yeah, he didn't do it. He did it with ropes and pulleys, and he worked at night. The thing is like if you actually pay attention to the rocks or the coral themselves, they don't look quite normal. And I would like you to pay attention to them, like watching documentaries. They all have like little, I would call them like little half circles, or it looks like where he had cut the stone. It should be nice and smooth, right? Okay, that was my first. I was like, that's a little weird. If you look at the sundial is a sundial with a piece of iron at the top, but the sides of it are smooth, but the rest of the block is not. Why would that be? That means there's more to the puzzle or the game that you think there is. And I don't know how he did this, but he's smart. Ed was a smart man. Congratulations. It's unbelievable, man, that you did some of that stuff you did. It really is impressive. Good job. So if you take a look up here, we'll bounce back up here. So Ed had a magnetic flywheel that had 24 magnets, and they're north, south. And then he had this horseshoe shaped pin, or like an iron guide. I believe this was like an iron old engine that rotated. And you can see that little hook. But if you look real closely, it is not touching anything, right? Wireless transmission of magnetic forces or light. The chains bound up, all this iron. He was doing something he was using the iron on purpose to essentially get magnetic fields of line or even light over through them. And I'll get to that why I think he was doing that. But he was definitely way ahead of his time, for sure. This next picture you will see, and I can't zoom in anymore.
Right, the screen was a little zoomed on.
Oh, okay. Oh my goodness. All right, there we go. So you can see how this tool or his thing worked. So if you look at it, it's north, south. And the reason why that's important is it's alternating poles, back and forth. And then you see his magnets are embedded in, I believe it was concrete. Correct me if I'm wrong. Also, I'm just going to keep bringing this up. 10th grade education or GD equivalent, whatever you want to call it. I do not claim to be smart. I am literally just some guy that works on Walmart or worked at Walmart. Hopefully I start my YouTube journey with this. However, if you pay attention, look at these. It's like a 4-leaf clover of some sort. Now, why would he do that? To me, it's like he was making like almost like a little mini Earth. Okay. So you see this would be like a North Pole. This would be the like east. This would be your west. And then this right here is obviously your south. Why this is important, I believe it had to do with the magnetic forces coming to a tip. And that tip is able to be pulled off and placed somewhere else. I know that's a strange concept, but almost think about these corners right here building up such a strong magnetic force that it can bend light, per se. And we know that magnetic forces definitely can bend light. I've seen it done. You can see experiments on it, but we don't really use it. Like I don't see it being used that often, or even ever. If someone's got some information on that, it would be cool. It's not something I actually looked up. You can see this giant iron ring right here. So Ed loved iron. Why? Iron's magnetic, and it loves magnetism. It loves it. But pay attention, 4-leaf clover. Okay. No. Yeah, I guess I don't want to say it. So then this was his U-shaped magnet. This is one of them. I've seen quite a few different variations of people making them. A lot of the original equipment from his castle, unfortunately, got snatched up by people. And why he did it, people they just be greedy and they take things. So we don't have all the information. And I'm not going to act like I know all the information, okay? Because I don't. I do have a hypothesis, though, of why he needed it to be like this. This was like from some documentary I seen, but you can see these holes in it. I don't know much about coral blocks, but if you cut it the first time, wouldn't it be smooth? Okay, that would be my first question. And second is, even after cutting, only some of his blocks are smooth. Okay, just something to think about. No, not that. Here's another picture of his wheel. Just for reference, you see the V-shaped magnets must be in a V shape. Why? We'll get to that. Just remember V shape and then four leaf clover, kind of like your four tips where you can pull balls of light or balls of magnetic forces off of it. My suspicion is that I believe this might have been people who are building it currently. You might be physically running it dry. I believe the catalyst he was using right here, he was filling it up with water up to a certain level and then spinning it, and he was vibrating this thing somehow and causing that sonoluminescent bubble in there. And this is, again, a hypothesis, but I don't know if quite this contraption spun like we think it did, like what he seems in the picture. I don't know if that's actually what he was doing. But my theory with the sonoluminescent bubble is that it's cavitating, or it can cause this mild transmutation of metal. And we're going to get into that, why this is important. Okay, I don't know what this is going to. All right, so we're going to do some drawing real quick. All right. So first off on the bat is, I guess we'll design, or I'll draw, excuse me. So the wheel. So, is that a good place to be? That look all right?
When you're describing it, don't do this.
Hmm?
Do this.
Okay. So anyway, we're going to start over here. So let's say this is might just be easier like this, honestly. Yep. So this was his wheel, right? And then you have 24 opposite. So north, south, north, south. So you're going in a circumference like this. I know that's a weird way to describe that, but it's just how it's going to be. Anyway, so this is all iron. And then imagine this is like your leveled line for those magnets. So there's 24 magnets total, 12 positive, 12 negative, or north and south poles. And then what I think was happening is these magnets in here or down below, let's see what it is real quick. Yeah, so he's got those 24 magnets, and it looks like they're just barely out of here. So they needed to be buried, right? Why would you need to bury a magnet? So it doesn't get wet. I don't know which one to look in. But that's important. You don't want magnets to get wet. The reason being is because when they get wet, you can lose the magnetism in it. It sucks. So he buried 98% of the magnet in concrete, right? And I believe it could be right up to the line or right above it. This was filled with H2O, regular old fresh water, nothing crazy. And then he had a hook that was hemmed down, okay? It was not touching the water, wasn't doing anything. And then he has a bunch of iron. I gotta come over here real quick, excuse me. So he has just gobs of iron, right? Tons of iron. Why? Because remember, iron loves magnetism, loves it. So what I believe he was doing, he had a bike right here, like a physical bike. I would like to reiterate how potentially simple this can be. It is. I don't think this is it is complicated, but not as we understand it complicated. We think it's super complicated, or we don't believe it exists because we've gone so far in the opposite genre of technology, and we're too good. No, this doesn't exist. Let's pump our brakes and let's look a little bit, and let's ask some legitimate questions, right? And anyway, so he's got tons of chains up here. He had chains bound up right here. Yes, you can love my drawing. It's okay. And then why is it that this thing is bent like this? And by the way, this was his bike right here. Or I'm not even going to attempt to draw that. Okay, so this is his bike. You like my little spokes? And then we'll do the handlebars, right? Yes, that's my bike. Deal with it.
Brother, what's that, brother?
But why is the bike important? It is important. The reason being is this is a customized like thing. It's not something that you can do by like, hey, give this person XYZ and then do exactly like this and it's going to work perfectly. I don't think it quite works like that. The reason why I think this is a customized like build per se is it matters your geographical location, okay, where you are on the ley lines of Earth. Ed talked about that a lot in his book. He mentioned very specifically where he was, right? So maybe that meant it matters with the Earth's electromagnetic field or propagating those electromagnetic waves out of the Earth matters, right? So this, depending on your area on the planet, your tool could work better than somebody else's tool, okay? So what I believe he was doing, and this is, again, hypothesis just from me doing a lot of research on this, because in my eye, the evidence is there for the harsh reality of, I think Ed might have actually done it, okay? And the reason being is, I think he was forming a sonoluminescent bubble right here, okay? And I'm going to erase this real quick. Boop, 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 boop. But I kept looking at this whole design and with the bike, and every time I looked at the bike, I was like Cardi B. I was like, that's suspicious. And it just, why is the bike there? It's like Mike from, what was it, Mac from Always Sunny in Philadelphia? Mac, the bike. Okay, we won't do Only Sunnies. All right, and we're back from a quick snippet on the break real quick. And anyway, so what I believe he was doing, again, hypothesis. I'm not saying this for fact. I'm just, I wanted to get some smarter people than myself to talk about this. What if he was forming a sonoluminescent bubble in here from ringing the bell, as he talked about, and he's causing these oscillations back and forth inside it while having this magnetic spin or that on-off. Also, he had a dielectric varying voltage switch, or he had a little AC generator, I believe it was. And everybody was like, no, he's using that to, I want to say charge like the lights or anything. Pump your brakes. So I believe what he was doing with that generator is he was applying. So let's just do a generator up here. So that generator was applying a dielectric varying voltage. So we'll put this down here. Dielectric. So dielectric varying voltage. Anyway, he had this little thing set up right here. So some of my Coral Castle guys, you guys are more educated in this than myself. And I don't have my piece of paper. Can you find that piece of paper for me? It was laying on over here. And it had some names on it. And anyway, so this dielectric switch that he had right here, it would, every time this magnet would spin, the north and the south, it would pop, 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 pop. And the reason why that's important is that dielectric varying voltage is being sent up, not only right here, but up above, way above where he's at. And it's going to tie into antennas, okay? And we're going to get to that. So dielectric varying voltage is a timed voltage. So what that means is every time, and this is if his pot was spinning. I really don't know if it's spun or not. We'll just have to do some testing. But every time this thing spun, so this magnet is a north, then this magnet is a south. There's going to, that varying voltage, the timed right here, let's say it's a half a second. I don't know. It's just, we're throwing out some numbers for that one. So half a second. The reason why that is important is that time varying voltage is getting sent up to his box. Okay, his box is, it's got some three, I believe, giant logs, and he had cables being stretched across, right? And everybody was like, well, he was using it for powering his headlights at night. Was he? I believe it was multiple meanings. The reason being is he could use the sun during the day from 9 to 4, like on the sundial where he says, because that's your strongest sun. Also, your strongest sun is blue spectrum suns or early vegetative sun. So early spring, early summer is going to be your best one. Also, why I believe a lot of ancient culture is done wrong. The equinox, was it winter solstice or summer solstice, whatever it is, basically telling you it's getting ready for summer. It was important for crops, but it was also important for tools, okay? Because your tool worked better in really bright sun, okay? So the more photons you get, the better things go. And we'll get into this. I'm not exactly sure on the science. Again, this is why I'm making this video. It's a good hypothesis, but I need some input. I need a little bit of help. And so we're going to finish this up before we go up top with those antenna. So the half-second varying voltage is for oscillation of electrons in his antenna. So got my little piece of paper here. All right, and I'm going to go over some. Anyway, so time varying voltage is going up to his antenna, okay? And then we're going to finish this explanation real quick. And also, sorry if this is like kind of scatterbrained. I'm just kind of winging this. I really am. This isn't like me. I sat down and like every little piece of this video is perfect. It's not. I got my thoughts together and I was like, yeah, I'm just going to wing it. I'm not kidding. So if I mess up, it's okay. What I think he was doing was performing a sonoluminescent bubble in here, causing an excited electron, or your first ring, so first stage of excitement. And you can see this on the bubble. And that bubble, it does something that I don't think people are quite understand. So we're going to go straight over here real quick. I just need one bubble. Uh-oh. Oh, no, here it is. All right. So this is going to be a little weird. This is a sonoluminescent bubble, okay? All right. And this is a perfectly timed picture that I took myself of someone's video. I don't know who it is. Anyway, pay attention to what that looks like. What does that look like? That looks like a fish, right? Does it not? Isn't that strange? You see these bends right here? You see that? And then it also bends down here. Does that not look strange to anybody? Right? So this is a science that we don't understand. We don't know what the bubble is doing. We don't know why it is blue or is blue light filtered, whatever it is. And on top of that, this needs to get talked about. The fisheye. What is the fisheye? What is it? Sorry. I'll stop. But this fisheye, I just noticed a trend that a lot of ancient cultures, a lot of religions all talk about, or they worship a fish. Think about it, just Christianity worships a fish. Or not worships a fish, it's like a symbolism, I guess you would say. I'll take it back, they don't worship a fish. I'm sorry, I did not mean that. But a lot of cultures, they have fishes as their representation, okay? And I believe it's because this is a completely undiscovered technology that we have completely slipped through the cracks. And the reason why we have done it is because we think we're too good. Okay. This was, I believe, extremely, it was used a lot back in the day. I really do. For what for, we're going to have to just test and find out because I don't know. I don't have the funds right now to, facilitate something like this. Also, real quick, let me come back over here. Before we get back to that, that actually brings me up to this. This was something I was going to talk about. If you want to download this video, copy it, put it on whatever, YouTube, Instagram, it doesn't matter. Anything in this video, you can use it. You can make as much money off of it as your little heart desires. Do it. Make the money. I will not copyright a single person for anything in this video. Nothing. Make that money. The reason being is because I learned something from the, that fidget spinner guy. I don't know what was his name, but he still made money. He still was successful. But he just threw his stuff out there, and all of a sudden you saw tons of different fidget spinners, and it was because people liked them. They kept them busy. I learned something though. He still won, and everybody else won too, right? Pretty cool. Anyway, we're going to bounce right back over here. I just wanted to stand and talk about that. It was something that I was going to bring up, but I just kind of forgot. Anywho, so you see on this picture, this lip right here, it's ejecting something. Does it not look like it's ejecting something into the air, right? This might be a little odd to talk about or even bring up, but we need to discuss this fisheye. What is that? I know this might sound strange, but I believe this is either a physically excited electron. I don't know. This is pure guesswork right now. It's physically excited electron, or it's legitimately a microscopic white hole. And the reason why I'm getting with that is I believe this used to be used for transmutation of metals and water using the sonoluminescent bubble, and then the refracting the light out of this right here. Again, this is something that this has not been an overnight thing. This has been like a year at least, me, just trying to figure this out because I've been on the couch. So again, if I'm wrong about any of this, you can make fun of me. Type it in the YouTube comments because you're only going to benefit me because you're boosting the algorithm up. So go for it. But we do see a lot of fishes and cultures. What it is, I think we should start talking about this because it also looks like it's in the shape of an apple. Weird, right? So yeah, I think this is time we start talking about this. And the reason why I say a white hole or a miniature one, it's like our universe. You don't see any white holes, right? We only see black holes. Is because we live in a black hole. That would make sense to me. And the reason why we're seeing this is maybe that's the white hole. I don't know. Or maybe this is the physical electron that is excited. It's getting bigger. If somebody who is more intelligent than me can help me out or just explain what's going on, that would be awesome. But the reason being is I think they were using this water back in the day. They would put it in vessels and containers, sing around it or apply voltage to it. And yes, I do believe they had voltage, especially like the pyramids and stuff like that with Jeffrey Drum. He's been doing a phenomenal job about that. His time's coming later. But it's one of them things where we have completely lost this technology and we need to understand it and discover it again, because I think this is potentially a good way that we can clean up the planet and fix it and make it better for everybody. Because right now, it's not cool. We got to do better. But this needs to be talked about. What is that? What is that? Anyway, this ejecta right here, I believe this ejecta is multiple different forms of light that is giving off from this proton right here. If this is like an electron, who knows? But I'm banking on maybe this is like a miniature white hole. I don't know. I believe they were like in Ed's box or his tool. He was pulling iron molecules off of this as the catalyst for this, right? So pretty interesting if this is the route he was doing, or even if this is even remotely correct. So let's just say this thing is spouting out light at a bunch of different spectrums or frequencies, kind of like the rainbow, right? And I believe that spectrum is something that we do not utilize at all. We think it's a dead thing, or we just don't care about it. But what it is, I'm not quite sure. I'm just looking at something real quick. Okay. All right, we're gonna go back to this. So, again, also I got a little list over here. Vinny Stiven, I don't know if I'm pronouncing your name quite right, but I've been watching a lot of your stuff on Coral Castle. Also, hope your eye gets better. I saw the little retina thing the other day. Hope that gets better. But I believe you actually might be the closest person as of right now, because I've not technically built it, to having this work. So don't worry, I'm definitely going to hit you up here soon. But I think you might be on the path on the right correction. So maybe we can see about meeting up and exchange some information. But what I believe that was happening is those light particles coming out, right? There's multiple different wavelengths, by the way. And you only seeing the visible spectrum, okay? You don't see the whole different other spectrum, which I can read off real quick. It is, so you have gamma ray, X-ray, ultraviolet, visible light right in the middle, infrared, microwave, and radio. You only see what your eyes will allow you to see. You have a filter, okay? You have a filter. I believe what he was doing was applying voltage to these magnets at the perfectly timed electricity to make them stronger, to ramp up, ramp down, ramp up, ramp down. These different light particles, or his horseshoe, so remember this thing is shaped, so he's got a ball, 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 ball. I believe these magnetic particles that were coming out of here from the iron, so it's like light particles mixed with iron particles somehow. Again, this is not a technology we understand. The way we look at it, we're like, no, this doesn't work at all. I think he was pulling it up through wireless transmission. And what I mean by wireless transmission, you're going to have to pull that down a little bit, or even come down to my level. So what we have here is a subwoofer. This is a Crossfire XT4, beautiful sub, 4-inch voice coil. It's got 10-inch spiders. I love these things so much. It weighs about 100 pounds. But this is a iron ferrite motor. Okay, it's a permanent magnet. So what I mean by this right here, wireless transmission. Also, his tool comes over, and then I believe it hooks again. So his tool is sitting right here. Okay. What I believe this wireless transmission is doing is, this is his iron, and he's pulling it right to where this magnet is. But just like the Earth and the Sun, Mars, Mercury, the planets, the Earth is in the Goldilocks zone, correct? There is a Goldilocks zone of magnetism where you get flow, but it's not physically touching. And then if you just time it just right, you could even do it. You see? There is a perfect area where you can time it and have it just sitting there. The reason why that I think that is important is if you touch them, I think you lose the spark of magnetic light or you lose the ball of magnetism. Which one it is, I'm not quite sure. Anyway, that is the end of that little demonstration. Just something simple that I wanted to show you just for kind of demonstration purposes. And so he is pulling these magnetic balls of light. So again, magnetism, I believe, likes sharp tips. So why his thing is like this. Oh wait, wow. See, you see what I'm saying, guys? I need a reference of pictures just to draw things. So again, if I'm wrong about some of these things, I'm sorry. I'm trying my best, okay? There we go. All right, we're gonna try this again. Okay, anyway, that's good enough. I drew it a little sideways. I know this might sound strange why that's important, but I think I read his book and Ed was talking about it's almost like the earth, you're building your own earth, right? So you have to build it quite literally like the earth, because the earth, if you actually think about it, is a perpetual motion device. Think about it. The earth just runs, right? But it's getting its actual energy from the sun. But we all just don't realize it. We're standing on a perpetual motion device. The most abundant molecule in the universe is hydrogen, right? What's other most abundant thing in the universe? There's light everywhere. Now, what kind of wavelength you're getting, depending on where you're at, might be red shifted, or I don't know. I don't think light loses strength. Again, somebody who's more intelligent can step in. But there's light everywhere in space, and there's hydrogen everywhere in space. So you use the two most important things, or the most common things, for what you want to do. So he's pulling this magnetism. He was making it so strong, I believe, like these different spectrums of light coming out of here. We can say like this is like your violet spectrum. Let's say this is purple. This is bluish. Hence why you see the bluish, because you can physically see it in your spectrum of colors. And then this is like far red. And then these different types of light spectrums, I'm not quite sure. This is like where I don't know if he's using physical light as balls or magnetic balls, but he's pulling this magnetism from this area right here. Every time it spins, remember, it'll if you add electricity to a magnet, the magnet gets stronger. That varying voltage, every time it clicks, it's strong, off, strong, off, strong, off. It's pulling that wheel, but at the same time, it's a dual-use function system. That magnetism is getting so strong, these rays of light bend to where he wants them to, okay? And just like, running NASCAR, I want to go left, Dad. We go right to left, and we go up. And I know this sounds strange, but you want to go fast, NASCAR. NASCAR, you're always going left. I don't know why you guys like left so much. So, but think of, he's accelerating the path every single time. So the more voltage, the more bubbles he has, or more acoustic waves, ultrasound waves, the stronger that light pattern gets, the more the field gets. And that ejecta, which is, I don't mean to come back here to the fish. But again, this fish, look how smooth that luminescent bubble is of this fish eye, and then the actual bubble itself. Again, this is a perfectly timed picture that I took myself of some video. I'm sorry to the credit of the person, I don't recall what video this was. But you can see that is clear ejecta coming out of there in some form or fashion. Now, what is that ejecta? What is going on right there? I believe it's different rays of light from this reaction. So that photon is a special light, I guess you would. So I'm back over here now. And so just like with magneticism, he would take a tool and he would pull this magnetic force away from this horseshoe. So you would have balls of magnetism or magnetic light, okay? Just think about that. And different spectrums that you cannot see. You can only see one of these. I know that might not make sense, but you would need filters to see the other ones. And each time he would always be like, I'm waiting on my Sweet 16, all my Coral Castle guys. He was always waiting on that thing. It's because it takes time to embed the magnetic hypermonopoles into the tool themselves. He's pulling it up using all the iron as a catalyst. Yes, your iron is catalyst. So he was using this, ramping it up, and this is where I think he was doing this. He was beam forming or modulating an array. Oops. Wow. Flat. Oh my goodness. Don't judge me, okay? Performing beam forming or modulating the ray of light. Okay, so this is kind of an oddball thing to talk about, right? What's beam forming? What's modulating the ray of light? I am going to reference THC again. During this last year, I've just been kind of smoking and relaxing on the couch. Obviously, I was incredibly injured, and that's literally what I had to do. Just lay on the couch and watch stuff. I'm one of those people I always like watching educational stuff. I am that boring person. I'm sorry. I like to watch documentaries, and I like to. We're going to go ahead and take a break. Yep. All right. So we just took a little quick break, and anyway, beamforming or modulating the ray of light. It's a weird concept to talk about, and it's not talked about, and we need to do it. This needs to start. I think we've become too complacent in our own technology, and a lot of people have become closed-minded, and I don't think that's a good thing. I think we need to open up our minds and start thinking about new, different genres of technology and the possibilities of them actually being real. I don't think it's a myth. I think it's a legitimate thing, okay? The reason why I've come to this conclusion on beamforming or modulating the ray of light for Ed's contraption or tool is John Hutchinson. He did some experiments, I believe, in the late 80s, early 90s, something like that. I'm sorry if I'm wrong, but I loved watching his videos. Also, John, I don't know where you are, but thank you for everything you did. I watched a lot of your videos, and I remember you talking about in one of them that you said that you didn't. It was hard for you to explain how you knew what you were doing when you were having these experiments happen. And we'll throw up a link or two real quick to some of his stuff, just because I don't have it right offhand. But John Hutchinson did this by accident. And I don't know if he ever realized what he was doing or what I think he was doing. So John was talking about, he understood like atoms and electrons on a small level, but he couldn't explain it. I understand what you're talking about. I do. It's hard for me to envelop and discuss things, but this is helping me understand it. It really is. But during his experiments, he was in his laboratory, which had a ton of random electrical components, right? I mean, if you ever watch a video on it, it's wild how much electrical components he had in there. He had radar, yeah, just wild amount of stuff. But here's the thing. All that equipment, and especially where he was at during these experiments, he was accidentally beamforming different rays of light or modulating the ray of light. And when you do that, you're hitting the nuclei of different elements or different metals. And I believe it's changing them immediately and in a different form that we're used to. So we're used to breaking atoms, and we're trying to fission or fusion, whatever it is. We need to stop breaking atoms immediately, number one. Two, I don't think we've come to the conclusion that what if nuclear suspension was real, right? Nuclear suspension, but it comes back to where it was. So you don't destroy anything. You just are able to manipulate the atom to your want or need. So in John's experiment, he had random things happen. He had bars of copper that just like or implode or explode into random like formations. He had bars of steel that would pop away and like literally rip themselves apart. Wild stuff, just stuff that didn't make any sense at all. He was obviously doing something that was not normal, or it was a very unseen thing. And I think he was accidentally using beamforming. So beamforming is where you have 4 different types of waves, and you are congealing them together. And the way I got this idea is I love subwoofers, and we'll throw up a random video or something, pictures. Anyway, we use in the car audio community, we use quarter wave lengths to propagate the airwave at its strongest point, which is a quarter wave design. Okay, that means the bottom of the subwoofer suspension is exactly a certain distance from the windshield that it refracts off of, but that is the perfect distance for the loudest. So you can do that same thing with light and electromagnetic waves. It's the same process. And when he was doing this, so imagine you have 4 antennae, okay? And we'll just have it right here. I'm gonna put this down, I don't even need this thing. But water break. Okay, so let's say you have 4 antennae, right? Wow, that one's my drawing is terrible. So what this means is you have 4 antennae, and they all, each one are giving off a field, right? I know that's a really bad drawing, but the formation of the wave is going to be like this. You're congealing them all together. So instead of you have 4 different waves going at this way, you time them correctly so they all pattern together. So instead of this one, they all fire at once and you get this, they'll go 1, 2, 3, 4, and this is a timed thing. Timed. So I'm just going to write it for the 3rd time. Timed. 5. Anyway, so this is a timed matter. So what I think was happening in John Hutcherson's experiments, he was perfect algorithm of ratio of antennae close to it. So think like Thurman device, or not Thurman device. It's the instrument. What is that thing called? No, it's not. No, it's a Thurman device or Thurman instrument. They play it like this. Is it? Yeah. So think that same thing. This is a finely tuned instrument. It's customizable. It has to be customizable. I'm sure there is a actual math to it, but right now we don't understand it. And what I mean by this is these 4 antennae is, instead of you're getting like this, you time it. So this would be like 1 second. This will be 3/4 of a second. This will be half a second. And this will be like 1/4 of a second. So just for, I know that's a rough example, but instead of you getting 4 mini waves, you get this. One colossal wave. And the reason why that might be important for this is those 4 different types of lengths, or those wavelengths of light. I believe when you're congealing them together, there's something happens there that we're not talking about, or we just don't understand. Because we are only seeing the visible spectrum. We don't care about anything else. And this is going to allude into a little bit later why certain things from ancient cultures were all wrapped in like gold. Everything was gold plated. There's a reason for that. So anyway, we're going to erase some of that because it's no longer needed. So what this is a custom. This is custom beam forming of magnetic light. Maybe. We'll see. But that's what I'm suggesting for John Hutchison stuff. Even close to it, I think that's potentially what was going on in his experiments. Just perfect place, right time, and the right person to do it. Incredible person, John. So kudos to you, bro. Good job. Anyway, he's accelerating these magnetic beams of light, or just even magnetism itself, because we don't know yet. Again, hypothesis. The bike is simply there as a transmitter, or a kind of like a 45 almost. So he's rounding it out and getting it in the final stretch. But think NASCAR, he's wrapping around this bike. He shaved down the handle just so it would touch. So again, this could potentially be a very simple thing to build once we all understand it. But we won't know until we get a few people who are able to attempt this. And he was coming down here. And again, so here is his tool. And we'll go over his tool here in a second. And we're going to cover the beam forming and the modulating the ray of light again, but we're going to refine it. And each time, I believe we might be able to explain this a little bit better. Because again, this is helping me explain it, because I still don't understand it, but I'm doing my best to do it. So wireless transmission right here, again, it's not touching, and he's trapping this magneticism in here. So when he said he's waiting on a sweet 16, my hypothesis is this voltage getting up here and these magnetic fields of light go into the iron, and you cannot see them, but you can feel them. You can feel them with the tool. It's just like a lot of these ancient structures, especially the Olmec heads in South America. I saw where a few documentaries were talking about they had weird magnetic poles. How do you do that? They were doing it. So if you go around a lot of ancient cultures and all these things have weird magnetic poles, is because wherever you last touch your tool, like let's say you're bringing it up and it takes them 5 minutes to get that magnetic force up and around and up over to here. I believe that might be why he was waiting on his Sweet 16. Is his first version was 16 magnets, not 24, okay? 24 was just simply stronger. And that could take a few minutes, or it could take a day. I don't know. So he was pulling these magnetic fields of light, or magneticism. I don't know which one it is just yet. And he was pulling them around. Again, this takes time. And then when he would get to the tool, just like this, you can bring it wirelessly. But if you get it to a certain spot, before this, it'll like jump around, kind of like electricity. If you get it too close, it'll arc away, correct? I believe that might be the same situation. So you have to find that Goldilocks zone. So gold zone. And I could think he was planting. I know that might sound weird, but different poles. So let's say you had a pole right there, a pole right there, a pole right there, and then you're flip-flopping them. Flip-flopping. We flip-flopping up in here. Again, strange concept, I know, but just work with me for here in a second, and maybe this will kind of start. You'll start to open up a little bit, and we'll see what happens. So I'm going to go ahead and erase this real quick, and then we're going to go to the top side, or where Ed had his tool. So there were reports where Ed would, was getting bricks, his giant blocks transported. And they said that he would literally walk up and, no, you're good. He would literally walk up to the person and then ask them to go around the corner and, hey, just hang out there for a minute or two. And then they would come back and the stone was loaded. How does anybody not find that like suspicious? Come on. That's like a random giveaway. I was like, how was he doing that? That doesn't make any sense. That should be like a multiple person process. What was that?
Just use the argument where you're pulling down.
Right. So we're gonna go ahead and erase this. You guys like the way I shake it?
Work it.
Work it like I need a glass of water. No, literally, I need a glass of H2O. Working. And yes, you guys have to deal with this. All right. So everybody said that Ed Lee Scowen was using ropes and pulleys, and I see people like, oh no, he just tricked you. Did he though? Did he? Or was he just much more intelligent than he was, or people just led him to believe? I believe he was way ahead of his time. I do. Super smart guy. Really, truly. And so anyway, I'm trying not to be all up in the way, guys. So Ed had 3 logs. Okay. Log. And then he had a big old box up here. Okay. Then he was showing people some chains and he was pulling up stuff. All that, I believe, was show and tell. He was just showing people. But he had these cables that were running up to the box. Right? Holler at y'all for a second. So there were reports that kids would come up and they said that he saw like rocks floating like balloons, right? And then people just dismiss it off and they're just like, no, that's not it. Here's the thing is Ed was using his lights at night for seeing. Yes. There's 2 meanings to that, I believe. You can do work at day in between 9 and 4, early summer. The reason being is because that is your best sun for this type of work, if that makes sense. You can do it all year round, maybe, but your best work is going to be early, I guess, technically spring, early summer. And so you can use the photons from the sun, or you can use your own artificial light. I was planning to use the HLG horticultural lighting group they use for growing cannabis. I was either going to use that. That is a blue spectrum. I think it's a 300L spec or something. Anyway, I can get around 1,200 photoactive radiation out of it. Probably like 2 feet from it. That would be enough for the catalyst for my reaction, right? Or you can use the sun. Artificial light works. Hence his headlights at night. You need the photons, bud. What this is I believe this is a 12-volt source, right? So this would be your positive over here. This would be your negative. Also, this could be AC voltage. I haven't quite had time to test this particular rain. I just don't have the equipment. And so anyway, what this is imagine like this is like your top hat. You have to have a top, you have to have a bottom, okay? So what is in here is, let me see the shape. So it's gonna look like this. Wow, I did not space those out. Again, y'all can make fun of me. It's okay. Go for it. Yeah, that's good enough. So, why is this so important? Why did he never reveal what is in that box? I'm gonna let you know. Is because that was his little trick he found out. Again, impressive, bud. Really, truly. If this is exactly what it was doing, I do believe this is mildly correct. Definitely could be wrong about quite a few things. But this varying voltage, so these things were coming back down, and they would wrap around to a giant battery. So this would be a 12-volt battery. So battery, and this is again your positive, this is your negative, and then this is your timed varying voltage. Right? Now, why would this be? I guess you would say important. It is important. The reason being is because you want to oscillate back and forth on this copper rod. Okay, and what I mean by that is I'm going to erase these legs so you guys can get a grip. The reason why Ed needed it so tall is the taller you get it, the longer your array of beam. So what that means is your field of work that you are able to work in is larger. Okay? Very simple. The taller, the stronger it is, the bigger the field. Okay? So we're going to go over varying voltage real quick. So let's say you have this big old guy. Well, actually, we'll leave that up there. And I'm just going to go ahead and draw a full one. And I'm sorry, guys, but this is going to be quite a bit of drawing. This is just how I do things. Cool. And you don't have to do anything. So I'm just going to kind of refrain from my notes a little bit because this is where it gets a little confusing, even still for myself. So just imagine this is one of these, okay? Oh, wait, did I do that right? No. Okay, there we go. All right. So in Ed's book, he talked about, he looked at it as he was building his own world, okay? And what I think it was is, so each one of these antennae have a back right here, all right? And this is, again, your positive, your negative. That is your varying voltage right here. So we're just going to go timed varying voltage, TVV. So if you imagine this antenna, and this is a copper antenna, by the way. So copper. The Egyptians used 90% copper and then 10% arsenic, by the way. Just fun fact. And so this antenna, when you are sending a varying voltage to it, okay? So the varying electric field will actually generate a magnetic field while accelerating and deaccelerating electrons back and forth. So electrons have kink memory. That's right. Electrons ain't the only thing that's kinky. Okay, let me stop. Okay, so anyway, but electrons, what I'm talking about with this kink memory, so you're accelerating electrons back and forth every time you voltage. So imagine another thing Ed talks about is maybe electrons have a north and south pole, okay? Everywhere I've looked, I don't see anything on that. It just doesn't it's not a thing. But what if they did have really small magnetic poles and we just don't know it? It's kind of like, planet system, just something to potentially think about. I'm not saying that's accurate, but we should discuss it. So he talks about these electrons just keep running back and forth. And what he means by that is, I took it as like, and the beat keeps on going and going and going. But you apply voltage. Again, if I'm wrong about any of this, I'm doing my best, okay? So your electrons, so imagine like a bunch of Norths piling up down here. And then when you apply a varying voltage that is the opposite, so like on, off, on, off, on, off, they're running back and forth. And this might be 12 volt or AC voltage. I don't really know. Or it could be he wired batteries in series parallel up to like 48 volts. And then he was using 48 volts with a little bit better amperage. We just need to test these things. Again, this is Coral Castle, guys, all y'all. Have at this, because I think this is going to help with this little bit of missing information. So these norths and souths run back and forth. Okay, they run and they pile back and forth. So then all your norths are down here, all your souths are up here, right? They're separating. But when they're doing that, this magnetic field, you're like spitting out electrons somehow, or I don't quite know, but we're working it. So this field that is coming out of here, right, is going to look like this. So then you got kind of a bigger wave, and then you got a little bit longer one. So, but there's one thing I paid attention to, and this is where I have a very strange photographic memory about stuff. And I was looking at his sundial. Everybody's like looking, yeah, you're doing this with your hands. It's for the months. And I was like, okay. But I feel like there's something more than that. It's because there is. What he's talking about with the hands is a double propagation. You're flip-flopping. So think a wave, and this wave is flip-flopping over each other, okay? I know this, I'm going to use the flip-flops a lot. So it goes 1, 2, and then another one is 3. But do you see I don't think I actually have a picture of the sundial. Let me see real quick. No. Wow. So I do have this video right here, and we'll pause it and do it. But this is the propagation of the field right here. If you actually want to look at it, this would be your antennae right here. But yeah, really simple. That's what it looks like. Actually, we don't even need to do that. So if you pay attention to this thing, this is a copper rod. That's all it is, okay? And the copper rod is oscillating back and forth, right? Think Scotty 2 Hotty, okay, from wrestling. That's exactly what these electrons or this varying voltage is doing. So it's going like this, okay? And that is important for this, how this tool works. And again, this is something I liked just watching old documentaries and things of that nature. And it seems that we've lost this path of like technology around the 60s. So anyway, you're building up different types of charge in different directions, and the wave is propagating exactly double, okay? Now, when in Ed's sundial, it looks very similar to this, and the reason why is this is something There we go. All right. Let me just grab something else. So an antennae acts as a transmitter and a receiver. Antenna and a receiver, okay? I don't know if you guys know this, but also perfect transmission should be exactly half the wavelength of the one that you're trying to propagate. So when those electrons were running out the ends of the copper cables, or I mean copper things, it is continuous acceleration and deceleration of the electron back and forth. And that kink memory, it does something weird to certain, what is it? I would say the hydrogen atomic structure itself. So hydrogen is a very strange molecule that I don't know if we've exacerbated the good qualities of it. Obviously, we've made hydrogen bombs and stuff. Bad decision. It was the improper use of the hydrogen atom. We need to do the proper usage, okay? So, 1 second. Oh, also, I'm sorry, but we had to come back to this real quick. Ed's tool also, I believe, used like a homopolar motor effect. And the reason why that's important is other ancient cultures, I believe, use the same type of technology, okay? And we're going to bounce back and forth here a little bit between these because each time we do it, I believe you're going to learn just like I did, and you're going to get better and better and better. So this antennae, you see them all over the place. They're everywhere. In the pyramids, they're in those air shafts. They're not air shafts, y'all. That is transmission length of hydrogen frequency down those tubes, and they're accelerating them into the King's chamber for some form of catalyst, and we're going to get into that. But confusing stuff for sure. So anyway, a homopolar motor is a direct current electric motor with two magnetic poles, the conductors of which always cut unidirectional lines of magnetic flux by rotating a conductor around a fixed axis so that the conductor is at the right angles to a static magnetic field. Also, a continuous circular motion that it was engineered by a circular magnetic force around a wire that I wrote that twice, that a wire that extended into a pool of mercury where it was placed by a magnet. This is why we have found mercury in ancient tombs. So that's another weird thing. We find all these tombs, like we found, I think it was like the Emperor of Japan or something like that. I could be wrong, but they found mercury in the tomb. Why? It's a giant battery of some sort. They found mercury in tombs in pyramids in South America. Can't remember the exact name, but anyway, this could be something that they were into. We need to look into this. Also, Ed Pohl, he had something to do with this, and I'm not quite sure how he was engineering it in there, but she's in there somehow. All right. So again, we're going to come back to the antennas, but right now we're going to finish up with Coral Castle. The sundial, though, is important. We'll do that one actually right now. I don't have a picture of it. Huh? Okay. So Ed's sundial is like this. So it's smooth right here, right? Nice and smooth. And then it's like bubbly on the back. But at the top, he's got an iron piece. So iron's up here, and he's using the iron to shadow down onto the sundial, right? Is everybody, agrees with that? And then for his actual sundial, it's going back and forth, I want to say like this. Now, that might not be the most accurate picture. I'm sorry if it's not. However, the reason why this is everybody's looking at a sundial and they're doing that and they're counting up the months of like autumn, spring. I'm not quite sure if that's exactly what it's meant for. What I believe it's meant for is the iron is the catalyst for the reaction. Okay, that is why it's an iron. Excuse me. It's been smoothed down. Okay, and the reason, excuse me again. The reason why it was smoothed down is because when he was energizing his tool, the malformation of the stone allows you to do this. It's very soft, almost pillow-like. Okay. Then this is a half wavelength transmission. So it's the reason why you see it flip-flop is that flip-flopping is perfect transmission of the hydrogen wave molecule. Okay. All right. So the reason that is important is so that thing I was talking about, the sonoluminescent bubble, this is what it looks like. And then you have like these weird notches in here, right? It's a very kind of strange design. So this is your bubble, right? And then you'll see so this is your bubble, this is your hydrogen. And what's ejecting out of here is, I think it might be like some form of like a weird hydrogen. I don't really quite understand it, but I think the fuel for his reaction is water, iron, and magnetism and light. Strange, right? But this sonoluminescent bubble, which is in a very weird shape, is like this fisheye, right? Or whatever it is. I don't know if it's an excited electron, mini white hole. I don't know. It's weird. But it also gives off an ejected down here, right? And it will fill the bottom of your container with a slope of material, I think. So it kind of looks like a half moon crescent like that. And then at the top, you get this ejective field, right, that you can't really see. It's visible light, but you're invisible light at the same time. You just aren't seeing these other spectrums of light that are important. And I think he was using this somehow. I know this sounds strange, but it's just like with John Hutchinson's devices. I think there's multiple different versions of these tools if this is real. Again, I don't know. We really don't know just yet. But this eject out here is a field, and while you're in this field, if you are oscillating the half wavelength with a varying voltage, okay, to the copper antennae, those electrons going out there, if they're like mini magnets, and again, this is theory, not theory, but hypothesis. But what if you're able to turn the little mini magnets? Because Ed talks about mini magnets in his book. What if you're able to oscillate them and stretch them and apart, and instead of like you have magnetism, like you have a north and a south, and the north and south will come together. What if you're able to separate it and then push it apart like that, right? And then you have in that field itself, you can do whatever you want to. Okay. So, erase this again. A little bit of water. All right. So, the way I think his tool is so you had so Ed's tool was a magnetic U-shaped magnet, okay? And then he had rolls of copper cable on it, okay? So coiled wire, okay? Coiled wire. Man, oh, well, I'd deal with it. So this would be your high zone. So high zone on this side, your spiral up. So think like a natural hurricane, okay? The reason I may not say this, Ed in his book, he talks about is like, imagine like a little world, right? And so with this thing, imagine like a little world, like imagine hurricanes. You have a high pressure zone, low pressure zone, right? And this would be your low zone. This is your spiral down. Okay, so, and he also added triggers in here. What this was copper cable. This one, and he also had a third one up here, okay? And this is for, and this is where we're going to get into some weird things that I don't know if again, this is, I've not done this. I don't know. This is hypothesis. So what I think was doing, just like how in his tool where it says he's waiting on a sweet 16 for the magneticism to come around, I think in order to do that same thing, he had this tool tied into his, rig, and it takes time to embed the magnetic core. So to move it from here to here, I don't know if it takes, a few minutes, an hour, 2 hours, 4 days. I don't know. But this is my hypothesis for this is he was embedding magnetic poles. So like imagine the north and the south right here. And then over here, it flipped, right? Then down here, it's north. Over here, be south. Then over here is this one again. And over here, same deal. Okay, so you would be asking, like, why are there so many magnetic poles? The reason is because this is a magnetic tool, okay? And he also added another one, I believe. No, wait, no, he didn't. So there'll be 4 main poles. I don't know if these would be the actual ones, but the reason why this is important is you're flipping. So imagine these are tank circuits, and we're going to go over that next. So this would be a tank circuit, or I would call it a resonant circuit. And that's what this is. These are coiled packs of wire, okay? And think of this thing as a tuning fork. It's a dual tuning fork. So individual. And also in Ed's thing, he talks about ringing the bell twice. I think all of his stuff has like crazy multiple meanings. Super talented individual. And so imagine this side is a tuning fork. Well, actually, technically this one would be a tuning fork. So this right here is a tuning fork. This right here is a tuning fork. And the reason being is it's an electromagnet. And when you make contact with a magnetic material like limestone, basalt, granite, red rose granite, anything like that. That's why a lot of these stone sites, you only see certain stones that have been messed with. So this top side right here, what I believe he was doing is when he would make contact with this, it would make a pop and a pop. So just like how when you put a magnet, hey Matt, thanks for coming over. Oh, we're downstairs. So it makes a pop and a pop, and it makes ringing the bell twice. Okay. So just like how you take a magnet and you go to stick it to something, when you stick it to something, it clacks real hard, right? Especially if it's a very magnetic material and your tool is a hypermagnetic monopole tool where you have multiple individual magnets. So it's a magnet within a magnet within a magnet. Okay, so what happens is when you engage these to a surface and your tool is charged with these magnetic poles, you're getting this impact, this oscillation will cause like a tuning fork. And a tuning fork, so you have one tuning fork, and then you have two tuning forks. And then so when Ed would strike the stone, it would engage this system. It's a high zone and a low zone. So once you engage and you're induced with the electricity from this, also he had like a voltage running out of this, whether it be 12 volt or AC voltage. I don't know just yet. And this is for the initial charge. Once you have your initial charge, as long as you don't get your tool wet or you don't do anything stupid with it, it lasts indefinitely. That's why some of these things across the world is like, it almost seems like they're still active. It's because they are. And so with these tuning forks, when you engage, this first tuning fork will resonate. And we're going to go over some notes real quick. So you want to... Okay, so what I wanted to show you real quick is... so we're just going to go over a quick few pictures. So resonance, okay? The tendency of some systems to oscillate at a higher amplitude when a force is applied to them at a natural frequency. If you pay attention to a lot of ancient sites, they have something very similar to that, okay? A system is a structure with a resonant frequency, okay? Oscillation, back and forth between two extremes, all right? Amplitude, the amount of oomph. How much oomph are you giving it? I like to do both cheeks of oomph. And yes, that is an accurate unit of measurement. Frequency, how many times something oscillates a second. Said that a little bit backwards. So it's just really vibrations per second. Driven oscillation resonance is when you add energy to something at a specific frequency to try and make it resonate. That's important, okay? And then natural frequency, the number of oscillations per second, which, if applied externally to a system to add energy, in oscillation at that frequency. Oh wait, I messed that up. My bad, guys. If applied externally to a system to add energy, will charge the system to accumulate energy in oscillation at that frequency. That was just some random tidbits that is good to have. So next we're going to go over, so these things right here. Okay, so these coiled packs of wire, okay? What I believe is happening is they're acting like a resonant circuit. This circuit can set as a electrical resonator, electrical analog of a tuning fork, storing energy and oscillating at the circuits of a resonant frequency. So essentially what this is, we're going to come back over here, is, so imagine this is your stone, okay, that you want to energize, and as long as you're in under that antennae, or Ed's three big logs where his antennae were on top of that, you must be within that field for this tool to work, I believe. And once this is now an open circuit, and then once you induce the packs to the stone itself, the magnetic surface, that initial oomph I believe, was the catalyst of this tool, or at least how his tool worked. Okay, and what I mean by that catalyst is you're hitting it, and when you hit it, just like that, this first resonant capacitor, because this is technically kind of a weird capacitor, you would lose the induction of the electricity if this was an open circuit, right? But when you're closed, it sends that first tuning fork, pow pow. You guys like my pals? So first tuning fork would start to resonate, and then the second fork would also resonate at the same resonant frequency at a specific voltage. And when this it's attached to the stone, you're making a closed loop circuit, and that closed loop circuit, because of these oscillating magnets, a magnet within a magnet within a magnet, it's basically, imagine me just doing this, just doing that. Okay, I'm not gonna fall. I'm a professional, Mike. Okay, but that's essentially what this current is doing. It's twisting back and forth and flipping and doing all kinds of wild stuff. But as long as this is induced to this stone, you have a closed circuit of magnetic poles flipping. That's all they're doing, just flipping endlessly. It's like a perpetual motion of flipping magnetic poles, okay? And then the way you de-energize it is you pull it away from the stone, and it's not that hard. You pull it away from the stone, or you can turn off your voltage, and then the closed loop circuit becomes open again, and this magnetic flux that's inside this coil pack of wires is stuck in there permanently. It's always got one charge because it's just, I forgot the exact reason, I'm not gonna lie, but I believe it's storing one flux of energy in one of these coils no matter what, and then when you complete the circuit, it charges both because of the resonant tuning forks, okay? Okay, so what else we got covered on id stuff? Let's take a 3-minute break real quick. All right, so we took a little break. Anyway, whenever I say we're taking a small break, is we're just stopping because we're recording on a cell phone, and the battery is dying. So we just have to stop. But yeah, this is still one take. So what we're doing is we're going to go over the basic spiel again, and then we're actually going to move to our next subject. And but each time we talk about this, I think you might understand what I'm talking about a little bit more every single time. All right, so long story short, what I believe Ed was doing was Ed had built essentially the first atomic noise generator disruption thing. It's an atomic noise generator. I know that sounds strange, but I believe the math is there for this, and I know this is a complicated thing. It's because it's not a real thing, technically. But what if it is? And what I mean by atomic noise generator is the way I see hair tricks done in car audio, like the subwoofers, there's loud music. I'd play mine, mine would do right around 164 decibels, around 40 hertz. It's pretty loud, but it's also very low in the spectrum of frequency. So it's more body feel than you actually hear it, right? High vocals will hurt your hearing much, much more. But your brain, the earth resonates around 4 to 10 hertz, something like that, or vibrations per second. So even right now, the earth is boom, 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 boom. And you're built to it. You're used to it. It doesn't bother you. You are super used to it. But certain frequencies around 8 to 10 hertz, they call them alpha brain sine waves. That certain specific frequency is good for your brain. It feels good. Like me, I love my kitties. I love cats. And, excuse me, cats will purr around 25 to 30 hertz. That's perfect bass. Perfect. So whenever you're holding your little cat at night to, help with your anxiety or depression, like my wife and I do. We do it all the time. We bury our face in our cats and just like that. It's a good, but when they're purring and you're sitting there and you're like, man, that purr feels good. Congratulations, your tone generator that is a living animal is calming you down through vibrations. Okay, think about that. That's what they're doing. Anyway, I believe Ed's atomic noise generator, and that's what I'm calling it. We don't have to call it that because this isn't technically real science yet. So essentially, he had a charged tool that had a bunch of had a bunch of hypermagnetic. Can you hand me one of those little horseshoe metal things over there, actually? Right around that box. Donka. So, little, tiny, can you see if I'm like in area?
You are.
Okay, so it's a little tiny magnet, right? You don't need big things to do this. These tools can be done multiple different fashions, multiple different ways, different sizes, different functions. I don't know, we don't know, but so imagine a bunch of magnetic poles in here, okay? And then you have a plate and you have little wires coming off here, a little electricity. Even this little thing right here, tiny, nothing, right? Way more powerful than you think it could be, I will assure you. So his tool would come up to the thing. So he has the hydrogen elevating the different types of light waves out of it. His tool is a hypermagnetic tool, and when you go up to it, let's say you have your antennas right here. So as long as you are in between right here and right here, you can use this tool. Okay. You would grab it. You would have a grounding rod. Could you hand me my grounding rod? That giant piece of copper right there. Yep. Thank you. So grounding rod. This is it's just copper. It's just a solid piece of copper. And you would want to put a handle on this because you don't want to be touching it. You don't like it. And you'll see a lot of those ancient videos or pictures. What are they doing? Touching. And a lot of ancient, like Olmec, you see a bunch of, I'll bring it up, I guess, but they're like little circles on them. Or where you're putting in your electrode or your grounding rod. So you ground it, and then you stick it, and then that initial catalyst will start the chain reaction of the multiple little mini magnets, then oscillating. So they're pow, 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 and it's constantly flipping. So again, think mini magnet within a larger magnet, and they're all doing this. One's going this way, one's going this way, one's going the other way. Think like this, always. And because of that varying electric voltage right here, that is embedded in there, because you always have one charge capacitor because it's an open loop system. So those hydrogen atoms or those photons that are going everywhere, this is where I need somebody who's a little bit smarter than I am. He's doing something with this magnetic tool that when you engage it, and this tool has essentially light built into it. And that's a weird concept, I completely understand. But he's beamforming rays of light into like the nuclei, and it is literally stretching it apart. It's a very strange concept to think about. But trust me, we're going to get into the science of it, I promise you. And this pulling apart. Okay. Drawing time, guys. So this will be your top view. And then this will be your side view. Hydrogen, so top view is going to be kind of strange. Oh, wow. I did that backwards, didn't I? No. I don't. But yeah, I'm gonna bring this over there. I'm gonna bring this over here real quick. Sorry, I'm just getting my thoughts together real fast. So this is your hydrogen atom. Okay. Again, this is kind of strange, but so I'm suggesting that sonoluminescent bubble we've been talking about is actually this outside ring, and you can physically see the expansion or the excitement of the electron. So this is right here, electron. So electron, and if you hit it with a particular wavelength, okay, particular wavelength of light, it will excite and then jump forward a gap. So you have different power levels, 1, 2, 3. That's the field of it. Obviously, again, GD, education. If I'm not right, sorry. All right, so your side view is a little different, okay? So imagine so this up and down, okay, I believe is causing like this. Okay, so this is what it looks like on the side view. And imagine this is your 1, your 2, and your 3. Your 1, your 2, and your 3. That electron, in order to get it from 1 to 2, it must absorb energy, okay? Absorption of light. So it takes energy, right? When it goes down, or you see these are called peaks, it has an opposite. It has lows, okay? So this thing likes to get really high up and then spiral back down, ups and downs, ups and downs. And so, sorry, this is just a lot to do. Anyway, so this, when it jumps, it absorbs light. When you decelerate the hydrogen atom, it gives off light. Absorption, it takes light, takes energy, okay? So it takes flashes of light, like the sonoluminescent bubble gives off a lot of light, a lot, and it's different spectrums of light too, I believe. The absorption will jump power levels, aka more and more excited, and you can excite a hydrogen atom indefinitely, from what I understand. I could be wrong, but I don't think I am. And then when it scales back down, or you turn your tool off, the downgrade gives off flashes of light. So you could use that to recharge the battery. So imagine if you put 100% input into this using the light from the sonoluminescent bubble, and you can get that from natural rainstorm generators. And what I mean is, Jeffrey Drum is really knowledgeable about this, and we're about to get into some of his stuff. And I think the pyramids were essentially like, they were the absolute coolest things probably when they were running. Way better than the stuff we have today. And with this downgrade, or the output of light, when the excited hydrogen molecule comes back to reality, I guess you would call it, it gives off light. So you would use that to charge like a spinning battery somehow. Like if you placed a battery in, I think it's like silicon. Well, silicon, if you hit with it with light, I'm pretty sure that's what it is, will spin when you hit it with light. So you could put a battery on like silicon. I can't remember which one it is. Selenium was the one that I think they were maybe transmutating material for, and then they were drinking it. Yeah. So, man, it is warm in here. Yes. So I'm going to draw the complete picture here. And you'll see what I mean by complete picture. And I think some of y'all might be a little bit pleasantly surprised about this. You like the way I work it? Great day. All right, so imagine if, you know how early I said, what if electrons like actually had really tiny little magnets on it, right? So, I mean, norths and souths. But I don't believe they, as right now, I don't think we understand it like that. But what if they did? So, imagine, so this is essentially you're taking a hydrogen molecule and you're like stretching apart. And this is what I mean by Ed's atomic like noise generator. He wasn't breaking atoms, he wasn't fusing anything. That's all crap. So, all right, so imagine this is like the same hydrogen molecule or atom, okay? Now, when this happens, what if we're able to separate, it's like the membranes, okay? So think like cavitation of magnetic gears. They'll pull a vacuum, okay, when they're spreading apart, and maybe we'll throw in like a little a video there. But what this is happening, what I maybe think is happening, so these spikes have an equal and opposite. All right, so what this means is, so remember how I was talking about the oscillation of that varying voltage with the antennae? You're throwing the electrons back and forth like this. So again, think like Scotty 2 Hotty doing the worm, okay? So it's like this. And when you're doing that, I believe you're able to, if you have the right frequency and the right distance, the right set of tools, again, this is a customized thing. I don't think this is like 1 + 1, 2 + 2 type deal. Everything in life, I believe, is in motion, okay? And the way we currently understand it is, well, no, everything, this is at rest. This stone is at rest. It's at rest at what you perceive it is, okay? So what I mean by that is everything is going up at a certain rate or coming down at a certain rate. There is no stagnation, ever. There's not a thing, I don't believe. And what I mean by that is everything keeps going at a molecular scale that you are unaware of. The Planck scale is unreal how small it is. If you don't believe me, just Google Planck scale length and how ridiculous it is, okay? It's infinitely spiraling fractals of geometry that is like, it's like life is infinitely scaled on just its own complexity. Everything's alive at a certain degree, if you could say that, and everything is moving to a certain degree. And what I mean by that is even rock moves. You just do not perceive it the way life is intending you to. Again, filters right here. Your eyeballs are filters. Okay. So just like how Ed's tool is, we talked about the magnetic poles flipping. So what if, so this is your first energy wave right here, okay? So 1, so 1, 2, 3. So this is, again, this would be like the field you're stretching apart at an atomic level. You're not seeing this. Now, these sonoluminescent bubbles that are this big is, like I said, that bubble is real tiny, okay? really tiny, and it's a very geometric thing for getting that, because you have to have oscillating electromagnetic waves propagating together at the right angle. Okay, so, but with this being said, and this is where we're going to start getting into some fun stuff right here, is I imagine this hydrogen molecule that now you are exciting with light, that you are beamforming into it. Okay, this is going to be a little bit too complicated. Imagine being able to refract all 4 different wavelengths you need for hydrogen at specific frequencies. Okay, so you are pulling the light from the sonoluminescent bubble itself, and then you're reflecting that light to the area that you want to agitate, or let's say you want to make a coherent beam of matter, right? It can be done way better than I think we're doing it today. Would you like to take a break? Yep. All right, so what this is, little fun fact. A lot of people don't say, or a lot of people will say, well, 0 point energy is impossible to achieve on Earth, right? Because you need a vacuum, right? It's just not a thing. So imagine this is your atomic structure, and you're able, again, this is like if the electron has magnetic poles, a north and a south, and they're stretching apart. So you're taking your hand and you're physically exciting it by reflecting light into a specific pattern, into a specific angle, while engaging the tool. And this hydrogen atom, when you're exciting it, it is pulling apart like this. It's like nuclear suspension almost. Okay, you're pulling it apart. And you would ask, well, how are you pulling it apart? Well, if you understood the varying voltage of oscillation of the electrons, you're able to spin them back and forth and hold them indefinitely in certain angles. So if the electrons actually have little norths and souths on them, you're pulling them apart. It's like putting a south and a south together, and they just want to do this. And then that field that they're on, this is on a microscopic, this is quantum physics technically. You're pulling, just like you're putting a south to south, you're pulling it apart, and that inside the actual structure, you're pushing the molecular weight away from it. And when it's doing that, you're able to cut it, slice it, mold it, bend it, do whatever you want, because it's like you're in space. Okay, the atomic weight is like being shoved away magnetically, and when that happens, it's pulling a vacuum inside the material itself. That's why, like, some people have called them exotic vacuum objects, because like I think it's like the Freshman Memorial Project. I'll have to double check if I messed that up, but you've been doing a great job over there, man. I've been watching some of your stuff, and we'll put a little picture over there just because. But great job on everything you've been doing. I watch a lot of your stuff. But air is also magnetic. I don't know if y'all know that or not. Oxygen is magnetic, okay? This is a hypermagnetic tool with light. Light is everywhere, even in the earth. It's just slowed light waves. You yourself watching this video. Yeah, you. I don't know which one it is. You with the hair too. You too. Exactly, yeah. And you sitting down, you standing up. Jim. But that wasn't, I'm sorry, Jim. I wasn't directing you. I still love you, Jim. But air is magnetic, so this is a magnetic tool. Light is magnetic on a different type of level that we are aware of. And this tool is unreal, if this is true. We've gone way wrong in the wave direction. Anyway, so if oxygen is actually magnetic and it pulls its own vacuum, like cavitating gears, so when this is happening, it's spreading apart, and then let's say Ed's tool is being de-energized. He takes it off, or he turns off the voltage to it, whatever it is. When you de-energize, there is a Goldilocks zone, okay? Just like Goldilocks zone on Earth. And the Goldilocks zone is that time frame where the stone is soft, okay? So the softness could be anywhere from like 1 second to 3 seconds. That could be a very fast reaction, and the atomic weight comes back in. So when I talk about, again, Ed's atomic noise generator, that noise is essentially you're just shaking the atomic structure so hard with magnetic force it doesn't know what to do. It's almost like it confuses it, right? It's atomic suspension of some sort. And when he de-energizes, the weight of the electrons in the atomic structure comes back together, and then the stone hardens very fast. That's why when you see, like, we'll post up some pictures. I don't think I have any right off the bat. But if you see a lot of all these megalithic structures, some of them look like they were done fast or they were just getting it done. But it looks, those knobs everywhere where you see those giant stones, yeah, that's what your Goldilocks zone is. It's get your tool off the stone before it hardens, or get your electrode out. You can see it everywhere. Look anywhere you want to on megalithic sites. There's knobs and nubs anywhere. And push marks is because when the tool is energized, you have to have a grounding rod, but that grounding rod is also your stick node run. So you would have, one guy tooling, and then another guy is like shoving it back and forth, or like you see in some of the Egyptian things, like they're doing this with them. It's the same process. And then once he de-energizes, he's like, hey, Jimbo, you got 40 seconds to carve that stone to whatever you want. And then you get it done, you de-energize, and bam, you're fine. Kind of a strange thing to think about, but I will assure you that kind of makes sense in a strange way. Also, where you guys have seen some of those notches cut out where they had metal inside the stone. Two reasons for that. The first reason is that is what we call in the car audio world bus bars. It's for connection purposes. You energize one stone, that connection flows into the next stone so you can mold them together. Mortarless dams with atomic suspension. No byproduct, no chemicals, no oil being burned. Yeah. Okay. So with that, also those metal things, I'm pretty sure that is the only reason for them. Could I be wrong? Absolutely. They could have been in like outlets at this point for electricity. Yes, they were that advanced. Get over it. So this structure right here. So you have, imagine, so these are your norths, these are your souths. And again, this could be two of these. I don't quite know if it would be one split in half and then it comes back together, or this is one, this is another, and you're just using the different magnetic poles to push it apart. But this is how I envision. Again, I do not claim to be smart. I do not claim to have this perfected. I don't. I would like to share information with people so people who are smarter than myself can give me feedback or even take this information from themselves and build it. To each their own. Whoever gets it first, good for you. I'm happy. So your top row over here be here. So you make all these your north and south. And then down here for your low zone, so this is high zone, low zone. High zone, low zone. So just like magnets, imagine your south and your south are together, but this is at a quantum level, and you can energize them more. So imagine the bigger the tool, the bigger the reaction, the bigger the magnetic vortex, okay? And the magnetic vortex can be doing all kinds of wild things that we're not aware of because we don't understand this technology. So let's think not microscopic scale. Let's think bigger scale. So this could be happening on a very large scale. And what I mean is ancient cultures could have done this. Like imagine how we have like these giant sculptures, like buildings like the Burj Khalifa and things like it. Just ridiculous. What if they built this stuff the same way? They probably did. So this energization of this hydrogen, you have to have water, and then you have to have metals, and then magnetic, right? I just want to bring up something real quick. So these peaks, and these are extreme peaks and extreme lows. Okay, I'm going to put that extreme. Okay. Imagine large scale now, we're talking. These are like little mini vortexes, okay? Think magnetic tornado, okay? And the same thing is coming up here, okay? They're gonna look like little squigglies, or like, if you're looking at a top view, it's gonna look like this, okay? You guys are going to love this one. Pay attention. I don't know which one it is. A Skinwalker Ranch, guys. You know how you're having that weird thing? You know those rocks right here in that weird formation? And then on top of that, you have this very strange vortex coming out. This is a large-scale ancient site that is still active because it is built that well. Are they still here? No idea. Okay, so we'll find out. We'll find out when we could uncover it, or it could be a natural formation. And what I mean by that, that is possible. The reason why I've come to that conclusion that it could be natural, okay, it really could be, is Serpent Mound in Ohio is an ancient meteorite crater, okay? So that meteorite, I forgot how old it was, but we're talking millions and millions and millions of years old. But people knew that because they could tell they could tell the electromagnetic fields and the propagating light formations coming out of there. It was special, so they could use their tool there somehow. That is why that serpent is there, which is kind of wild that they knew that, okay? It's the same thing with those you guys ever see the boulders all around the world? There's one on, what's that island in the Pacific? With the Easter Island. So on Easter Island, there's a pile of small rocks and it has a big rock. You know what? I'd probably just find it. Oh yeah, right here. Perfect. So this is on Easter Island, and the myth or the legend behind it was that they would summon mana from it, okay? What I believe is happening is this was picked individually from the light waves coming out of the earth, okay? They're just like, think the salt plate with salt and acoustic waves, and you get all these different seismic patterns. It's the same thing with light and electromagnetic waves coming out of the ground. Same thing. They're all over South Africa. They're everywhere. Check it out. Use Google Earth for yourself. Tell me I'm wrong. You'll see them. It's hundreds of thousands of miles long. So these rocks right here, this formation was a seismic pattern that they could radiate energy out of. So just like how we use our cats, we'll come back over here. And just like how we use our cats, for anxiety, depression, you'll snuggle up with your kitty at night, makes you feel good. It's the same thing with waves coming out of the earth. Again, alpha brain waves. So they were using the Earth's natural to alert currents coming out of the Earth in its natural frequency, around 8 to 10 hertz, to amplify those and heal themselves, essentially. Smart. When you see those three rocks and a giant rock placed on top, I know all y'all been seeing them everywhere. They're literally everywhere. Those were not tombs. Those were people would go inside of them or leave tools in there to charge up, because those waves coming out, just like how Ed's tool was waiting on my Sweet 16, all these rocks are magnetic rocks, okay? So if you put it in pattern, they're magnetic rocks. They can charge tools slowly, but it doesn't work very well. Think about that. That's why they're there, I believe. But yeah, Skinwalker Ranch, guys, that rock pattern formation, that is you're experiencing. So imagine this is your top side, your land. That magnetic cone vortex is coming up into the air. That is what you guys have been seeing, I believe. That's wild, right? Tell me. So you're seeing the top side on a grand scale. This right here is a microscopic scale, I believe. But we don't know how big this can get. We don't know how ancient this is. Kind of wild to even think about that, but it works on my paper in a strange way. And we'll get to this basically right now, and the reason why I'm coming to this conclusion. So, with that being said, obviously I'll answer questions, but pretty wild that if that is correct, and the metals that I believe you could potentially use, yeah, I believe Skinwalker Ranch is, yep, Euporium and Thorium was found there by the guys. So, with that being said, those are pretty cool metals, and the fact that they could potentially be there naturally is kind of odd. Okay, so I guess we would only find out by the Skinwalker Ranch guys who owns that if you guys decide to dig it up or not. I don't know. But yeah, I believe that is what's happening in the mesa. So just like when you see the weird sightings, it could just be natural toroidal field moments happening through magnetic currents. And what that is natural toroidal field moments is ball lightning. Okay, ball lightning, I believe, is it's like iron, silicone, and I have the thing up here somewhere. Yeah, ball lightning is an active living toroidal field that evolves naturally during occurring iron, calcium, and silicon. So, like lightning strikes, whenever you guys see a lightning strike and you'll get a ball lightning effect off of it, the lightning is the catalyst for this energetic process. And when it hits, that toroidal field moment or ball lightning is a living mechanical being that can pass through magnetic structures. Okay? I'm going to say that again. It is a living mechanical being that can pass through magnetic structure. The more magnetic it is, the better it flows through it. And when I say living being is because it acts like a living being. It is just like how when you're sleeping, what are you doing? You're breathing. You do it instinctively. It's the same process for it. When you energize it, it's thinking one thing: hungry, hungry hippo. Okay, and it's going for iron, whatever it can. So the catalyst can be iron also. But that would explain ball lightning and the way some of these tools work. It works off the principle of ball lightning because ball lightning is a toroidal field, aka the fish. Toroidal field seems to have an ejecta or a high and low zone, we'll call it. We'll do one quick picture on that. All right, so we're back from our little break to charge the phone. Just bounce on this. We're getting ready to go into toroidal field moments, and I just wanted to cover something quick like this too. Is when it's like this, there's something also that it's like these norths and souths can flip poles really fast. So like Ed's tool, again, is like, so there's so many pole flipping in there. It's constant rotation, like just multiple magnets like that. So you have one going this way, you have one going this way, you have one going this way. You know, they're doing all kinds of wild circles, but that's how you get that electromagnetic, it's like radiated power out of it. Obviously, once we start building them, we'll figure it out. But until then. But to wrap up with this, pretty wild if this is happening on a microscopic level, quantum level, and that is for small tools, small blocks, or you can build this into a massive structure like, say, the pyramids, or something wild like that, then you would have the result of something like Skinwalker Ranch if this is something towards happening. But I just find it weird that you get these extreme highs and extreme lows with this thing happening, and it comes in a magnetic vortex. And I haven't watched all of the show. I've watched definitely segments of it for sure, quite a bit of them. And it seems like this is like a site that is not running anymore, but it's still active because that's how good it is. It's that good of a system. But we will find out. Anywho, we're going to go to Toroidal Field moment. And this is where this plays into this fish eye that I'm kind of contemplating what's going on with it. Again, this is new to me, so I'm still learning. You like the way I work it? Flip it down, put it in reverse. Sit. Okay. All right. So let's say you have a gold-plated egg. Okay. So we're going to do this nice and big. So this is going to be a gold-plated egg-shaped device. How do you spell device?
D-E-V-I-E.
Almost. D-E-V.
Ice.
Got it. I got it right. I was just questioning myself, is all. People are going to watch this and they're like, really? We're going to listen to this dude? Oh my goodness. I was elected to lead, not to read.
More spelling here.
Yeah, no, I can read. I just have a problem spelling. I know spell good, okay, guys? So anyway. Oh, easy, kid. Easy, kitty.
He's just like, what's going on? He's looking directly at it.
It's okay.
He's after your microphone.
Mm-hmm. This is my tone generator. This is Pel. All right.
I'm going to like freeze adding like some like deep voice that puts me down even why they cause hate.
No, you don't need to do all that mess. Anyway, so got a wedgie. So this is gold plated on the inside and the outside. Okay, this is what we're going to be acting like. So on this outside, let's say we have limestone. Lapis lazuli. Lapis lazuli.
That's right. Lapis lazuli.
Huh?
Lapis lazuli.
That's probably not spelled. Oh, all right, leave it. I'm not worried about it. All right, so limestone, lapis lazuli, red rose granite. Red rose granite, and then I think limestone, lapis lazuli, red rose granite, and I think I was about on those stones. But these three stones right here all contain quartz. Okay. Quartz is important. The reason why is quartz, when hit with ultrasounds or AC current, the quartz will bow back and forth. Let me grab my little thing. We talked about at the beginning, but we'll reiterate real quick. So this is the field on that. Look good? Is that too close?
Oh, it's fine. I actually might want to get a little closer.
Yeah, you good?
Yeah, you good. It's good quality. You're fine.
All right, so this is plus, this is minus. So they think like AC voltage, okay? And when you hit this will expand the belly on a microscopic level, quantum level. You're bending it back, and you're sending an ultra wave pulse sound, ultra wave out of it, okay? That is a frequency around 30,000 hertz or 30,000 vibrations per second, up to like 50, somewhere around there. Okay, so pretty high up, but this is where this is our magic button right here, quartz. So if you change it in the alternating current, you go backwards, it's now this way. Now your belly contracts, okay? Now, you would think that would cause like a reverse wave, but it doesn't. There is no such thing as a reverse wave. They'll propagate together, whether it's back and forth. I believe that's how that works. So anyway, you have these rocks on, you can put them on the outside, right? So they'd be on the outside of either perimeter. And you know what? Let's just throw them on the bottom too. Okay, so these boxes on the sides here correlate to limestone, lapis lazuli, red rose granite, and all three of those have quartz in it. Okay, then let's say you need an adhesive, right? So the adhesive is going to be they use I believe it was bitumen. I believe that's what it is, but it's a kind of like a tar black substance that is insulator in material. So kind of like if modern day, what I would use would be electrical tape. So you would put your electrical tape down here, essentially tape it to the egg for voltage purposes and adhering it voltage. I mean, adheres. What was that?
A little more this side.
Okay. So, but that's where you would adhere it to. So you would use this bitumen. I believe that's what it's called. It's bitumen. Bitumen's been around for thousands of years. Okay. So in this particular instance, what I would like to talk about bitumen is a tomb that was found. I believe it's 4,500 years old. So it was definitely, this is old. So they were using this stuff back then. That's probably not a good place for you either. All right, now I'm back. So then let's say you could take some copper cables. I'll move out the way.
You're doing good, you're doing good. I'm keeping an eye on the frames and everything.
So these would be copper cables. Okay, they'll probably be pretty short too. Probably something like you could wrap around your arm. And you have like little clips. And they would literally clip onto this bottom piece or clip onto the sides, wherever you float your boat. And you would hit that with oscillating or alternating current, AC current. And that is important because when you do that, you're now propagating ultrasound waves. All right, so that is coming this way, getting this way, and then right in the middle, you're forming that sonoluminescent bubble. So we'll call it sono bubbles. Oh, this one will be singular. You can achieve multiple sonoluminescent bubbles by simply adding more AC voltage, more ultrasound. So if you really want to ramp this thing up, I mean, we could get, instead of one potential nucleation site, we could get, let's say, 3 nucleation sites. Oh my goodness, Nicola. Oh, you guys want to meet my other tone generator? This is Nicola. It's okay. Nicola, you got to go down, bud. No. You stinky kitty. All right. Field still looking still good. All right. So anyway, this formation can form more than one bubble. Remember that. 3 bubbles seem to be key, in my opinion. But, oops. Drop it low. So anyway, but for this instance, we're going to stick with one bubble. So that is your sonoluminescent bubble, or the nucleation site for this hydrogen motion that we got going on. What's exactly going on? We don't know yet. Anyway, this needs to be properly sized for the size of bubble you want to make, okay? That is how the premise of that works. Now, I'm going to erase just a little bit of this so I can explain this toroidal field that I think is going on. So this would be called a sorry, this is kind of a complicated word. I don't like it. But at least it is to me. So this is a toroidal moment or toroidal field moment. Kind of a new concept for us right now. So what I mean by this is that fish head. And yes, we are going to go back to it. And I'm just going to leave it on in the background for a second. All right. So in this picture, this is a glass vessel, okay, that it's in. Okay, so that's why you can see through it. And again, that is a perfectly timed picture that I took. So what I think is happening is this bubble that forms in here, okay? That is your excited protons that is giving off this ejecta of light. So just like this, it's got an open mouth, but that is the field, or imagine like a V. So when it comes out, you're getting multiple different wavelengths. So this would be wavelength the blue, I believe. No, I'll write it sideways actually. So this will be your violet, then your purple, or purple-ish, purpish, then blue, and then your far red. Okay, that is the ejecta of light that's coming out of this proton that I'm hypothesizing. And it's 4 different wavelengths, but you only see the blue. This is why the blue light is coming. So this fisheye is a magnetic vortex, okay, of something. What it is, I don't understand, because is it physically you can see the electron getting excited? Could that be it? Could it be just a simple magnetic vortex? Or the thing is this toroidal field happens over here and you get a smaller vortex. So just like in Ed's tool, you have a high zone. This will be a high zone. This will be your low zone, right? But what if this isn't what we think it is? So what I think this process is happening is this container is filled with H2O. Okay? H2O. Then in the bottom of the container, you have different types of material. And what I mean by that is you have iron flakes. You could probably do, let's say, lead, titanium, zinc. You could probably mix silver in it. Probably quite a few different metals, emporium, thorium. Those. So let's say you're scattering these little parts. Let's say you're scattering iron, right? Let's do a little there's little dots of iron everywhere, right? It's just, it's like imagine sanding a bunch of iron, just throw it in the water. You're able to create this concoction of this sonoluminescent bubble, okay, from the ultrasound waves that we erased. And what happens is, I'm theorizing that that is a miniature like white hole or magnetic vortex, okay? So that is your, so that would be, I mean, we could even look at it. It's spiraling that way, right? So we'll literally just copy it. Okay, and then on the other side, it'll be the opposite. Okay, so and then the vortex is down below where it's getting, so you'll be like this. How about I'll make it dotty? How about that? So imagine this is like quantum, like real tiny. I'm talking about little quantum, little tornadoes of magnetic polar vortexes that are spinning around because of this. This is if that is just not if this is an excited electron, then I don't know what, this is just me talking out my ass. I don't know. But I think this is happening. And the reason why we're not seeing the little black hole is because we're on a black hole, or the black hole is so infinitely small, you can only see the new material coming into it because the little flakes are going in. So I'm just kind of winging it, but this is what I'm thinking is this, since you have ejecta coming out this way, right? So you have these 4 different wavelengths coming out of the mouth or the field. And then on top of that, you have a reaction going down. This down pushes down, and the leftover new sediment from this mini black hole, and yes, mini black hole, mini white hole, okay? And the leftover concoction settles at the bottom in the shape of that, okay? So I feel like we've seen this somewhere before. Who knows? So, but this ejecta coming out of here, because you have an equal and opposite reaction, you have light coming out this way, then you have this transmutation of material. So like, this is like these little flakes, they're, let's say they're iron flakes, okay? Then they're dripping down, this ejecta is pushing down like this. I'm gonna erase some of those. So just because you have this equal and opposite reaction, you have light now coming out that is, one, not only just different wavelengths of light, violet, purplish, blue, far red, you have the opposite reaction of the iron being turned into a new type of material and ejecting down, and then you get this half crescent moon shape of new weathered material. And what kind of material that is could be new elements metal, new superconductors. Imagine if they figured out, earlier I was talking about selenium. Selenium is a great health benefactor for multiple different reasons. But what if you could put selenium on steroids, right? You could take other materials that you know are beneficial for your own health, and you can add it to this concoction. And then if this is actually what's happening here, you could have a whole new type of pigment of an element, a completely new thing that we're not used to. And the reason being is because this is a natural formation. This is happening naturally across the universe. So kind of weird to think about is like, if the reason why we see only black holes, you're on the black hole side, right? We don't see white holes unless you make them, right? That would be a weird concept. And then the other side would be the opposite. It would be like a parallel dimension or something. I don't know. But it would be, they only see white holes, maybe. Weird, right? I don't know. Just thought about it. All right, so we're back from our quick little break. So keep in mind, this is a egg-shaped vessel that's gold-plated, okay, on the inside and the outside. These blocks right here are these stones: limestone, lapis lazuli, red rose granite, which all contain high amounts of quartz, which, when applied with AC voltage or alternating current, propagate electromagnetic waves, and then they hit in the middle and collide. And I believe this is some type of like hydrogen nucleation site. But the photons coming off of here are blue spectrum. That is why it comes off as light as a sonoluminescent bubble. But you're not seeing the violet spectrum of light, the purplish spectrum of light, and the far red. So what I'm getting at is, think rainbow, like think about like Goku from Dragon Ball Z when he does his like Kamehameha like that. When you're going like this, imagine we'll edit in a beautiful rainbow like that. Imagine the entire rainbow spectrum coming out of the end of that thing. That'd be a sick Dragon Ball Z episode, okay? But I know that might sound strange, but it's the rainbow spectrum that we do not see, okay? You only see the blue. So if we take the filter off the eyes, you can see them. Or if you add an artificial filter in here, like so, this glass vessel, you would have a type of filter over it that like allows you to see red spectrum and purplish and violet. I'm willing to bet the light coming off this thing looks like a rainbow, just glossing. That is a hypothesis. I do not know if that is true. So anyway, what we're going to go do next is imagine if this egg is like right here, and then we're going to draw what happens above it, okay? So that is the next concept of this. Now we're about to really start picking up speed right now because the drawing stuff is going to slowly start to come to an end, and we're going to go into picture mode, okay? I like pictures because that's how I learn. It's getting harder and harder to wipe off. No, I'm just kidding. I didn't actually spit on it, guys. All right. So let's say that ejecta is right here. Okay? So this would be, so let's say, actually, you know what? I'm going to redo that real quick because I don't like how that is. So what we're going to do is we're actually going to do squigglies. So this squiggly is going to be, I'm going to grab my note real quick. Gosh. All right. So lots of lines is squiggly. Then you have your next one. It's still pretty squiggly. Your next one is slightly less squiggly. And then your last one is barely squiggly. So what this is each one is, this will be your violet light, purple, red. So it's coming out of the top of the vessel in a kind of like V-shaped formation, okay? And these different lights, again, you're only seeing the blue at the moment. That's why the sonoluminescent bubble appears blue, in my opinion. What is happening at the top of this, now imagine if you had a reflector of some sort. So just like, imagine a magnifying glass, okay? So let's say you have a magnifying glass. I don't even know how to spell magnifying.
Yeah.
Bam. All right, so magnify glass. Yes, I said that. So imagine, but your glass is right here, okay? And you're able to congeal all four of these lines. So what you would be doing is beamforming together with your four antennae. Okay. So imagine you have antennae 1, antennae 2, and then antennae 3, and antennae 4. So these spectrums are pretty wildly small. So we're going to go with this real quick. Hold on. I'm still going. I'm right here. Give me a second. Have some faith. Okay, I got you. All right, so the wavelength for violet. Can you find me those rainbow colors? Ooh, yeah, you already did. Mommy. Thank you. We're going to break out some coloring because I like coloring. Sick. Beautiful. All right. Oh, yeah. Sorry if I'm yelling. I don't need to. All right. So violet is going to be all right, so violet is 410 nanometers, okay? This is the wavelength. So, then we got the perp. This wavelength is 434, okay, nanometers. These are tiny. Then we need blue, I guess. Yes. So blue, 486 nanometers. Okay. Now we got the far red. So red, 656 nanometers. This is important right here. This is very important. Ruby rose, okay? It is drastically important to this. So, fun fact, I'm going to bounce over here real quick. All right, so you're going to walk with me for a second. We're going to look at some of my notes right here. So this right here, this is from, I believe it's like the, this is Spectroscopy 101 introduction is light and matter. But this is what we're looking at right now. So the electromagnetic spectrum. So you have gamma ray, you have X-ray, you have ultraviolet. Then you have your nice little rainbow up in here. Infrared, microwave, and radio. Okay. Fun fact, you like my little drawing there? Think Goku's Kamehameha. Ah! Oh, yeah, no, I'm gonna stop. Anyway, we're gonna read some stuff real quick. So this is just one of those things I want to point out real fast. So if the idea of oscillating electric and magnetic fields does not make much sense, don't worry. You don't really need to know that much about it. We need to stop that. This is why we need to stop being closed-minded. Open-ended circuits are better. If this is on, like, literally, I think this is like the James Webb Telescope website. I forgot exactly what it is. Anywho, that stuff needs to stop because this is a whole different wave of genre of technology, and it's a good one in my opinion. I think it might be better. We'll see. But anywho, very important. Also, we're going to scroll right up. So the absorption and emission spectra of hydrogen, okay? So your first one, this is your violet area, okay? But it's the same. So for the absorption of energy, so for your hydrogen to go from the 1 power scale to the 2 to the 3, it takes a specific wavelength of light hitting it to excite it, okay? But it takes the same exact one to de-excite it from energy level 3 to 2 to 1, okay? From 3 to 1, from 3 to 1 to 1 to 3. Just remember that. Hydrogen, when it emission or it gives off light, is when you deaccelerate it. So think of it like this: is when you excite the hydrogen atom to its next level, you have to power it, right? You get your flashes of light from this sonoluminescent bubble, okay? Then you take that same light and you feed it back to itself. I'm just going to let you think on that, okay? So we're going to go up through here real quick. So this is spectroscopy. I don't even know how to freaking say that. I don't even want to try. I can't say it. I have speaking issues sometimes. So light, gamma rays, X-rays, ultraviolet light, visible light, and invisible rainbow. Infrared light, microwaves, radio waves are all forms of light, also called electromagnetic radiation. Together, they make up the electromagnetic spectrum. That's right. Radio waves that carry music, the music that you listen to, from the station to your radio, the microwaves that heat up your food, and the X-rays, then it's used to detect tooth decay, are all forms of light. Okay? It's light. Okay? Light is extremely powerful. So, behaviors of light. We can absorb it, absorption, emission, transmission. So, you can communicate with it. Reflection and refraction. Okay? It's important. Just some more spectrometry stuff. However you said it. So, we're going to go over some of this real quick. The energy that an electron needs in order to jump to a certain level corresponds to the wavelength of light that it absorbs. Said in another way, the electrons absorb only the photons that give exactly the right energy they need to jump levels. Remember when we said that photons only carry specific amounts of energy and their energy corresponds to their wavelength? The absorption spectrum of hydrogen shows the results of this interaction in the visible part of the spectrum. Hydrogen absorbs the wavelengths of 410 nanometers, 486 nanometers, and 656. I think I skipped one in there. Each of the absorption lines corresponds to a specific electron jump. The shortest wavelength, highest energy light, 410 nanometers, causes the electron to jump up 4 levels, while the longest wavelength, lowest energy light, 656, causes a jump of only 1 level. Okay? Phew. So then we go to the absorption. All right? You can see this right here. This is your hydrogen right here. And then you create these dips. And then on the emission, you get these spikes. Remember what I was talking about with Skinwalker Ranch, with you have these very strange spikes up in the air? What if you had a very large one of these? I'm like, this has got to be real big, like real big. But that would explain Skinwalker Ranch is a natural toroidal field moment, having the absorption of light by hydrogen, because it's right next to a giant lake, by the way. It's got metals. So it could be a legitimate, like, naturally occurring thing. I don't know. But that would explain that right there. It's a magnetic vortex coming out of the ground. Okay? So emission of light. So this is when the molecule, the hydrogen, is powering down. So imagine Ed is tanking down his tool, right? He's like, woo, he's powering down. Okay, this thing hydrogen gives off light. So you take that and then you put it back into charging the system. Electrons can lose energy and drop down to lower energy levels when an electron drops between levels. Excuse me. Whew. It emits photons with the same amount of energy, the same wavelength that it would need to absorb in order to move up between those same levels. This is why hydrogen emission spectrum is in the inverse of its absorption spectrum, with the emission lines of 410 nanometers, 434, 486, and 656. The highest energy and shortest wavelength light is given off by the electrons that fall the farthest, okay? And then there's your 4 different correlating wavelengths for hydrogen, okay? You can see how it goes up in essentially height. Kind of a strange thing, right? So light waves involve oscillations of electric and magnetic fields rather than oscillation of matter. This is important. I'm still kind of trying to understand this. This is going to be one of those things that I'm not acting like I know what I'm doing, but I'm trying. Ugh. So also, I'm going to read this real quick. I probably should have read this one first. Absorption of light by hydrogen. A hydrogen atom is very simple. It consists of a single proton in the nucleus and one electron orbiting the nucleus. When a hydrogen atom is just sitting around without much energy, its electron is at its lowest energy level. When the atom absorbs light, the electron jumps to a higher energy level, an excited state, and it can jump from one level or a few levels depending on how much energy it absorbs. Whew. So this is a lot, but we're getting to this, okay? So what I mean by this is all very important, what we're trying to do here. Also, so this, I wrote this. This is my hydrogen atom. This is just a note I wrote, but we'll go ahead and read it. So what if the electron was actually a small magnet? Okay, this is just my random thought for hypothesis. So yes, your electron be here, and you literally have small poles on each side. Okay. What if the electron was actually a small magnet? When the electron jumps from a different energy level, you could use a variable time to voltage source like Ed's dielectric switch. Maybe you're creating extreme peaks through intense hypermagnetic poles, pushing the atomic weight of the field away from each other, like trying to push 2 south poles towards each other. Then once you de-energize your tool, the down jumps in the electron causes intense light, and you use that light to recharge the battery. Potential 100% usage of energy, right? Kind of a weird thing to talk about. And then this would be the second page of that. Also, once the tool is de-energized, I believe that there is a grace period or a Goldilocks zone of time where the stone is placed and the atomic weight slowly comes back to it. Maybe like 2 to 3 seconds or a minute. Hence why most ancient stones have like a pillow look to them. The atomic noise generator creates intense polar opposites at a quantum level and lets you pick it up, cut it, shape it, mold it, set it, and forget it. Perfect stacks every time. So oxygen is magnetic, so it pulls its own vacuum, allowing a 0 point energy like it's in space. Kind of a weird concept, right? Strange. I'm gonna take me a little bit of a break real quick. All right, so back from my little break. We're gonna go ahead and pick back up over here. So this is coming out of the golden bucket, or like the whatever vessel it is. Could be a multitude of things. So you have these 4 different wavelengths coming out, and you're essentially going to each antennae, okay? and you're propagating the wave out. So each one is expelling a wave. Okay, so this is the amplitude. This is what this means. And then, so each one of these, you would then reflect, I'm sorry, into a magnifying glass or something of that sort. And imagine you have all four of these, and now you are using this, okay, up here to do whatever you want. What I'm getting at with this is this potentially can be made for coherent beams of matter. You can potentially, I think, I forgot what that might have been, not Boeing. I forgot what company it was recently, but they made the world's first tungsten beam of coherent matter, and I forgot the exact process with everything they did with that. But the possibility of this is whatever metals are down here in that water or a solution, and you were able to get this to react, then that material that has been transmutated by this, whatever this is doing, and coming out of this. Remember, this right here is this ejecta coming out of it. And you eject it out. These would be your antennae to amplify the source. And then this would be your magnifying glass, okay, so that you would have this like sitting on something. And then that is beam forming, okay? So you would be taking all these, and just like if you could focus it in there, make it come to a head, whatever you pointed this thing at, you could probably, like, I'm talking, you're cutting through rock like it's nothing. Like it's nothing. Like butter. So in Egypt, there's the Aswan Quarry, and it's where that unfinished obelisk is. Let me fix you. Let me learn you real quick. I believe they were doing this, and you know those scoop marks up underneath the stone where it's like cut up. We'll post a picture. I don't have anyone right now, but those scoop marks. What I believe was happening is this magnifying glass. You know, whoever's operating this thing would be standing on the outside, and it gets dipped down below, and then it gets underneath the rock, and you're magnifying the four different array of lights. And when you're doing this, you're manipulating the actual atomic structure of the stone. And it's the same concept, just a different version of the tool. I believe there's multiple different genres of this kind of wave function. And it's a genre of technology that is completely opposite of ours in what we know today. We went the petroleum route instead of going this route. And our ancestors had these natural rainstorm generators. Stonehenge was a natural rainstorm generator. White Horse Hills was a natural storm generator. And the pyramids were a natural storm generator. And we'll get to that, but I'm not the best at explaining it. We'll leave that one to Jeffrey Drum. However, but what I believe is this magnifying glass, okay, would get put underneath there. You would be able to soften the stone with this material, and then you could literally scoop it out, okay? And with this one, have you guys ever seen the rocks? I think it was over in Africa somewhere, but there's great big rocks that are just a straight line down the middle. That was somebody playing with their tool.
What did he say?
In the Aswan Quarry, there is I think it's about like 2.5, 3 feet, something like that. But it's like a rectangle hole. Again, we'll put a little picture there. But that hole is a perfect, like, rectangle hole down into the ground. I think it's like 15 feet or something like that. How do you do that, smashing dolomite balls together on that? What? But anyway, what I believe what they're doing there is they're magnifying these, and they were coring to make sure that that obelisk was going to be all the way through. And this tool, so they would stand over the rock, ignite the tool or excite it, and you would have a coherent beam of whatever type of metal your little heart desires, making up, penetrating into the ground. And literally, it was like, you guys ever seen that movie, The Core, with where they try and fix the core's rotation with bombs? You know, something like that. It's like it came out in like, I think, early 2000s, but they were like, they could literally shoot light into rocks and then essentially melt it and then just drive through it. It's kind of a wild concept for a movie. Maybe it wasn't just a movie at one point. I'm not saying people were drilling to the earth like that, but for mining purposes, this is pretty ridiculous. So anyway, we're going to go to our next section real quick. And yeah, it's pretty cool. But this would be, technically, this is your 4 antennae that you would have. They would be real small, okay? We're talking probably like centimeters for your antennae for this particular setup. And then your magnifying glass is your, excuse me, your beamforming or modulating an array of light. We'll put a link. I got this information from AT&T's. It's like 1960s video on modulating the beam of light, and I'll show you that right now. We're going to go over to. I'm going to pick you up again real quick, okay? So principles of the optical maser, Bell Laboratories, 1963. So you can. I'm not going to be able to. I'm just not going to read all this. It's a lot. If you would like to read it, you can simply pause. And yes, I'm going to make you read this. It's entirely too much. I did not write that. I'm not that good. That was Taylor. Feel free to pause and read. It's I'll also link all the videos I had. It's a lot, but you can at least get some right now. Anyway, but pretty important there. Come on, set me back up a little bit. Cool. All right. So our next subject, and don't worry, we're going to keep going over this in just a slightly different version. And I believe, hopefully, wow. Okay, hold on a second. Clean up. Whoop. All right. Stress be stressful, guys. All right. On to our next adventure. All right, so dude, no, you turn off on me. All right, so I'm gonna go over this real quick. I'm actually just kidding. I'm gonna pick you back up. So we're gonna go over piezoelectric effect real quick. So the reverse piezoelectric effect, you have a capacitor with electricity that you apply to quartz crystal, like we talked about. So this would be positive, negative, and just goes back and forth. That gives a vibration. That's ultrasound, ultrasonic waves. So anywhere from 30,000 to 50,000 hertz. Okay. Now the piezoelectric effect, and this one is also very important. So mechanical force on quartz crystal equals electricity and light. Remember that, light. So imagine if you had somebody sitting on a quartz crystal, right? They would use electricity. I mean, make electricity when it happens, because that's a piezoelectric effect of mechanical force on quartz is electricity and produces light. So think like your lighter, the ones that you just go like that, and it makes that little click sound. This is this is how that works. You literally have a quartz crystal in that little lighter. So just remember, applying pressure. So imagine somebody sitting down on a quartz crystal and, on their tool, and that's how they're igniting it. Think about that. Okay. All right. So I don't know what that is. All right, can you make sure I'm good again?
Yeah.
All right. So all right. So our next portion probably going to be a lot on the computer, just looking at some images real fast, and then we'll bounce back to that when need so. So we're going to change up the camera setup, and we'll be right back. All right, so we're going to move to the computer a little bit, just so we can correlate some stuff. During my time when I was doing this research, like I said, I enjoy my own personal time sometimes, just watching old documentaries. And one thing I got into was the Tomb of Ur, or Tomb of Queen Puabi. And first off, I really want to give a shout out to was it Leonard Woolley? I don't know if I'm pronouncing that correctly, but yeah, I want to give you a huge shout out, because you took your job so well and like so serious for excavating the tomb of Ur. You did a great job on everything, and I just want to thank you for that. So this is definitely, I'm very happy with this guy right here. Super awesome at his job. All right, so he essentially uncovered the tomb of Queen Puabi. All right, so we're going to go through some of this. So her tomb is, let's just say we're going to have another little Cardi B moment. I looked at it, I was like, that's suspicious. And I don't know, something about it just kind of captivated me. Just everything about it was a little off to me, if that would make sense. And I don't see anybody talking about this, and I'm not quite sure why. So what I mean by that, all right, so the Tomb of Ur, or Tomb Queen Puabi, everything that got pulled out of the cemetery got split up into two different museums: the Museum of Iraq in Iraq, and the Philadelphia Museum in Pennsylvania. Anyhow, we're going to start going through some of these, and we're just going to start talking about my hypothesis with her. So first off, right off the bat, everything about her is special. She was buried with roughly like 65, 70 people who had killed themselves, or they were killed. We don't know. I'm pretty sure there were sacrifices, and they were self-sacrifices. The reason being is, I believe she died, and she was so important to them because what she could do, that they all drank the Kool-Aid essentially and went away. They were all adorned with feathers on their head, and they were dressed up. But her tomb in particular, okay, we're going to start talking about this right now. Her necklace, very encoded. It's a very pretty necklace. But I want to point something out to you about her stuff. Do you see the alternating triangles? Okay. Remember Ed's wheel? It's alternating magnets. Okay. In V shapes. So it's north, south, north, south, north, south. It just keeps on going. Okay. These are, I believe, replicas of the tools, but this is what they look like. So they're made out of magnetic ferrous materials. Yes, that's right. And I believe this was like a gold-plated spectrum of some sort, or they called it electret. Okay. And then down here, you have the rings. We'll get to those later. But we're going to go to the next slide. So this was in the tomb as well in another grave site. But I would like to point this out. This is all granite, lapis lazuli, granite, lapis lazuli, and quartz. Okay. You notice how we keep talking about the same things. This is in the tomb of Ur as well. Red rose granite. This is a depiction of what she was capable of, in my opinion. This was found next to her. Okay. So if they wanted to go to war, they would bring her out and she would essentially, if you pay attention, yeah, I don't know. This is weird. Weird. We'll go to the next one. This is her headdress. Okay. So I would like to point out something right here. The stones in the shape. Do you see the circle? And then do you see this flower of life? It's magnetic material in a very specific shape. All right. Just keep that in mind. Then we're going to come up to her gold-plated hairdress. Okay. These things are gold-plated leaflets in a specific manner. All right. Uh-oh. So this was in her tomb as well. It happens to be a gold egg. Oh, so it's a gold egg inside and out. It's got, I believe this is red rose granite. This is, I believe, just regular granite or limestone. Then this is your bitumen, or like I like to refer it to as electrical tape. This is acting as your glue and also your insulator, because if you happen to put AC voltage to this, now these magnetic materials that also have quartz in them will resonate electromagnetic waves into the middle of the field. Okay? So I believe I might have to go over here real quick. No. How do we not have more pictures of the egg?
There is more.
Where?
No, the other.
Mm-hmm.
Not in there. They're in your notes.
Okay, well, I got this one. This would work. So this is the top side of that egg. Isn't that weird that our drawing looked like that earlier? So this is your quartz. Again, the bitumen for glue and a insulator. So your lapis lazuli, your red rose quartz up there. So this was designed for producing sonoluminescent bubbles inside, projecting that toroidal field that I'm hypothesizing. You would come down after a few, maybe a few hours, a few days. I would probably say maybe a few days of letting it sit with acoustic waves going through it. This is all, again, trial and error. But I believe they were getting a half moon shaped crescent of material down here from the ejecta coming down. And I've seen quite a few people say something about this. I've watched some of the Freemason guys stuff talk about it. Yeah, just kind of sounds appropriate in a weird way. Then at the top of this, or you could essentially let it cook or stew, but whatever different types of materials would be in here. You also had a lid for this, by the way. You could operate it in a few different forms and fashion. So this egg is extraordinarily important. Queen Puabi was doing some wild stuff, all right? So we're going to go back here. So she's got a electroplated gold cup, and something about it's always gold plated, all right? Here's again, the flower of light. So this right here, I believe, is an actual representation of the sonoluminescent bubble. Is you have this internal ring with a ring without outside. Then this is, how about we'll wait a few slides before I talk about that one. So this is what was found. I don't know if this is an original picture. It kind of looks like an original picture to me. But if you see, again, right here, this right here is the flower of life. And with that dot in the middle, the circle, okay? Then right here is a version of the tool. So again, right here, the flower. So this thing right here is a very strange goat. And yes, this was found inside the tomb as well. But I believe this is a visual accurate representation of what they were doing. And the reason why I say that is if you look at it, it's gold plated. It's just wood. It doesn't matter what it's made out of. It just has to be gold plated and through electrolysis with gold. The reason is very important, and we will get to that in just a few seconds. But shows a representation of what you would need to do. You need to compress and use the piezoelectric effect, which is mechanical force. So you be placing mechanical force. You have to stand on this thing. And inside here would generate a electrical current and shock, just like how you light it, and it produces light. So standing on their thing was their catalyst. So just like I was saying with lightning is the catalyst for rainstorm generators like the pyramid, Ed's tool, in my opinion, was magnetism. It was that spark from the magnets essentially coming together, and it would ignite his tank circuits. Well, I believe Queen Puabi's thing might have been standing on it to create this effect. Okay, and also if you look at it from the back, it's just a little weird. So yeah, a little strange for me. This is a side view of it. So my hypothesis with this is the horns mean antennae. Okay, horns mean antennae. This is your tools or your grounding rod. All right, because you need grounding rod. So grounding rod, a grounding rod or tool, it doesn't matter. This right here is actually, the center is always going to be the hydrogen with a single excited, so the first ring. And these are magnetic poles, okay? But it also has a third meaning, I believe. Hydrogen frequency, all right? Yeah, this is going to get real strange here real quick. So why the gold plating is actually very important is gold plates or gold reflected material reflects way more infrared light than you would think, okay? So I would like to show you something that was found in her tomb. You see how small this is? That's centimeters. This thing's little tiny. Remember I was talking about with wave propagation of light? Those different wavelengths, excuse me, are small. They're nanometers. So you would need a small antenna, right? These are your antennae, right? And then you have a silver plate. I was watching that documentary on modulating the beam of light with AT&T from the 1960s. And they were actually talking about if you could pass light through or reflect it off of a silver platter. And yes, this is silver. Silver platter will actually reflect that light off of it, okay? So it's like putting it through a filter or bouncing it off of a filter. Strange thing, right? But trust me, this is on the front of this, okay? Do you remember how we talked about Skinwalker Ranch with that design? Well, guess what? Here it is again in the same format. Isn't that strange? So you have, and this is not like electromagnetic waves or wave propagation. This is light, okay? And what this means is this is the blue spectrum that you see, okay? Blue from the sun and luminescent bubble, this right here. And it is showing you that you only see the blue coming out. However, there is more to this than meets the eye. It's very strange, okay? Queen Puabi's headdress. This is electro-type pendant with gold plated. What I believe is just like how we were talking about earlier with the golden antennae. This is her antennae right here. Look at it. Pay attention. It doesn't need to be perfect. This is a customizable thing. Your antenna must be small. They can literally fit on your head if you really wanted to. What this purpose is this is modulating the beam of lights or different wavelengths for reflecting light. So remember how we talked about the magnifying glass? Congratulations. These are her magnifying glass / antennae. So again, this has multiple different functions in my opinion. So here it is again, hydrogen, first excited field, magnification, and then this right here, this is your hydrogen format. Just think about this. Well, trust me, you're going to see it here in a second. So this would be reacted. So like you see how they're also, some of them are tied together. As long as all she had to do was take copper cables and literally clip them to it like an alligator clip, run her down her back, and you would never know the difference. She would look like she's completely normal. So she would be, this is obviously a touched up photo, but so this is again in the tomb of Queen Puabi. So it's the golden bull. It's gold plated again. It's here, the antennae. This is on the front of the harp. There was a harp buried in it. Okay. Are you guys kind of catching the similarities here? This is too good. Again, formatting circular patterns. Then down here, kind of just strange looking, but it's just like you put something in the vessel, metals, I'm assuming, right here. And then you use the harp, okay? So you reflect light. So like, let's say your egg is over here somewhere, and you had a receptor or like some type of reflector to reflect light. I believe this is showing you that they were strumming, okay, the instrument for a catalyst coming out of the mouth. So this would be the from the harp. So this is what you're right here is this, okay? So remember how we talked about different waves of light coming out here? You only see the blue, but there's 4 other ones. 4 total that we can do, or at least that we know of. So if you zoom even closer, what does that look like? That looks like a dual tuning fork, okay? Remember in Ed's tool, we had 2 tuning forks, 2. So this would be one, and this would be your second one. Dos, okay? One to start the reaction, one to hold the reaction and close the circuit and then hold the current for the next transition, okay? So then let's say you had your sonoluminescent bubble right here, right? Okay. And it shows that if you use light with this concoction, and obviously I could be wrong about some of this, but I'm trying my best here. But it shows you that you can pick up rocks or whatever this transmutation of metal is to this. And the reason why this dude has like this strange thing going on is I believe it might be a simplification of anti-gravity, I guess you would call it, is you don't need feet, right? Why would you need feet if you could pick up rocks, right? I know it's a weird thing, but the people who mastered levitation or atomic noise generator, and we don't have to call it that if this isn't right, obviously. I just kind of said that. However, I believe this is reminiscent. And in this right here, this would be your grounding rods. So it's a kind of like showing them, hey, this imaginary force that you cannot see is picking up a rock. I believe this was potentially a very secretive thing, and that's okay. This is the seal for Queen Puabi. This is them having dinner. Also, kind of just weird. I think it might mean magnetic triangles picking up rocks because it technically is in a weird way. But the entire thing itself is just a little strange. This is obviously doctored up, but one thing about her necklace, I noticed it was just a little weird for me. And the reason being is, like I said, I'm really good with patterns from order filling. I've always just kind of been good at like recognizing strange patterns, and I'm very picturesque. Like I just remember certain things. So I looked at this, and it kind of reminded me of a code. And if you look at it, it goes 1 blue, 1 gold, 3 blue, 3 gold. And this is not perfect throughout the entire thing. However, on the Pennsylvania, and I can throw a picture up here if we can, they even said, excuse me, I'm getting tired. About 1 in the morning. They even said from the museum that her necklace had repeating patterns of 3311, right? 3311. You can see it right here, and you can fact check me. I have a picture of it. I just have to find it. But 1 1 3 3. Why would that be? And then on top of that, again, the circle right here. So this is your hydrogen atom. This is your magnetic field. And this, your 3311, is your excitement for your hydrogen atom. Right? Right. All right. So what I mean by that is, pay attention again. 3311. All right. So we're going to do a quick drawing. All right. So just scoot me over a little bit. All right. So we're just going to kind of recognize this, and we're going to draw it out just so you can kind of see where maybe I'm getting at. So 3311 is, so imagine the hydrogen, okay? All right, so then this is your first energy level, okay? And this will be your electron, okay? Well, E for electron. So then so again, from what I understand, you can excite an electron of a hydrogen atom indefinitely, forever, as we know. That could be wrong. What she was doing is that ejecta, or that 4 different wavelengths of light coming out of this toroidal field, is going from 1, so it's coming out of the sonoluminescent bubble. They're catching it in the air essentially on a reflector, or your antenna, and imagine again like a magnifying glass. So they're using the light to excite the electron from 1, not to 2, but to 3. Now, how would you do that? You can do it through, I'm going to pick you up for a second, okay? We're going to come over here to absorption and emission spectra of hydrogen. So absorption, is going to be violet, okay? And violet is, let me find my paper. Is it up here? Yes, so violet is, no, that's emission. Hold on. I got you. Give me a second. All right, so violet absorption is 410 nanometers, okay? So pretty small. Then 434 blue, 486 blue-green, or I just call that blue, and I call that one more purple. So, and then red. But what I'm getting at is the absorption has to be exact. So you can skip power levels, if that makes sense. So you have to just have the exact power level, and you can find it on this worksheet, or you can just go to the website itself and look at it. So you can jump from 1 to 3 and then back to from 3 to 1. Now, the reason why, set me up again. So what Queen Puabi, what I believe was doing was 1 to 3 electron. So absorbing, so when she's jumping from 1 to 3, she is absorbing the sono bubble output. Okay? When she jumps from 1 to 3, absorption of the sono bubble output. However, when she, let's say she's done with her whatever reaction, and she's turning off her tool, she's turning off the egg, whatever is happening, and now all of a sudden she's scaling back, right? Let me erase this. So then let's say you're over here on 3. This is 1, 2, 3. You're over here now, right? And this is just deceleration. So your electron's here, and now we're jumping all the way back to 1. Okay? When you jump an energy level on the lower spectrum, I'm going to take you back over here again. So the emission. So a simple model of hydrogen atom showing 4 as many possible drops that the electron could make when it emits light. The relationship between the electron drop and the specific wavelength of light that the atom emits when the electron drops down from one energy level, it emits a very specific wavelength, and the higher the energy of the photon, this illustration shows a set of drops that corresponded to emission of visible wavelengths, okay? There's more to this, but we can go that too. If you just want to read that, I want to stop. I want to talk for a second. I need a drink. Anyway, what I'm getting at is the sharper the drop and the wavelength, the more catalytic the light emission is from the hydrogen atom. Hydrogen electron. So what I'm saying is, if this is a lower wavelength, so like violet wavelength that you cannot see, when she disengaged this thing and it drops the power level, as long as she was able to take that light and capture it, okay? And what I mean by that is you're reflecting it back into, let's say, an equivalent for us would be a homopolar motor and on a spinning like device, let's say of I think it's silicon. I can't remember. I'll have to show the video, but any type of spinning orifice or metal. So like mercury, it spins forever if you just put AC voltage to it. Imagine you had a liquid that would spin with light, and it would spin the battery and recharge it. That you'll be getting the output back, the same output you put in. Queen Puabi is I believe 4,500 years ago. Say it again. She's 4,500 years old. And she had a potential format for hydrogen formula on her necklace. And we'll keep digging into this. Okay, so we're going to go back to the computer. All right. So we're going to just click on next. So we're going to look at our headdress next. Again, gold-plated leaflets. And we will get to exactly why gold-plated leaflets is incredibly important. Almost looks like, see these little caps? Kind of wild to me, but it almost looks, they're magnetic material. It almost looks like a resistor to me in a very strange way. Not saying it's resistor. It just kind of looks weird to me. I don't really have anything to go off that. I'm not gonna lie. I didn't get that far, but it just, with everything else that we're about to see, this was a little suspicious for me. Again, these are her beamforming antennae. Could you do me a favor and point that fan a little bit at me? Getting a little sweaty. All right, so this was also found in the Tomb of Ur, but the king, okay? This was a different tomb, but inside the same area. This is a gold-plated helmet, okay? And I don't know if you guys, and it's probably, yeah, it's a pretty bad image. However, I wish you can see it. It's in the same area. This golden suit has all these waves down it, just like the little circular magnetic tornado vortex. It's all over this dude's helmet, all over it. This dude and this woman was important. Important. Okay, so we're going to get to this right now. All right. All right, so you guys see this? That's iron. Remember how we talked about iron being a catalyst? Right? Think Ed's horse-shaped, U-shaped magnet tool. This potentially could be it. I don't know if it is or not. So we're going to turn our heads to this right here. This is the top container of the egg. This is what goes in the egg. Look at what's in it. It's material that's been used. It's been transmutated. This is, if we test this, I really want to know what's legitimately in this. I really do. I'm very curious. I want to say they had it there somewhere, but I didn't write it down, and I just forgot. So my bad on that one. And I could not find it again, unfortunately. So, but definitely this is a metal ferrous material that was inside the egg. So we're going to go over here to, she's got some this copper lace rings. I know this is a bad picture. Also, anybody can look this up. There's a ton of information on her. And it's wild that it's just out in the public. And nobody's touched this at all. It's kind of almost, I wouldn't say depressing, but we're good. We're doing it now. All right, so this right here. All right, so electrotype copy of a gold pin or hair ornament, okay? Original in the University Museum of Philadelphia. This right here is our stone scraping tool. This is very simple. Once the stone was soft, you ever see how like they were just like they literally could scoop it like ice cream? Congratulations. This is what it is. You see the sharp end too? That is also how I talked about Ed's wheel having magnetic points. It needs to be sharp, right? Because you can drag magnetic poles around. Okay, it's just like having two magnets run over top of each other. You share the magneticism, and then you can permanently put it in something else. All right, so you see this four-shaped leaf clover. What else is also coincidentally in Ed's tools? His entire magnet structure is this. Imagine this right here. This is your north. This is your west. This is your south. This is your east. How? Why is this here? Well, what's the coincidental between that again? Right? Again, this is 4,500 years old. All right? Roughly. That could be a slightly wrong age, but it's definitely, she's around that. All right, so we're going to start talking about this. The gold amulet, so it's lapis lazuli fish amulet. It was found with the two gold fish on Queen Puabi's arm. There's a gold antelope in the form of two antelopes. A gold amulet, I'm sorry. And then this right here, look at that. These are copper cables. Copper cables. That's what these are. What could she use those for? Exciting the AC current voltage, alternating current, to the egg. It's very simple. If you have them on your armbands, People don't see you using it. They don't know how to use it. That's how you keep them in the dark, right? Smart, masquerading. This right here, these three fishes, this is magnetism, light, and then sound, or one of the three. It's something like that. Or electricity. It's going to be one of those three. Strange concept, right? We'll keep going. I'm sorry. So this is electricity. I kind of stumbled up there. Electricity, and in the form of your four antennae. Think about this. Like your Ark of the Covenant is, this is your antennae, okay? And just how we know electricity will flow back and forth, and then this is the representation of electricity. So this could be light, magnetism, and sound. It's always got to do with those four, okay? Electricity, magnetism, light, sound. Just remember those four, always. These are just some cylinder seals. All right, so we're going to go back up here right now. So this was also in her tomb. This means that I believe she was a stonemason, right? She could stack stones. That's why this was with her. She was important. She was it. She was everybody's life. Okay. These right here are her tools. Again, you notice the sharp points for pulling magnetism. That's what those are for. Then, just like with everything else, how you see people holding two rods. One would be a grounding rod. The other one could be your actual excitement tool. Either or. These are made out of magnetic materials. So notice the sphere. They like spheres. And then on top of that, beads of gold, lapis lazuli, and carnelian found by Queen Puabi's thighs, possibly part of her belt. My thing is just, it's a representation of the magnetic materials and the importance of gold. And we have not covered why gold is so important now. And not for what we think it is. We're like, ooh, shiny gold. They were like, ooh, shiny gold is a little bit of a different thing. So this is that RAM again. We're just going to touch base. So antennae, grounding rod, hydrogen format, magneticism, and the hydrogen in the middle, right? Pretty wild. And then the gold plated is for refracting the red, ruby rose red, okay, infrared spectrum. And we're about to get into that, why that is so important. Pretty wild thing, right? This has been sitting in front of all y'all's faces for a while. Not like making fun of you or anything, but like it's just wild that nobody's talked about this. So this is on the side of a box. Just kind of weird things. This is the back side of that harp. And why the harp is important, I believe she was using a form of modulating an optical maser. And again, like if you really want to know more about this, if you're interested, obviously you're going to, we'll have a video set up to where it's just all my notes. And it's gonna be a ridiculous long video like this, but there's just too much. I just can't fit everything in one video. It really isn't. Also, this was on her belt. And I want to go over something about this real quick is the reason why this kind of stuck out to me is these alternating things. You know what that looked like to me? Remember Coral Castle Ed, his sundial? Congratulations. I think this might be like another code on her thing this is a propagating wavelength that's coming out and it's doubled or it's the exact same over and over. So remember the flip-flop scenario? It's a representation. This was just a very strange thing. I don't know. This is on the side of it. Kind of weird. We're just going to go weird. I don't really got much on that one. So this is just a video on sonoluminescent bubbles. We don't do it. All right. Hydrogen wave function. All right. So if you see this, this is what your hydrogen looks like. What does that look like familiar? Right? So we're about to really start cruising here, okay? So you're just going to have to hold on. And so I believe, so it's just like this is 3, 2, 1. That's the symbol you get. You get 4, 3, 1. That's the symbol you get. 4, 3, 2. That's the symbol you get. 4, 0, 0. That's the symbol you get. And look at this. Look at that. Isn't that coincidental? Tell me you guys haven't seen that in some ancient structures. If not, I'll show you. Queen Puabi's is not currently on here, but she's exciting from 3, 3, 1. So, or 1, 3, 3. If that makes sense, you see this is 3, 3, 4. Weird, right? But this beam or this different spectrum of light, you see it? Right? Look real close. Violet, red, orange, and then visible spectrum. So if somebody who's got their things together and can understand this, definitely hit me up. I'm an open book. I'll talk about it. It's just, yeah, it's a little coincidental for me. And also, we're going to bounce back to this because this is everywhere, by the way. Absolutely everywhere. And yeah. So this is inner tomb again. So this is a representation of dielectricity. Just remember the arc coming back and forth, spark. That was just a weird picture. As her necklace again. Oh, that's a good one right there. All right, so this, cool. All right, you can finally, this is that helmet I was talking about. Yeah. Skinwalker Ranch, guys. Remember that? Remember that little vortex? All right, now we're cooking with something. Now we're starting to understand that something is awry. Or at least they had this technology way back then, and we just simply have lost it. And then we have this wonderfully looking man. I do not know who you are, but hello. I hope you are doing well. He's just standing next to this thing. Doesn't even know what he's standing next to. This is a platform for modulating arrays or beams of light with a silver platter. This is your blue spectrum light coming out of it because that's the only spectrum you're going to see visibly. And then it's showing you how to pick up rocks. Good job. That's just a picture of it. So this is the excavation of the site itself. You can see it's very deep. So that's the other thing. A lot of these ancient sites are going to be probably buried, unfortunately. They're a long time ago. And that just sucks because then we have to dig really hard just to find them. And that's probably why we cannot find them. This is what that is. Okay, so do we clip all that? Cool. But yeah, Queen Puabi's tomb, super sus. We need to talk about this because that's a little bit inconvenient for me. And when I say a little bit, it's a lot inconvenient for me because these things are just chilling out in the open. It's no big deal. And people I don't think people understand what they are. I mean, I don't really understand what they are, but trying. Oh, wait, nope, ain't got nothing there. So this is her harp. It's a representation of it because the original was wood and it was just gold plated, so it was badly damaged, unfortunately. And that's just how she goes. This is the front of it. Just weird. Anywho, she was, this whole thing is a little complicated. I'm still trying to understand it, but together we will. All right, we're going to take a quick little break. All right, so we're back now. And right now we're just going to start bouncing around a few things. And we're just going to see what got some going. So we're going to check out some pyramid stuff real quick. And first things first is my dude. This is Jeffrey Drum. So he's Land of Kim. Don't worry, we'll put a slightly better picture up there. I picked the one that you looked real saucy in. But this guy right here has been phenomenal. I've watched his channel since I think like episode like 33 or 34 or something like that. And he's on, I don't know, like 130 now. I am highly impressed with how you are doing this and how you're handling this, man. I really don't know what else to say other than you are doing a phenomenal job. He is really good about talking about the pyramids and that they were used for ancient alchemy. And I definitely believe his hypothesis. He's on it, and I believe he is right. I just want to let you know that you are totally welcome to come over to my house and do karate in the garage, Jeffrey. Anytime. I'll pick you up next week. And but I feel like you're on it, man. You really are. So good job for you. Super stoked to one day hopefully talk to you. But we're gonna get into this. Is this right here is what my deal. This has nothing to do with Jeffrey at the current moment. Because he knows this much better than I do. I definitely want to put that out there. I am not the pyramid expert guy. So, but what I do want to talk about is this, the King's Chamber, okay? The reason being is because this. See this arch? Okay? So all 5 of these big stones right here, they're huge and they're custom made. Each one is tuned individually, right? Why would that be? It's different electromagnetic propagation waves or different arrays of light coming through this. And yes, light goes through stone, whether you want to talk about it or not. There's different levels of light that you cannot see that can pass through these materials. And but what this is mainly, in my opinion, is this is to cause a sonoluminescent bubble inside this reaction chamber right here. Okay. So your top of the pyramid would get hit with electricity, and yes, that is potentially what's going on here. And when you apply AC voltage, okay, to quartz crystal, which all this is quartz crystal, it's all I believe limestone, granite, something like that, but it's got quartz, a lot of it in it. And I want you to pay attention to this type of. Remember how I was talking about earlier with Goku and his Kamehameha in that rainbow spectrum coming out? Yeah, it's strange, right? And then you have your catalyst down here. So what I'm supposedly, or my hypothesis is, this is a giant subwoofer box in a strange way. And I correlate that as like, this is, imagine like this is your windshield, this is the back of your box, these are your subwoofers right here. And you're oscillating a quarter wave down to this thing right here. So this one would fire at a second. This one would fire at 3/4 of a second. This one would fire at half a second. This one would fire at quarter second. And this would fire at 1/10 of a second, something like that. But what I mean by that is each one is custom tuned to a different frequency or specific wavelength. I know that sounds strange, but there's got to be a reason why each one is individually carved. They didn't do this anywhere else. And it's for function because nobody sees it. And it's been carved out like that. This is 100% a functioning thing from the pyramids. Not a tomb at all. At all. I don't mean to, I'll calm down a little bit. I don't mean to yell. Anywho, so imagine pagow, 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 pagow. But this is happening with alternating current from lightning strike, positive to ground, negative. Okay, this is a strong, I mean, we're talking 1,000,000 volts, if not way more than that. And what we're talking about with Queen Puabi's egg is it's the same concept, okay, but tens of thousands of times stronger, okay? What they were creating in here, who knows? I mean, Jeffrey is talking about they were dissolving hydrogen in this chamber, and again, this is hydrogen format. Okay, so my hypothesis is that King's Chamber, that sarcophagus in there, is essentially your sono bubble in there. And what that bubble was doing, that must have been one giant bubble, boy. Oh, Lord. I couldn't imagine how like insane this pyramid is when you had lightning strike it. What they were doing in here is far beyond our current capability of technology. And I'm telling you that right now. The pyramid was an ultimate catalyst of electricity, and it would generate rainstorms in the Sahara. I mean, not Sahara, on the Giza Plateau. This is terraforming and this is wild. It really is, and we'll get to why it's terraformed. But they had black basalt on the sides of the pyramid, and the pyramid is at a 51-degree angle. What does that mean? It's for temperature, and so we're gonna do. So actually, before we get to a drawing scheme, real quick. Actually, nope, I don't even have to draw. Ha ha. Nope, no drawing. Oh, what? Sick! I didn't know that. I can draw. Oh man! Oh, this is about to be fun right now. I didn't even know I could do that. Wow. Okay. Anyway, so here's the king's chamber. All right. So, and also they built this pyramid down into the bed, down to the below this right here for better ground. Just like how on like your car, you need a good body to ground for your electrical system. Same concept. Okay. So this physiostatic water. So just like rubbing your feet on right here, rubbing your feet on carpet and then trying to touch somebody and you create that electric shock, it's the same principle. So you would be forming clouds. No, I want white. How is that not? That doesn't make any sense. Okay, anyway, apparently I'm not allowed to use white right now. So these would be clouds, big cumulonimbus clouds with positive charge. And also, there's no capstone on the pyramid. I'm pretty confident of it. Jeffrey's confident of it from what I've seen in his videos. No capstone was ever on the pyramid. It was flat for a reason. The reason why it's flat, you have to build up static charge on a flat surface, not a pointed surface, okay? It helps with that. So physiostatic electricity down here from running water, okay? And this is your negative ground. So I'll think of that as negative. This is all your positive. And when you're building up that charge, you would have lightning come down and contact this, okay? So I want to bring this up right now. In these chambers, the queen's chamber, okay? You see that? Then the king's chamber is going out like this. So right here, these air shafts, these are not air shafts. Wrong. Absolutely wrong. It's okay though. Nobody knows. And honestly, again, totally wrong. I know I've said that many times, but just kind of one of those things. In the backs of these things, we actually saw one. So this is what it looks like. I don't know, a Gatton Breaks door. So this is what is at the end of one of these tunnels. These are copper handles that have been embedded into the limestone. Okay. So one asks, how do they embed something like that into limestone? Just like how Ed embedded his iron core into the coral block. This stone was soft when they did this. This, I'm willing to bet, if you looked on the backside, has copper cables attached to it. These are antennae for transmission or receiving. And this is what it looks like again. So there are handles that come down. So these handles are just like in Coral Castle at the tops of them. This is for hydrogen transmission into into the king's chamber, into the queen's chamber. So just like how Ed was oscillating electrons back and forth, they were doing something similar in these chambers. This is not air shafts. This was functional. The pyramid was 100% a functional device, not for looks or not for a tomb. Pretty wild, right? The Grand Gallery has staining, according to Jeffrey Drum, up in the top right here. And that is because the pressure from whatever they were cooking in here, essentially, extracting the hydrogen away from the oxygen, and it sets in the top of this, and that Grand Galley is slanted, so it's a giant pressure cooker. It really is. And this slope is at 51 degrees. Okay. So that is the perfect inclination for rising hot air to go up and then go up into the atmosphere and help generate more storm clouds. Now, yes, is like, what's down here? Down here is black basalt. Okay. So black basalt is great for heat retention. So during the hot summer day, this thing would heat up and the wind would come through and blow it up here and blow all this stupid hot air up into the atmosphere. Now, somebody who's super smart can figure that out, but Jeffrey's got it on lock. I'm going to leave that on him because this is not my area of expertise. And I'm not an expert either. I just like saying that. However, so the pyramid is wild, but it is a dielectric source. That is its source of power, is electricity or lightning out of the atmosphere. And then once you have that catalyst, you have water and whatever metals that you want to do with in that sarcophagus. And it's alchemy or chemistry, land of chem, on a totally different genre of technology than ours. Is it equivalent to ours? Yes. Is it better than ours? Yes. I believe it is. I do. Because it's natural. We can't do this today. People who say we can build the pyramids today, I don't believe you. These blocks right here are just so huge. And also, this is how the pyramids were built, was using the same technology that the pyramid is using. It was built using probably small ramps of some sort. However, just like Ed, as long as you're in this field, right? This field that is propagating from these waves. So this could be where those air shafts come out. Is anything below this line, right? You could be picking up stones if you have a tool that you are accessible for, right? And then the shafts. Remember how we talked about Ed's bike and the chains, and you had to do this wild like loop thing, and it's not an exact science. So these air shafts, I don't know what they even call them, but they're not air shafts, is each one is like custom. They don't go the same direction at all. And that has to do with beam forming. It's a customized thing. Until we understand the math on it, we're just going to have to wing it, I guess you would say. But we're going to go to the next thing. All right, so again, over here, so this is an Egyptian tuning fork, all right? I would like to point out, so you have your main tuning fork, but again, there is 4 lines. What I believe that equates to is, this is your representation of the first tuning fork, and this is your representation of the second tuning fork. It's a double strum, just like Ed's was right here, 1, and this is 2. So if you even think about it or look at it, so this is a U-shaped magnet, okay? Your copper coils are wired around it, just like Ed's. Then there's 4. But when I say 4, is like, imagine this is a capacitor right here. This is a capacitor, and this is ring the bell twice. 1, 2. Kind of a strange concept, but yeah. This is, I believe, Jeffrey Jones right here. I was watching his stuff. And this is the King's Chamber right here. Look at the scoop marks. Those are scoop marks. The tool was used to build the tool. The tool is the pyramid, I guess you would say. But that is inside the pyramid where nobody sees. So that is 100% a functional device, not for looks. They didn't care how it looked inside because nobody saw it. This is also a picture of, so this is a pillar of Senusette. I'm not quite sure. I'm sorry if I'm not pronouncing that correctly. So this is the 12th dynasty. So this is this is even like early dynastic. This is old. So they had obviously got better. So this is your triangle. This is your magneticism. That is your resonance or your frequency. Grounding rod. This is your unk, or this is your like Ed's tool. This is your magnet within a magnet within a magnet. Or even this is your toroidal field. I believe it is a representation of both. And the reason why I say that is this is a spiral up magnetic vortex. This is your spiral down magnetic vortex, or mini black hole, mini white hole. I don't know what it is. We don't know. This is your ejecta or your field. And then this is the ejecta going down. This means electricity. This is, again, a grounding rod. And then this right here, well, we've seen that shape before in the hydrogen theory, okay? Or the hydrogen format. It's the same thing. Pretty wild, right? Oh, we're going to get to that one. Oh, yeah. Let's see. So this is in I believe, the Temple of Hathor, I would like to say. And if you pay attention to this, you see this? That's a spinning, it looks like a spinning wheel to me. I believe this is a homopolar motor, okay? And then this is your battery. Pretty wild, right? Here's your voltage. This is your 12 volt or AC voltage, whatever floats your boat. Your 4 antennae. Wavelength 1, 2, 3, 4, and then propagates down into the field. Okay? So what this is, look at that one again. So this is a pretty famous picture. So this spinning battery, okay? Or this is, you would use this imagine if you're spinning it with light and you are bringing those voltages out. So these are power lines, okay? The reason why they look like doors and people have called them portals, they're not portals. They are quite literally antennae projecting the visible and invisible spectrum of different arrays of light, okay? And then they propagate together at the same resonancy right here into this, okay? This is humanity's hammer right here. I'm going to say that again. Humanity's hammer right here. Do you see these balls of light? That's what that means, I believe. You see this? Hydrogen, magneticism, the hydrogen formula. You see the triangles right here? I believe this is a representation of your magneticism, okay? Next. Oh yeah, this is a good one right here. So you see this guy? You see his rods? They're physically showing you what they were doing. Grounding rods, because you got to have grounding rods to touch it. You don't want to touch it with your fingers. This is toroidal field, your ball lightning, dielectric electricity. I believe this is like sound, light, magnetism, okay? So your electricity is holding up your wavelength. This is your wavelength. This is your propagating field of light, okay? Then this is your magnetic field of light. This is your hydrogen formula and magneticism all in one. And if you pay really close attention, this is a double person. Double means two. And the reason why that's important, if you go to the full picture. All right, here we go. So then didn't dare a light bulb, right? Wild. All right, so this is a double person. So this is two people right here, two people right here. You just can't see it in this picture. Antenna 1, antennae 2, antennae 3, antennae 4. Okay? Your lines right here. This is magnetic field of hydrogen. And out of that, you are propagating the coherent field that you can see with you can see this field, okay? When you activate your tool, the snake means wavelength, okay? It's your wavelength of light creating a propagating field of this moment. Oh, I did not mean to do that. Disregard that. All right. So this electricity, this, your ball lightning, aka your toroidal field. Okay, so think sonoluminescent fish head, right? This is sound, and then this is light. So this representation, there's always four of these. There's always got to be four. So electricity, we'll just call that sound because your sound can be the sonoluminescent bubble because that's how it's made, right? And that would be your bubble right there. So magnetism, sound, electricity, light. Those will be your four. And then it goes to your next picture. This is your battery. This spins. This is a homopolar motor. And this is your 12-volt battery cables. Okay? Antennae, 1, 2, 3, 4. Wavelength, violet, purple, blue, red. All resonating together to create the hammer. Yes, that's right. Humanity's hammer, not one individual's hammer, everybody's. That is what that means. Yes, the hammer is real. All right, so we are back in the morning. We stopped last night. The phone was out of battery, so had to recharge. And by the time that all happened, we were all really tired. So just started back up in the morning, and yeah, it's 11:48. So we definitely slacked off a little bit, but real tired. So we're gonna kind of leave right back off with this stuff right over here. And well, I had the moment. I wanted to go ahead and give a shout out to these guys real quick. Obviously, Joe Rogan, Graham Hancock, and what was his Randall Carlson, I believe. And but just wanted to give these guys shout outs. They talk about a lot of cool subjects. People hate on them a lot, but it's just open mindedness. That's something I think that we need to bring back immediately. Is just having an open mind to other people's opinions and ideas without shutting them down and being mean to each other. It really is. Like, I think it's at that time where people need to be happy and loving and accept other people's ideas, even if they don't align with themselves or they don't believe it themselves. Something to think about, but just want to give a shout out to these guys. And also Graham Hancock, I definitely believe you about the ancient civilization. I believe you. I really do. I think you're on to something, and whether we'll ever know the full story, probably not. But just want to tell you, good job for everything you've done, all you guys. Very happy with y'all. I would love to meet y'all, by the way, if that was ever an opportunity. That would be super cool. All right, so we're going to get to this thing real quick. So what we're going to do is I'm going to bring this up, and we're going to go ahead and draw this out so I can explain this a little bit better. All right. Also, good morning, everybody. Hope everybody's doing well today. I love all of y'all watching. And we're going to get back to it. So again, we're going to draw this little diagram of what I think is going on. I don't know if this is the actual process. I really don't. So what we'll do is this right here, I believe, is a spinning platform. Okay, and then maybe this is a homopolar motor. Okay. So this is essentially a big old 12-volt battery. Okay. So if you look at it, then you have your cables coming out. So then, I guess I should probably redo this a little bit. And then this is your antennas, okay? I'm just trying to do the best I can drawing. Not a very good drawer. And don't make fun of my lines. Doing my best, all right. I totally forgot about that light. So anyway, these will be your 4 antenna. Okay. So then coming out of each antenna is a propagating wavelength. So let's start with violet. Do I have my picture over here? Oh. Where is my piece of paper? I don't know where it is. So this would be, it had my nanometers all over it. Yep, that's it, exactly. Thank you. All right, so we're going violet. So this would be each of these individuals. It's an individual wavelength. So with this, you have, I guess I'll write that in blue. All right, so coming out of these antennae, or the different wavelengths, so just like in a trap house, you got wholes, halves, and quarters. Yes, I just used that reference. So out of this antenna would be a violet. So we'll use violet, or kind of a pinkish color for the wavelength. You have 410 nanometers. Your half is 205 nanometers. And then this, your quarter, is 102 nanometers. I'm sorry, 105. No, 102.5. Okay. And that is down. Then we're going to move to purple. Okay. This is your purple wavelength. Your hole is 434 nanometers. Your halves are 217 nanometers. Your quarter, 108.5. Okay, now we're going to move to blue. So, hole, 486 nanometers, 243 nanometers, and your quarter, 121.5 nanometers. Okay. Nope. Then we're going to do red. So I want to point out something is like the only number that is back here, but this would be, so when you come down to your quarters, each one of these have a, wow, I didn't even write that. I'm messing up my own numbers, guys. 102.5. I'm so sorry. 1.5, done. All right. So what this is this is your different wavelengths that is allowing the absorption of light, or for the hydrogen, or the emission. It's the same thing. It's the same principle back and forth. But that is how they're able to propagate these waves together and see the resonance. You're able to do something with it and congeal all of them together, making this toroidal field hammer, I guess you would call it. But it can be useful for multiple different things, like a lot of different things, like stopping things from happening. So what would this be is you would be congealing them all together using kind of like that magnifying glass idea. So you'll be using, it'd be like this. Okay, so all of them get binded together, or they're propagating out together. And then you're able to funnel them down. Again, think magnifying glass. But if you add all these together, what you get is, I don't have a bunch of rainbow colors right now. You're going to get a rainbow spectrum, very similar. And I'm going to walk you over here real quick. So just like your electromagnetic spectrum, you're going to have an array of different lights coming out of here. Some you can see, some you can't. And it's almost, I think they're doing something with this where that triangle is almost like on the Dendera light bulb. Let's see, come over here. I believe that Dendera lights, there we go. So if you look at it, this right here, I believe that is that almost triangle spectrum coming out of the end of this tool. The reason being is you can see some of the spectrum light and you can't see others. And as long as it's in that field, you're able to propagate it and use it. So they are in this picture, they are physically showing you how they picked up this rock and put it there using electricity right here. This is electricity. I believe this is sound because of the sonoluminescent bubble right here. Light, and then magnetism. You need all four to make it work. The snake is a wavelength. It's propagating. And the reason why you see two on each side is those are your antennae. And then the next slide, which is that, is showing you the battery. Okay, this is the battery, comes up, those are your antenna, different wavelengths coming out, and you can gel them together. Could you fix me up real quick?
Perfect.
And but coming out of this is going to be that kind of a shape of a field, I am suspecting. So again, I have not done this yet, but I've not. So this is all still just hypothesis. I could be 100% wrong about everything. And if I am, okay, it happens. Anyway, we're going to go over here. So the reason why gold is so important in Egypt and the Queen's tomb and everything needed to be gold plated or like electroplated. The reason being is it has to do with refraction of infrared light, okay? Not just your visible, what you can see. Remember, filters. So I'm going to take you back over here and we're going to go over the gold stuff real quick. All right. So this would be also Queen Puabi's harp, I guess you would say. So you have this bubble coming out or different spectrums of light. You have a reflector and you reflect that back into the harp with that silver platter and then use that again to initiate some form of light nucleation that can change things, push things, manipulate matter in ways we don't understand. Okay? And this has to do with this. If you guys want to look it up, Principles of the Optical Maser, Bell Laboratories, 1963. It's a video on YouTube. I'll also have it posted, but it's a good thing. All right, so we're just going to read this over real quick. So, oh no, wait, that's the goat. So, it's covered in gold for reflection. Gold reflects more than 90% of light with wavelengths longer than 580 nanometers. That's key, okay? Right here, 580 nanometers. Yellow, orange, red absorption of blue light, which makes reflected light appear to lack blue, okay? Gold reflects red and I don't know what I wrote there, and orange wavelengths, but absorbs blue and green wavelengths. It appears yellow under white light. Reflection of infrared light, gold reflects up to 99% of infrared light. Reflection of infrared light, so you need gold for this, is gold plated, it doesn't have to be thick. Gold reflects up to 99% of infrared light. Imagine if you had a vessel made out of gold plated inside and you were able to absorb and reflect all the light. Okay, or you pick it up what I'm putting down. Very thin layers of gold can transmit a very small amount of light, typically less than 1% of visible light. Gold exhibits mirror-like reflection more than 90% at wavelengths of light longer than 580 nanometers. Or 600 nanometers. Red is 650. So the reason why everything is covered in gold from ancient cultures, I believe, is because they're exhibiting the property that is reflecting the infrared light so they can refract the light or use the light again to recharge batteries. So they were getting multiple flashes of light from this bubble, reflecting it, using it, and on top of that, they would decelerate the hydrogen and reclaim the energy charging the battery. Potential perpetual motion, if that's what I'm thinking about. Again, so not anything wild. This will be Queen Puabi's egg again. So for sonoluminescent transmutation of metal and coherent beams of matter using reflected light that was then beam focused using her gold leaf hairpiece, think Thurman device. So it's a carefully strummed instrument. It takes time to reflect all four different wavelengths. Why everything is gold. Better infrared signal. So there is an absolute reason why everything is covered in gold, without a doubt. Also, you can always do the Reinberg formula. I did not fix it out. That's going to be on somebody who's smart. I tried. It was way too complicated for me. All right. So, but just remember, absorption of emission and light by hydrogen, absorption. So if you put in 1x power for absorption, you can jump a line, okay? But you still have that 1x of power. You use your tool while it's engaged, and then when you power down, you take the same wavelength and it jumps down, and you get a flash of light from that. You take that light and you recharge the battery by spinning it on the homopolar generator. Okay? So we can come back over yonder. So what this means is this girl right here is important. We can use this for multiple different applications. I don't want to say the word levitation because I don't know if that's the right platform to use. However, if this is correct, this could push us into a different genre of technology, and quite literally, we can start fixing the planet in a positive way and keep people open-minded to new types of ideas and not shut people down. So many people just trying to bring new ideas to the people is like, everybody's like, no, that's impossible. That doesn't work. It's always, well, it's like, why the negativity? Why? If somebody's different and has different ideas, we should listen to them, right? Or at least check them out with our own math and science, and then we can, debunk whatever is not true. So I would like you all to debunk me. Everybody. I'm willing to stand up to whatever needs to be done. And if I'm wrong, hey, I tried. And that's what matters, right? So I believe this is a form of light manipulation that we are completely unfamiliar with. And this is how they were building the pyramids, I believe. They were stacking the stone walls. This is some form of like how Ed did it, how he did it. It's pretty ridiculous. I must say, he's a very intelligent person. And yeah, like wild. So next we're going to go over this right here in the opposite direction, or what is the potential use for this that I would love to see, or at least something that we should talk about. All right, so just remember this. So wavelengths, these are holes, halves, and quarters of the propagating wavelength out of the antennae. Okay, so each antennae is shaped a little differently probably. And then they're also timed. So the Egyptians, super smart. We don't give them anywhere near enough credit. Okay. So next we're going to go into this right here. Yeah. You like it? Work it. Put it down. Flip it in reverse. Sorry. I like Missy Elliott. All right. So let's say we have said person. It's okay. You can make fun of my stick figures. All right. So let's say said person, or we build a device or a tool, and this actually works. Or somebody does it. It doesn't matter who. We can use this for a potential problem that I see that nobody has like addressed yet, or even just posed the probability. It's like we care so much about our own weather and all that. How come we don't look out and care about the immediate area around us, right? So what I mean by that is we have so many options to do things here, but we look up and all the like meteorites or asteroids or anything like that, we're just like, no, it'll be fine. We're not going to hit them. I think we should pay a little bit more attention to that. And what I mean is, I think we should use this for good and use this for positivity and protection. And everybody can do this. Anybody. I think this is a completely customizable tool, and it depends on your geographical location, how well it works. But if they did it back then and they could do this, and I do believe that 100% the evidence is there, we can use it for us. Like, you imagine like the genre of technology between this kind of technology and then we still had a little bit of oil, but we cut way back down over the next like 150 years? It would be phenomenal. It really would. We could immediately start cleaning up the planet in a positive way, right? Because this, I believe, is a way that we can do that, right? And especially if we can all work together on it, you have no idea what we could accomplish. It really is that potentially good if it is what I think it is, right? But we'll see. We'll see what people got to think. So here's my thought is, imagine you have Goku, right? And this is like the system, not an individual person. Just I want to FYI that. So you have your system, right? And you are able to project out a giant field of energy, right? So, and in this field, you're going to make that a little bit smaller. Oops. Sorry, I'm trying to multitask right here a little bit. Boop. All right. So here's something I suggest that we can do. I think it'd be pretty cool. We can set up the power of the rainbow. That's right. I said it. You have all these different spectrums of light, right? And yes, that is the analogy I'm using. The power of the rainbow is unreal. And I truly mean that. It is the rainbow that we do not see. It is the invisible spectrum all around you. It is more involved with your life than you would ever know, I believe. I think our bodies are just slowed magnetic light waves, and you're built out of metals, and you are water. You're hydrogen, right? So you're a living beam of slowed light waves. If you really think about it, that's made out of metals and stardust and hydrogen. So with this array of light, you get this field or this thing right here. It's kind of like the people have called it a hammer in movies and such, but I like. So we'll call this light blue. Humanity's hammer, right? This thing is the strongest thing on this planet that I believe has been here, right? And what I mean by that is if they were doing this with a light reaction, and what I mean is the strongest thing is your power input to output ratio, like our nuclear reactors that we have today. They're very expensive. They use not good things, radiated material. And if they get damaged, it's not very good, right? We have bad fallout if anything nuclear bad happens. It's just nothing good comes from it. This initial tool, considering the parts list really isn't that complicated, right now probably maybe $2,000 or $3,000 tops, give or take, for a small tool. And once you understand it, or once we get it going, versus a nuclear reactor that costs tens of twenties of millions of dollars, if not more than that, and we only get XYZ return out of them. Like, it's not very good for, especially from what I've seen with, like, what is it, fusion or fission now, is like we can barely sustain a positive ratio on getting plasma. If they were doing this XYZ thousands of years ago, and they built the pyramids using this technology, that would make them more advanced than us, in my opinion, because their power input to output ratio is better. That's how I'm looking at it. We do all this, and we're obviously, we have cooler things, or not cooler things. We have different genre technologies in them, but they lived in cohabitation with Earth, and we are kind of destroying it. And I'm definitely to blame just as much as you are, as anybody else, if not more. I literally was the guy on the drilling rig putting the drilling head on the drill bit. Like, I did that. I had tons of pictures covered in oil because I was doing it for the money. And that's just the truth, because I just knew what it is. But when I was doing that, I also was like, It just like how I went with my depression, and I was like, and my anxiety, I was like, I need to address this like an adult should, correct? And the way an adult addresses something is they see an issue, they see a problem, and they put on their big boy pants. So we're all going to put on our big boy pants, or big lady pants, or if you identify as a couch, hey, put on your couch pants. Get them things up. We're all going to work together on this. And anytime there's a problem, we shouldn't be blaming each other. That's not the goal. By placing the blame on others, just making the situation more ignorant and harder. Everybody could potentially work towards a goal together. And when you see a piece of trash on the ground, this is what I mean. If you're walking down the sidewalk and you see a piece of trash on the ground, and you look at it and you just walk past it, and then 3 hours later, you're complaining to somebody that, hey, our city looks like trash. This sucks. You are part of the problem still, and you're not fixing it. It's as simple as that. You walk past a piece of trash, you see it, and you leave it on the ground, you're still part of the problem. You're being a hypocrite. It's that small of a scale. And this is how I looked at it when I was doing those, when I was working on the drilling rig and I was getting oil everywhere, and I was doing that. I was like, there's got to be a better way to do this. So I put on my big boy pants and I thought about it. I was like, there's got to be a way to clean things up in a positive manner. And it's going to take a little bit. Don't get me wrong. It's nobody freak out about it. But this is going to take probably hundreds of years. But it's going to take good effort from everybody. So put on the big boy pants and let's address this issue of oil and nuclear firearms. Don't like them. It's not good for the environment. It's just not good. There's over 12,500 nuclear firearms on this planet right now. Why? No, it's just unnecessary. There is unnecessary amount of drilling rigs on the planet right now, and open wells. Okay, it's one of the things where we just need to really start having adult conversations about these issues and not bantering back and forth over silly issues. It's one of those things where I put my big boy pants on and I'm literally trying to help solve this issue, and I'm just some person. I'm nobody special, okay? And that's what an adult does. They look at the problems they have, or they have helped create. I definitely helped create this problem. And you say, hey, we need to address this. And if you have to look inside here and just be like, you have to break yourself down a little bit, bring yourself back up, that's perfectly fine. I had to do it too, because admitting that you were part of the problem is hard. It's not easy. But what's even better is you can admit that you are part of the solution now, right? Open up your mind and let's start thinking some positive ways up in here. And I think we can do some awesome things with this. I really do. So, anywho, humanity's hammer. We can all use it together. And anything up here, so like let's say we have we'll do that. This right here. This sketches me out a little bit, but it's okay. This thing is unnecessarily close to our planet in like 5 years or something like that, 4 years. How come we just haven't talked about potential issues? Like we did the DART mission with, sending a satellite to contact another meteorite. That wasn't the answer. If you paid attention, the fallout from that is now redirected to everywhere. Like instead of you have one rock, now you have a bunch of small rocks, and that's just as bad, okay? So imagine if we took this initiative to think about potential problems, not for us, because we all have just one person to worry about, or enemy is outside influence, right? That's all it is. It's just negativity. Think about this: is we could set up something on the planet to where instead of it's for attacking other people, other humans, which we shouldn't do in general, is we can use it to defend ourselves against legitimate threats that are beyond our control. Like what I mean by that is very simply asteroids, things of that nature. Like we can address those issues because we are technologically advanced enough to now. Instead, like we're fighting over dumb stuff. I know that sounds wild that I'm proposing a theory like that, but the way I look at things is we have to stop being reactive to issues, right? So like with COVID, there was pretty much zero actual plan for anything like that happening, correct? And when that happened, everybody had to go into reaction mode. Reaction mode is a delayed response, and it's called being ignorant or being over cocky about your technology. Right now, we do not have a single thing that can stop things like this. Nothing. Nukes are not the answer because nukes are just bad. I don't believe they're good at all. We need to stop using them immediately. It is like breaking atoms is just not the way to go. It's not. And what I mean by that is it's like if this is true and we can manipulate the spectrum of the rainbow using beamforming and reflection of light to recharge batteries and such for power consumption, this type of technology is way cooler, way better than what we have now, okay? Think about the movie Fern Gully. It's a good movie. It's about the early 90s, but very good movie. Anyway, this type of field, we could set it up in the upper atmosphere, and you can literally use this to push things away, not blow them up, push them away gently. Use your chest and push it out, right? Because all you would have to do to deflect things of this nature is push. You don't need to be angry. You don't need to be aggressive and blow it up. Gentle push, just like that, okay? And this is something that I think we should just talk about in a very simple manner of, hey guys, have we not realized that we should use our technology in a good way and use it for our own benefit of our species, right? Hear me out. Again, if you think I'm a whack job or I'm crazy, that's perfectly fine. Teach your own. The way I look at it is like, this is just me putting on big boy pants and be like, hey, can we just talk about some serious issues that other people are not bringing up for whatever reasons? That's basically my main thing with that. So we'll move on from this thing, but we can do all kinds of cool stuff with this, and I would be super excited if this is even remotely true. Let's get rid of him. Yeah. So, with that being said, we're going to take a 3-minute break, and I will be right back. So we're back from my little break, and we're just going to go over one or two things more. So I just wanted to bring up this Olmec head. So a lot of these Olmec heads, if you go to them, they have magnetic poles that are in different spots. So anybody, when you go to these ancient megalithic sites, what you're seeing, or is when you put your compass up to it, that is the last place where they touched their tool and or they placed a magnetic monopole, okay, for whatever reason they wanted it there for. If you look on here, this Olmec head, here's our sign again. It's a dot in the middle with an indentation. It's like where their tool was plugged in, and then they pulled it out. So they were moving the stone, and that is your Goldilocks zone when they pull their electrode or their grounding rod out of it. Okay, just some random thing I wanted to talk about real quick because I forgot. There's just a lot, but this video has already gone on way too long. I'm sorry for how long it is. It's just how I do things. And then I think that's all I wanted to do on this. Yeah. So I guess the next thing is like this right here is a crop circle, right? This is the hydrogen atom. This is your up and down. This is your magnetic vortex or deceleration, right? This is your magnetic spiral up or your acceleration of the hydrogen. But that's your first wave. That's your second this is your energy waves, okay? This is your third energy wave. This is your fourth energy wave. This is a real crop circle. This is explaining the hydrogen absorption of light and the hydrogen emission of light. So I feel like we need to talk about this. That's weird. I believe some of these ancient sites are probably still running. Nobody's home. They're just that good. So it's like encoded information. So what I mean by that is, you can move the camera over here. Bam. Good. So what I mean by that is this potentially could be just ancient technology that still works so well that it simply is still going. And what you're seeing is quite literally ghosts of our like ancestors past. I know that might sound kind of wild, but through this whole thing, I will say is like I've definitely become spiritual. And the reason I say that is like when I first got to listening to science and the Big Bang Theory has taught me that everything came from something or nothing, right? That's the Big Bang hypothesis. But at the same time, science and math tells us that you can't create something out of nothing, right? So how does the Big Bang work? The very first time I heard that, I was like, it's a little strange. And then I wasn't religious per se, because just the situation of us growing up, I had a hard time believing. And I'd always been like that person who was like, well, what is God where's God? It's like, who made God? That was always my question. It's like, and I feel like that's a legitimate question. And what if our brains are simply too small or too insignificant? Think infinitely scaled complexity of life. And if that is true, he is beyond or our realm of understanding. Simply beyond brain, I guess you would say. However, I don't know. Just throughout this whole thing, I've definitely had some strange experiences to me, and I will say I'm definitely a believer now. And what I mean by that is, I think you don't need to go to church or you don't need to worship or anything like that. But I will say, just open your own brain, open your heart to yourself, to yourself, not other people's information. What's true to you? What I mean by that is, with me, it's like I've always been like, I'll just be a good person. I really am. I mean that. It ain't much, but it's honest work. And for me, it's one of them things is just look at yourself. Go do what I did. And when you ever heard the teachings in Buddha where you meditate and you're by yourself and you just focus on you, right? Your inner person, your inner self, your consciousness is entangled with you, and you can talk to yourself. That's what your little voice in the back of your head, right? Everybody's got it. We don't know what consciousness is. And what if it's like organic information or knowledge that everybody has the ability to tap into, right? It's a weird concept to think about. The reason being is like, I love THC. I love cannabis. And I will say it's got its ups and downs for sure. You have to be an adult and admit that, just like with anything, like alcohol, cigarettes, all that stuff. But this type of, you know, closed-minded thinking is just be an open mind, be an open book, be willing to accept people's opinions, but you may ask questions. That's perfectly fine, because obviously I did. I was like, we got to be able to do this somehow, right? If you think about it, the Earth itself is a unlimited perpetual motion device, and its power is the sunlight from the sun. That's literally it. You need photons, photons, but nonetheless, it's like, for me, it's I found my own inner self, and I will say it feels really good. It does, and being able to, like, tell people like, hey, I'm not perfect. I'm sorry for what I did that to you. You look to the person next to you. I'm sorry for, how I treated you, or I don't understand your opinions. All the bickering is just not worth it. It really isn't. If you think about it, it's like positivity is the way, for sure. It's hard to be positive sometimes. I understand that. But I understand like the teachings of Buddha now when it says like you should just focus on yourself and meditate and just talk to yourself. But realistic talk is what I mean by that is like with me, I broke down myself and I was just like, these are my issues and this is how I potentially have to solve them. And you have to fix yourself first. And I had to fix my anxiety and depression. And it's still hard. I still ask for positive upbringings or, just positive reinforcements because, stepping into this YouTube journey, I'm going to be doing basically fitness every day. You can tell I'm not in great shape right now and I'm going to get back to it. If I have to do, and I'm going to do every day, walking, exercising. If I'm doing yoga, I'm a 6'5" guy doing yoga. I don't care. Feel free to follow along and yeah, I'm just wanting to better myself, and anybody who's willing to follow along, you're more than welcome to join. Do hands across America. I don't care. I'll walk across America like Forrest Gump. But yeah, I don't know. Maybe just do what I did and go smoke your joint and go on a walk and listen to some positive music or whatever kind of music you like, and just think about your own life. Think about it in a good, hard way, and think about the mistakes you made, but in a positive way. Don't look at them as mistakes. Look at them as lessons learned, and then you move forward from them. And you're going to grow as a person. You're going to grow happier because I will assure you, I definitely still have frustration in my heart, and I'm letting that go. I really am. I have to learn to let that go, and so does everybody else, because frustration and anger will only hold you back. Only you, not other people. Remember that. You're holding on to that grudge for that person. You're holding on to anger. This person did this to me X amount of years ago. Mistakes happen. Accidents happen. Forgive and forget. Well, maybe not forget, but forgive and learn from the lesson. You don't beget violence. Doesn't beget violence. It just doesn't work. There's no way that works. But anyway, go on a walk. Think about yourself and address those issues like I did, and I'm still doing. And hey, if you want to talk to me, I am a complete open book. And like I said, it ain't much, but it's honest work. So that being said, we're gonna do one last little drawing real quick, and what I think is going on. And yeah, y'all let me know. Okay. Sorry, my wheelie chair. All right. Sorry, pulling up my big boy pants. I'm trying my best. Give me a second. Wow. Krabby Patty secret formula. Maybe. Okay. All right. So oh, where are my pens? All right. So we have the bubble. So Sono bubble is your light. Okay. So Sono bubble for this marker. You got your 4 different wavelengths, which is your. I need a piece of paper. Can you find that piece of paper again? I put it down somewhere. 4 different wavelengths. It's got my nanometers on it. Yep, just kidding. I have it right here. All right. So 4 different wavelengths. You know what? We will make that colored just for funsies. Purple. This is blue. So then you got your blue, which is 486. Wow. So then your red is 656. Wow. Kind of suck. All right. So four different wavelengths, Sono bubble. These are going to be your metals. So potentially you can use, or things that you can use to react. So silver. I need a new black marker. Did you find me one? Please and thank you. You got zinc. So silver, mercury, zinc. Titanium. Thank you. You got titanium. Then you got lead. Hope you guys can see that. I'm sorry. Might be able to use arsenic. Maybe. I don't know about that one. The only reason I say that is because Egyptians used it in the copper. So Egyptians were 90% copper, 10% arsenic. So they understood something. So maybe the arsenic, you can mix it in with the copper for better electron dispersion. Okay. Lead, arsenic, iron. Okay. Thorium. Euporium. Iron, thorium, euporium, and yeah, those are your metals. Okay. Your hydrogen or your fuel. Fuel is F-U-E-L, yeah. Fuel is your H2O. Yes, your fuel is H2O and sunlight. Okay. This is your ejecta out the bottom. Okay. So bottom ejecta, or your reverse of the that hammer or the toroidal field. So think about, this is like the bottom bun of the sandwich. This is the top top bun. This is all your middle ingredients. So bottom bun is your leftover transmutated material. So leftover transmutated metal, which you could probably use this. Remember, this is going to form in the bottom of that jar like a crescent somehow. Leftover transmutated metal. The properties of this could be drinking it. I don't know. Drinking it, you could potentially be new types of semiconductors and permanent conductors or superconductors. We just got to test. We don't know. I have not done this. I have not gotten this crescent moon. This is hypothesis. But this is your bottom bun, leftover transmutated metal or materials. This is your sonoluminescent bubble. So bubble. Okay. This is your first energy excitement of the ring. Okay. Also, a lot of cultures like this, that is everywhere. And what I mean by that is, if you go, wow, that's not even the right one. If you look up just about all ancient cultures, you're going to see some form of this right here. And this would be, again, humanity's hammer. Okay? Humanity's hammer. That is that toroidal field being ejected out of the fish mouth. Okay? We can use awesome things for this. We can do really cool, good things with this, guys. And then this right here, if you see this section above a block like this, or a doorway in ancient sites, there's always like a doorway or something like this. It simply means this: spectrum of light. Rainbow of light. And I'm going to go ahead and draw it. Huh. And yes, I'm doing this right now. All right. Yeah, I did that. Judge me. So your rainbow of light coming out of, okay, you're coming out of your tool, whatever it is, your spectrum of light, and you're using that. This is a block of stone. Again, you can look at this, Egyptians, South America, all over the place. The Michigan relics are real, or at least the vast majority of them. Go ahead, look it up for yourself. That's everywhere on there. And so also, if you look over here, you're going to have you'll have like forms of like ejecta coming down, but every culture represented it in a slightly different way. And what I mean by that is people masqueraded as gods when they had this type of information, or whatever it was. And whether it be greed or whatever, I don't know. And obviously, this could be wrong, but I think we're pretty close to it. But what it means is triangle, and this is in Coral Castle as well, by the way. If you look up, he's got these symbols places, but it's rainbow light being formed. Okay, so using a rainbow of light from your tool, which is a hypermagnetic tool, okay, you are controlling pathways of light to accelerate into some form of nuclear reaction that we are not familiar with. It's like nuclear suspension. You're pushing apart the atomic structure or the atomic weight of the hydrogen. And I know it might sound crazy, but you're pushing them apart, and we'll throw in like a little picture of my little diagram right there. But or I can just show you real quick. That's what it's doing. It's flipping it up and causing these extreme ups and extreme lows. Okay, so pretty wild. And some of these systems very clear to be still active, but again, I don't believe anybody's home, or we don't know yet. So we also need to talk about is just the fact of like, what if there is organic consciousness around us, right? And we're just unwilling to notice it. And what I mean by that is, I believe everybody potentially could tap into this, and every person has this knowledge in them, right? You just must open your mind and dip your toes into it and you can rebuild yourself in a positive way. You can be happy. You don't need to listen to negative input and listen to other people's stuff. Is fix you first, and then you can fix others. But somewhere in this, there's much more into this, okay? Reason being is I don't have all the answers. I don't. I'm saying one time I could totally be wrong. 10th grade education, flash the GD up there real quick. But yeah, I put on my big boy pants and I wanted to see what we could actually do, because as of right now, I didn't see anybody else doing it. It's really simple. And yeah, I just worked real hard at it. And I do have a donation thing that we are setting up right now. I'm starting my YouTube journey, obviously, with this today. But if you would like to donate to me for any cause, I will assure you it's real, it's honest work, and I could use it. I could. I'm not gonna lie to you. So here's a donation if you would like to. You can put it into friends and family. Okay. I'm a real simple person, but I've been working real hard on this. I'm not gonna lie. I put my all into this. There's been many days where I've cried. I've been stressed out, and I've been. The way I was looking at it is like the evidence is there, the walls are there, so we know they did it. We can't do mortarless dams today, so we know we're missing something. And yeah, I don't know. I felt like hopefully this is in the right direction. So with that being said, there's more, but like I just can't. It's just wait. This video's already way too long. So I'm going to leave you guys with this. We're going to close out real quick. And I don't know, I'm going to sit down real fast. But yeah, anybody is more than welcome to follow me. You are more than welcome to download this video, all of it. You can chop it up and make as much money on whatever platform you have. You may edit my voice and put it into different languages. So, hey, whoever wants to do this across seas and wherever you're from, change the voice, upload it. I hope you make as much money as you possibly can, okay? If you make a bunch of money, hey, screenshot it and send it to me. And I'm going to be so happy for you. I really am. Because that fidget spinner guy taught me something. Everybody can win, okay? Everybody. And I think hoarding this technology, or even just the information about it, why, I don't know. And I don't think it really matters, to be honest, at this point. What matters is just happiness. People getting happy, right? Because I feel like we're struggling. I feel like Earth's global happiness is at like a 6.5 out of 10. Those are rookie numbers, y'all. Rookie numbers. We need to pump those numbers up. Get Matthew McConaughey up in here. Sorry. But we can do this. We can, and I don't want to be that guy, but, there's no nukes, guys. No nukes. 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 Just like that. And if we're onto this, is like, if you think about it, our ancestors were certified light benders. Think about that. Light benders, right? The coolest thing. Light is the strongest thing in the universe. Everything is made out of light. You are made out of light. So if we can harness this technology and be able to produce light through a sono bubble, and then use that light to reflect into things and capture that light on the outside, and then return it to the battery, that would be 100% input of power, using the power to pick up stones or manipulate stones, and then you reflect that light back into itself and charge a battery with the emission of the hydrogen descaling or slowing down, and it gives off light. I'm not one real good with math here, but that sounds like unlimited energy, like the Earth. Again, the Earth runs because of the sun. That's why, right? But I don't know. I feel like we could all work together on this and figure it out. So I hope it does. All right, we're going to leave you out, and I'm going to play just a video or two I took, I think 2 days ago, and I will leave you with absolutely no context. I love all of you, and I hope to meet you guys. Bye.
Way up high, and the dreams that you dream of once in a lullaby. Oh, somewhere over the rainbow, bluebirds fly. And the dreams that you dream of, dreams really do come true.